Cobra. What's up? Much love, everyone. All right. Hope everyone's having a good night. And we're gonna talk about a lot of things today, my friends. Much to talk about, much to discuss as usual. Good to be back. I'm gonna try to be here as much as I can. A lot going on. But whenever I have a window, I'm going to come here and say what's up. And pretty soon here, we're going to have a lot more time to stream and things like that. But, what's up, Austin, NH guy, everybody? Much love. So, our journey today is going to be super deep, people. Since the last stream, hold on a minute. Let me, pull up the YouTube here. We have this is going to be, we're going to give the physical parasites a little bit of a break. We're going to get into the spiritual side. We're going to get into a lot of Howdy Mikowski stuff. Since the last stream, I had some recommendations on my YouTube of some interviews from him that were mind-blowing. Extremely interesting. It had my mind blown. So some of it I saved for the stream. We have let me see here. Bear with me. Let me go into my playlist and see what we got here. I don't think we're going to be able to get through it all today, but we're going to get through a good amount. Let's see here. I think we have about 8 hours of videos that we want to discuss. This is mind-blowing stuff, people. Let's see here. Bear with me for a second. We got, what does it say? Oh, okay, there we go. Hopefully the videos play. I did a test stream. We got 2.5 hours, 3 hours, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours of videos that we have got to listen to. And we're not going to get to it all today. We could. No. We could actually get through it today. I think it's impossible. We'll get at least through half of it. All right, we're going to visit the SOULTRAP theory again. NPCs. I mean, the most mind-blowing stuff this guy is discussing, and I want to come here and discuss it with you guys. And there's an interesting study about inner dialogue that we want to discuss, that 76% of people don't have inner dialogue. And I thought that was pretty interesting, so we're going to take a look at that as well. But I think we're just going to get right into how these interviews here with a few different people that were just great. So so with that, let's get this party started, people. Let's see what we got here. We're also streaming on the backup channel, and Rumble won't let me stream. I don't know what's going on. I can't connect to my channel again, so we're on both channels. And everybody, please like and share. Like and share. I would appreciate it. Let me make sure we're rocking and rolling here. Yeah, we are. All right. All right, people. Shout out to Sunkissed. I'll turn my camera off for a minute. And what's up, Jack? And Swervy. What's up, Swerve? Let's see here. Music holds a secret at Queen of Swords. Much love. What's up, Loosh? Big shout out to Loosh. What's up, bro? Alright. Actually, I know where we're going to begin. What's up, bro? Good to see you. And big shout out to Sunkissed. Carrie Skates, have a great night. Thank you for popping in. NH Guy. Austin Murphy, what's up, bro? Barbara the Nail Pusher. Nice. What's up, Sarah Breslin? It's a new person I haven't seen. Much love. So, we're going to begin. Give me a second. Let me test the YouTube while we're here real quick before we actually get started. Because if it shouldn't be skipping, but if it starts buffering, we're going to have a huge issue. I think we're going to start with, we're going to get right into this, people. We're not going to waste any time. And what I'll do is I'll put the link. Give me a second. In the description here. And then let's pull up a video, make sure it's playing real quick. We're going to start off with one of these interviews and we're just going to pick a random one. Okay, we're going to start with this one. It's already playing a little bit slow. Let me pull this up, guys. 1 second. All right. Let's make sure that this is playing, and then we're going to jump right into this. Let's get rid of this banner. We're not playing games today, people. We're getting to the bottom of this shit. Trust me. The information is flowing like never before, people. I mean, wow. All right. So we're going to tap into the information. We're going to get to the bottom of what this place is, people. And we're close to figuring it out. And this man right here is a key ingredient to finding this out. So let's see how this is playing real quick. And we're going to get started.
Yeah.
Oh, are we live? I'm not sure if anyone's come into the group chat yet. But yeah, it looks like we're good. If anyone watching would be able to just let me know that you can hear the audio, that would be awesome. Good. But yeah, other than that, I think we're good. So yeah, I'm honored today to be joined by Howdy Mikowski here. Yeah, I've been listening to you for a long.
It's playing great. That's good news. What's up, Faith? Good to see you. Psychological manipulation is a favorite topic. What's up, NH Guy? Mandela Mile in the house. And Faith, always good to see Faith. Hope you're well. Here I am. I appreciate it. It's difficult when you go down these rabbit holes when I'm on my own and I have all these thoughts and I get super deep into these rabbit holes, especially about the parasites, and then coming to present it and all the things going on. It's been difficult, but I'm doing my best. So a lot more to touch on that topic, and we'll be getting into it, people. I've been continuing my research, and we're going to be doing a part 2 of that, of course. Loosh and Marie. Oh, nice. What's up, Annie the Chosen? Wow. That is what's up. Good to see you. And Glenn, What's up, Glenn? So, no pressure at all, but I'll throw the link here and there into the chat. I'm not gonna pin it, but what I'm gonna do is, before we get started, bear with me, guys. Good to see you, Glenn. We're gonna toss the link into the description here in the main channel. Debate's welcome too. If you guys, anybody wants to debate anything, any concerns, you can come up. So that's in the description of on the main channel. And Wanda E, much love. What's up, Undoctrinated and Axis? Good to see everybody. Thanks for popping in. Okay, I feel good. It's 5:41. We should be able to get at least 6-7 hours in today. This is very, very important stuff, people, for what we discuss on the channel. And, you know, it's the questions I've asked myself my entire life. And there's things that we have got to figure out now before we go into the afterlife journey, my friends. There is no going with the flow. There is no trusting the process, okay? I think at this point, it's 1000% proven that there's this layer we're going to enter, another avatar, and we're going to face another battle that's going to be like, we're preparing for that battle right now. Once you leave the body, that's when the war begins, people. Unless you want to trust the process and go with the flow. But most people, you know, resonating over here and continue to be over here, knows where I'm coming from and they agree. Something's not right, you know? But we still have to stay positive. We still have to live our lives and make the best of it. You know what I mean? So you got to play that middle ground. You know what I mean? It's important. He gets into this. We don't want to pick sides. That's what they do. Globe Earth, Flat Earth, Democrat, Republican. We got to stay that middle road and observe and just have that awareness of possibilities and kind of, but not pick a side. You know what I mean? He gets deep into the into that train of thought, pretty deep into these interviews, which will get, you know what I mean? So it's going to get really in depth. So maybe we'll start with this interview from Heritage First Ministries. And this one's 2 hours, so we're just going to kind of begin and see where it goes. And we already got some people coming up. So, anyways, so let's get back into this. You know, the cup of forgetfulness, the soul trap, NPCs. These are my favorite topics to discuss, and I'm fascinated by them. I think it's important that we come back. What's up, JJ? JJ. It's important that we revisit these, you know what I mean, with our current train of thoughts, and revisit these topics and rediscuss, because my whole outlook is drastically changing and evolving into these topics and solidifying them. So, yeah, people, let's get right into it. We have Call for Zero up here. I'll add him on. What's up, man?
How you doing?
How you doing, buddy?
Oh, pretty good. It's a warm afternoon here in Las Vegas, and wanted to hop on.
Nice. No, yeah, great. That's great. Las Vegas, yeah, it gets pretty warm out there.
Oh yeah, in a month it'll be 110, like 100, 110.
Yeah. Yeah, I know all about it out there. What's up? Eric Carnezis in the house. What's up, bro? Wow. That's what's up. All right, guys. So, yeah, we're going to start playing these interviews, but if you had anything to add or anything, please. The link's out there, people. We got a lot to get to. And Call for Zero, if you had anything to say, if you want to jump in with anything, please. I don't mind having the panel going too. But we definitely want to, anyone's welcome to sit through these interviews and jump up at any time and hang out as well. And we're just going to kind of get started and, again, jump in whenever. And There's a lot to discuss, and I think the best avenue of beginning the discussion is this interview here. So again, I'm going to make sure that I share this link. He's been visiting a lot of channels recently, and they don't, seems like he's kind of joining a lot of channels and accepting interviews with a lot of people that don't even have like a big following, as you would say, which is pretty cool. So I'm definitely going to be reaching out to him again. So here's this video, and we're going to get started. We got Sing here too. What's up, bro? Is that you, Sing?
That's me. That's me.
Okay, okay.
Hey, Sing.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you? Good to see everybody. I'd like to say something.
gonna get-
I'm glad to see.
Oh yeah, please.
I'm glad to.
Go ahead.
I'm glad to see you're on track, because I know I've reviewed a few panels that I used to go to, and I'm glad you're not with the he says she says bullshit thing, being distracted. And it's good to see. It's good to see you back on track and realizing, the other side, how it tries to attempts to do the distractions when you're doing something good, and keep doing the good work. I totally enjoy what you're doing.
I appreciate that. I'm doing my best, and I definitely. We're all kind of the black sheep coming together over here. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
kind of that vibe. Even myself, I'm sometimes the black sheep of my own channel. I mean, it's like, it's just the way it is.
I hear you. It's a process.
So, yeah, but yeah, I really try to steer away from the gossip. You know what it is I'm not trying to, it's okay to have small talk, but I'm really not down for small talk, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's, for me,
Been there, been there, done that.
I don't know. It's like, I don't want to get too certain people are listening, but I'm just not into the small talk and stuff like that. It's just not my thing. So, what's up? So everybody, please like and share. That's the only way the channel is going to grow, if it ever is. But I'm really happy where it's at. We have awesome people that stuck around. I'm really happy with where we're at, and it's good to be back on track. What's up, Smiley? Wow. It's one of the first subs on the channel right there. So I've had the channel, we're about to get started, people. I had a channel for 4 years, but I've really only been doing it for 1.5 years, because if you take the 4 years, like I actually took 8 months off 3 times, and I took 3 months off. So it's really, I've only been doing it for like 1.5 years or 2. But anyways, let's get this started, guys. And feel free to jump in whenever, and I'll throw the link in the chat periodically. Pay close attention, guys. All right, let's get started.
Long time, man. So thank you again for coming on.
Hey, it's great to be here. Like I say, I bumped into your stuff about a month ago. You did one on soul traps that I thought was a really good presentation. You also did some stuff on what's going on in Eastern Europe. I thought that was also really good presentations and overviews. And so, yeah, I thought we should have a conversation, because it's, you're presenting good material. So yeah.
Yeah, it was cool you reached out. I mean, I remember I had like a guest over a few months ago, and we were playing chess, and
Okay, pay close attention, people. All right, just beginning. These interviews are so deep, so please just stay tuned. It's going to ease into some serious information that's really going to make us think. All right.
and I like put on one of your videos in the background, and we were just like listening to you while playing chess. And then you reach out to me. I'm like, oh, hell yeah, it's Howdy. Okay. So, yeah, let me just give a brief introduction for those who don't know who Howdy Mikowski is. He is the author of 4 fantastic books, including one that I just recently read that we'll be talking about today and going over. He's a metaphysical researcher and philosopher. He's also
I have you guys up here too. One thing that they discuss, I don't want to keep pausing it, is there was a study done where 76% of world population does not have inner dialogue. And I thought that was very interesting. It's really hard to trust studies, but it really made me think into the NPC theory, like who really has that inner dialogue. of their actual self, not the matrix system, but like, who are these people that don't have an inner dialogue? And I know people, their inner dialogue is different. It might be kind of an empathy feeling thing. It might be more like a picture. How do you just say that? Or words, you know what I mean? Everyone has their own way of getting, for me, it's all of them. But I have a big time inner dialogue going on at all times. And I thought it was interesting. Like, it makes sense that a lot of people, they're kind of on autopilot. I mean, when I bring up certain topics like the parasites and stuff to people, out in the world, at work, whatever, and I bring up some of these topics when we, we get on, well, this is actually a parasite, I've been getting deep into, like, they freeze up and they just like get quiet, and all of a sudden they're just like weird. It's like they have these governors on. So it really goes to the NPC thing. And I'll just say this is one thing he talks about is, it's quite possible some of these people were created by the matrix system. Like they're here. You know what I mean? Like the matrix created them. And we don't know who's who. We don't, you know what I mean? Even an NPC or a matrix character can also give birth to a normal person like us. You know what I mean? The matrix system kind of throws in their characters here and there. So we don't know how many of us are really here. So
Ian, what's your perspective on a perceived normal player being hijacked and becoming an NPC? And that just arrived to myself. I just want your opinion.
Wait,
Could be possible.
again?
So, right, you know how you define NPCs,
Mm-hmm.
and then
let me say my definition of NPC. An NPC would be something like the matrix system creates. Like it didn't come from anywhere. The matrix system created it. You know what I mean?
So yeah. Let me throw this at a different angle. Do you think somebody can be turned into an NPC sort of through the influence of the matrix, where they lose their character? It's sort of like character assassination, and then they become robotized to the system.
That's a good question. I have to think about that one.
That just arrived to myself. I wasn't pondering that for, just came here now out of all my ascension. I was like, how about the other way around if it can happen? Anyways, yeah, we'll just ponder that. Any comments?
Yeah, I'm gonna ponder that one. That's a good one. That one's the one I'm gonna have to think about, but definitely it kind of expands the topic and my thoughts on it. Okay, we're gonna continue this, guys, but feel free, please jump in whenever.
Also been interviewed by popular content creators like Sam Tripoli and Owen Benjamin. I remember Owen Benjamin talking about Howard at one point too, about his work on the expositions or the World Fair. But today we're going to be talking about something a little bit different. We're going to be talking about like reincarnation and the idea behind that, and the whole Gnostic idea of like the possibility of soul traps. He does this deep dive of this subject in his new book, and he gives an overview of Plato's Cave and how he actually offers a critique of Plato's Cave in his new book. So it's a very large subject, so it's hard to even know where to begin. But like, what is like the base level like of your belief system when it comes to this metaphor of Plato's Cave and the reincarnation soul trap? Give us just a basic overview of like your book.
Yeah. My views, of course, have changed over the last 25 years. I started this journey out of a pretty severe depression and a lot of life difficulties 25 years ago. Moved into the study of ancient Egypt and the study of alchemy and Hermeticism, and I was lucky enough to meet some native medicine men then and train with them on the reserves. And there was a Korean monk who was really helpful, some Qigong teachers from China, and I was building up this kind of a knowledge of the world. But my focus at that time was, what is reality? How do I know if reality is real or not? So I went through about 8 or 9 years of studying the reality of the world and found out it's not. And then I got arrogant. I thought I was pretty smart. I had a death experience in 2005 when I fell in a river near a waterfall, and that revealed, oh yeah, I'm not real either. The whole thing is a type of simulation. And I went through a good 10 years of confusion and difficulty from all that. Through all that time, there had been this recognition that reality's not just is not real, that it's very controlled. We're very manipulated, but I too was being manipulated. And it wasn't until after I wrote the Fairs book and a couple of years ago when I decided to finally go back to this material, which was, what is reality? Why is it created? Why are we here? And if I had to put it into a nutshell, it seems like we are in a false reality that has been created, but certainly not for our benefit, and certainly not by any kind of loving creator. It's, that's a whole story we can get into, what is or isn't all of these different creators. And it seems like we've been tricked into this realm one way or another. We've been tricked in, and now we're used as sort of like an energy source or a power source to run the system itself, which makes sense. If you think of the universe, Plato's cave, which is massive.
Let's make sure. I want to stay up on, bear with me, guys. I definitely want to hear your guys' viewpoints in the chat. I'm saving comments popping up, and we're going to be getting to them as we go. And also, I want to do a vote in the chat real quick. And I want to make sure we continue to do votes and I stay active. And we keep this interactive with the chat. Bear with me, and we're gonna continue this, but I'm gonna do a vote in the chat on what he just said. See what you guys think. But we're gonna continue this.
It's not just the material realm, it's the etheric, it's the astral, it's everything, and it's maybe multiple realms within the realms. That would be a lot of power if that was.
Hold on. What's up, making butterflies? And of course, Mary. I was hoping I would see Mary here today. Much love, Mary. Big shout out. So we're just getting started, people. We're going to throw a vote in the chat in a minute, and the panel will be open, and we have a lot to get to, and we'll be here a while today. I got a lot of energy, so we got at least 6-7 hours to go. So it's going to get deep, my friends. I'm going to throw a vote in the chat in a minute. We're going to continue this.
It would make sense if you could use the beings in your system to create the power creators. And it seems like we've been tricked into this realm one way or another. We've been tricked in, and now we're used as sort of like an energy source or a power source to run the system itself, which makes sense. If you think of the universe, Plato's cave, which is massive. It's not just the material realm, it's the etheric, it's the astral, it's everything, and it's maybe multiple realms within the realms. That would be a lot of power if that was a computer system. It would make sense if you could use the beings in your system to create the power for the system itself. That's just ingenious. And I think that's what we're doing here, that there's this giant thing running along, and every time we die, the system eats off what we have left, recycles us back in, known as reincarnation, puts us back into a new form, a new body, so that we can keep this process going again. And I mean, we can talk about these things now, share these ideas of like the memory wipe. Like, where are you with your own study of the memory wipe, which most of your people following this will know. In my eyes, that's a big key to indicate that we're not.
The memory wipe is a huge topic, and I want to remind everybody, we did a memory wipe Cup of Forgetfulness stream. I'm gonna replay it for a throwback. I'm gonna try to do it tomorrow or the next day. I was thinking that earlier. That was getting deep into that. That's the fascinating topic to the memory wipe. So that's a key point into this to think about and to understand. And let's continue.
Not in any kind of school or place of learning. We're in some kind of trap, because if you don't remember your past lives, you're already, you know, that's a huge part of learning. Learning is seeing what you've done, making note of it, making changes if needed, and going forward. If you don't remember anything, you're operating blind. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I like to tackle this subject using like the scientific method instead of it being like a religious thing or even a spiritual thing. If we're able to just look at the data of like the amount of children that have been interviewed that remember their past lives, and then they actually meet the people that they claim to know in order to verify their experience. Not only that, but the countless NDE experiences of people going through the white tunnel of light and, you know, being memory wiped. I just think that the data speaks for itself when it comes to reincarnation being a real thing. So there's a lot of validity to this idea. So then we can ask the next question now that we can, you know, kind of comfortably assume reincarnation.
Does he know that for sure? Well, what do we know for sure? We know 100% reincarnation. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, in my opinion. I think the proof is out there and it's set in stone that there's reincarnation happening on a massive scale. And also a memory wipe, that's 100% truth, in my opinion. I mean, we all were memory wiped, so that's a part of the program. We know that. So I just take in the information, make up my own mind, you know what I mean, without really reacting too much, and just, so let's continue.
Is real. Like, what is the purpose of our reincarnations if we're not remembering anything that happened to us in previous lives? And that's why it kind of goes against the whole New Age belief that, you know, we're here to learn lessons and to grow. But how is that?
Sorry guys, that's what I was going to say. Is Earth, I was thinking about, is Earth a school? That pisses me off when people say it's a school. Let's start with that poll in the chat. All right.
Possible if we can't recall the lessons that we've been learning. It just doesn't seem very efficient. So I think it's just a very reasonable question to ask.
Yeah, it's two of my favorite quotations from this whole thing. One is from Richard Rose, which is, why would an omnipotent being create a bunch of ignorant people and then torture them to make them better? You know, standpoint of why this isn't a school. And then there's another one from a Greek writer, Angeliki Agonostou, and hers was, in other words, souls start off as pure spiritual entities and are incarnated to matter. Why? To return home where they started from, pure again, and having gained what? Virtual life experiences useless to the spiritual plane. And so I think that's something that we also really have to get this grasp on, is we're presented, oh, the soul or our essence is pure, it's perfect, it's all-knowing, it's wonderful, but we have to send you constantly into this realm of suffering for you to learn. Well, you're already telling.
Big shout out to J Tig in the chat. Now I'll push back a little bit on Howdy. I wouldn't say that all of our experiences are useless in the spiritual realm. I wouldn't go that far, but it's a possibility. And what's up, RT? There's something so-called memory wipe. Elderly folks developing Alzheimer's, dementia before death. These elderly people don't even remember, recognize their close family members. That's I've seen it with, I have personal experience with that. It's definitely a sad thing. Yeah, I mean, well, we're gonna figure it out. You know, I'm not at any conclusion whatsoever with anything. I'm just taking the data, taking thoughts, making them my own mind, and pondering this. But from where Howdy's coming from, I'm definitely leaning towards what he's saying, big time. But I'm not making it a negative thing, you know, at all. So, and I like his approach with these topics. So.
Us that we're pure and we already kind of like know everything and we're in a timeless realm. Why do we need to come in here and suffer to learn? That's the craziest thought possible.
So I have one possible explanation for it, for us not remembering things. When you think of the idea that there are actually different sizes of infinity, like if you line up all odd numbers compared to all whole numbers, the infinity of whole numbers is larger than the odd numbers. So like maybe there's some aspects of us, like, you know, we're already perfect, sure, but maybe we can refine ourselves even further through like this forged process of suffering in a material realm. That you kind of follow?
Yeah, I know the thought behind it, but again, once you start looking into what the Gnostics and the Cathars have to say, that in their view, right, this is not a place of a loving creator who's here to care for us and a place to help us grow and learn and will bring us back to a loving place, that this was created by an evil being, a demiurge, Rex Mundi, whatever you want to call it. And therefore everything in the material world, everything in a sense is evil. The whole thing, including a physical. So soon, and not just as you take a physical body, as soon as you take an astral body or an etheric body, you're already, you might say, in a sense, in sin, right? You're already kind of, and so you're already, once you're in here, the spark is already impure. And I know you're going to ask about the Cathars, but for them, that was such a huge element, because one of the things that got them in so much trouble with the Church of Rome was their assertion that the Jesus story, as it's told, could not be true, because if Jesus was to come in and if Christ was to come in and take a physical form, that he would.
And so I'll just say, like, yeah, I know it's hard to step away from the school zone as Earth as a school zone, but I mean, really think about it. It's possible that on a spiritual level, our real objective at its core is to get out of this loop, you know? And no experience, none of this has any, much of it has much value, except for, like, that's really at the core what we want to do, you know? Just, let's ponder all this, people.
Right away he would be sin. He would automatically be evil, like all the rest of us, in a sense, and would have to redeem himself, which would be destroys the whole story. But if he came in as a hologram, as simply, therefore, couldn't be born, couldn't be die, was just a piece of information that was being shared, then they could fully understand it, and they said the story could make sense. So your concept there, I think, would falter, because the part that is pure is not the part that takes form. The part that is pure seems to be encased in the rest of the form. So there's no point to make the video game character perfect for the soul to get any more perfect. You know what I mean? Like once you get the separation of the thing in the video game and the thing outside the video game, nothing inside the video game will actually
they're two
improve
separate
the
things.
thing outside. Yeah,
completely separate.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's just somehow the person playing the game has been sucked, as part of it's been sucked in the computer, and we're kind of like identified now with the game itself, and not even realizing, like, hey, the real us is out there, maybe not doing much. It's waiting for that part to come back. It's just kind of sitting there. We're in the game. Not much is really happening. Nothing is really going on. And we're in this weird limbo kind of place, which is how life sometimes feels for me, you know, that like stuff is going on, but it's not really going on. There's like, nothing's really happening. It's just stuff. And it's me trying to add meaning to just stuff.
Yeah. You quickly mentioned the Cathars, who I think are a very interesting group of people to study. And
the Cathars and the Gnostic rabbit hole is fascinating. And there's a reason why the Catholics and the Jesuits, whatever these clowns are that created these religions, there's a reason why they went on for decades slaughtering all the Cathars and all their texts, and the Gnostics as well, you know? And it's an interesting rabbit hole to go on. Actually, I'll pull up some stuff so we get a basic idea for people that don't know. But the Cathars is a fascinating story.
Would you be able to give a brief overview of who the Cathars were? Because you touched about them in the book. And in your book, you actually said that the Divine Comedy of Dante's Inferno could have possibly been a Gnostic Cathar text. Would you be able to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I will. I thought first, for everybody who is watching, in case you don't know, we're right now in the 60th anniversary of JFK's assassination. And literally, like, that was in your time a few hours ago. And it's one of the, from our historical time, it's one of the biggest changes of everything.
Okay, so real quick, we're gonna come right back to that. We're gonna come right back. So the Gnostic and the Cathars is pretty similar. I'm trying to remind myself, just for people that don't know. Okay, so there's two creators. Whoa. Hold on. There was a creator of the spiritual realm contained in the New Testament, while in the second was the demiurge depicted in the Old Testament who created the physical universe. The demiurge, often called Rex Mundi, king of the world, was identified as the god of Judaism. And so that's what all this is that the god of the material realm that created this realm reigns itself as God, but isn't the true God. It's the God of this realm. The creator of this realm isn't the ultimate creator, my friends, if there is one. All right?
Ian, how about the ultimate creator is playing both sides? How about that? How about if the ultimate creator is responsible for dark and light, and actually is, like the Bible, a testimony, a conditioning? I see this whole reality more or less like a prison block cell system where it's quite intricate.
What if the creator just got the creation going, but like I said many times, it doesn't have its hands in everything, you know? It kind of gets the ball rolling, and then it goes down the road itself, but it doesn't have its hand. See, that's what everyone wants to like there's a creator, this ultimate loving creator behind this all. But
Yeah, like,
any of us, one day or one in the spiritual realm, we might advance to a point where we have an earth ourselves that we create for souls to experience. And then we can just say that we're God and do the same thing that's happening here. So I don't think our minds can really understand much of it, but I'm thoroughly convinced that all this religion stuff and, you know, especially the Christian religion and stuff like that, this is the God of the material realm calling itself God. And this is all a part of this system, you know. There's just overwhelming evidence of this. But my point of showing this is that's the Gnostic and the Cathars, as they say, that the creator of the spiritual realm is separate from the demiurge who created the physical universe, calling itself God to get us all in this system and to keep cycling. You know, so it's very multifaceted, extremely deep, and very complex system.
very intricate. Yeah, you're right on that. Very intricate. It always seems to be changing too. Always seems to be something changing. As in information wise to, oh, I finally got this, then all of a sudden more information arrives and one has a different perspective and they're like, what? You're right.
Yeah,
it's very intricate.
We don't know what we don't know, but I see, like you're talking about the light and dark and creation and so forth, that the creator had to be here before anything, because we're here, and it obviously had a starting point at some point. It just wasn't always like here. And I think the creator is kind of like a builder that just builds 24/7. Just add on, build, expand, build. And then either the double energy or a split personality of this creator is on the other end with a hammer and a cigarette lighter. Burn it up, hit it with a hammer, burn it. And it's just like this ongoing creation destruction. And one thing I can say about Howdy is I've probably listened to like 20 plus hours of his talking, and he'll say, well, in the year 1000 there was this, in the year 1200 there was this. He has a boatload of great ideas, but I think where he may be going astray is trying to like date each one. If he can just say, hey, in the past there was this theory, I think we'd be a lot better off, and it'd be a lot less misleading, because we could be, drawn to a period like he just said, oh yeah, but then the Romans did this and then they did this. We don't know that. I just wanted to put that on the table.
No, yeah, I appreciate it. I'm glad you said that, because that's why we're reviewing these interviews that were in the last 9 months. And he even said in the beginning that he's, the last 20 years, his thoughts has evolved on a whole nother level now. And so he actually thinks he's going to get into this in the what you're talking about in interviews. Like he doesn't actually. That's why his old interviews were focusing on the last year and his perspective now, and he got really deep into like the world fairs and stuff like that in a book and his new books and stuff. I haven't read any of his books, but his interviews just in the last 9 months we're going to be covering. So his definitely perspective has changed. But yeah, I think he does a good job though, saying, you know, we don't know any of this for sure. You know what I mean? Nothing's set in stone, but it's just possibilities and thoughts of what could be going on. But yeah, okay, let's keep this going. We're only 11 minutes in, guys.
Kind of place, which is how life sometimes feels for me. You know, that like stuff is going on, but it's not really going on. There's like nothing's really happening. It's just stuff. And it's me trying to add meaning to just stuff.
Yeah. You quickly mentioned the Cathars, who I think are a very interesting group of people to study. And would you be able to give a brief overview of who the Cathars were? Because you touched about them in the book. And in your book, you actually said that the Divine Comedy of Dante's Inferno could have possibly been a Gnostic Cathar text. Would you be able to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I will. I thought first, for everybody who is watching, in case you don't know, we're right now in the 60th anniversary of JFK's assassination. And literally, like, that was in your time a few hours ago. And it's one of the, from our historical time, it's one of the biggest changes of everything that happened. I mean, literally, the whole world, the whole reality changed from that experience. So I'm just, in case some of you have forgotten, I'm just marking the energy of today. And there's some truth to, I mean, whatever happened to the Cathars, that was a pretty marking time as well. So when it comes to Dante, I can't say much yet about Dante's Divine Comedy because I just started to read it. So it's more of an assertion I had from looking into a couple of elements of it that maybe it is, but it's a massive text. It's like 1,000 pages, and it's going to take me a while to even do my first read through of it to find out if my theory is correct or not. So I can't say too much yet about Dante. But Cathars, so for a simple overview, and then we can take this wherever you want to take it. They're a type of Gnostic, certainly dualistic group that was living in southern France. No one's really sure where they came from. No one's really sure when they got there. And no one even is for sure what to know about them because all of their books were destroyed in the Inquisition, and most of what's written about them is written by the Church of Rome, who are the ones who eventually exterminated them, starting in 1209 in the First Crusade and Inquisition against their own people. They considered themselves to be real Christians or true Christians. They felt that they followed the parts of the New Testament that they felt were accurate and correct, and eliminated the other stuff that they felt was incorrect and corrupt. And they said that they followed those completely. They were, dualistic. They were non-separative, so women were equal to men in the order. In fact, the priesthood had to have an equal man and female.
I guess really think about that, people. The groups, and we don't know what's true. Like Call for Reserve is right. We always got to put on the table. We don't know if any of this really happened. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know. That's just on the table at all times. But the Catholics, or the Vatican, the V word, the VAT, whatever, the Vatican, fuck it, who cares? The Vatican went on a crusade to slaughter anybody that separated the creator from the creator of this realm. Anyone that believed that the creator of this realm is the demiurge, not the true creator, they went on a crusade to slaughter all of them for centuries. Just think about that, people.
It's almost a old state deletion of what maybe was useful information. So who's to say? Maybe the demiurge has a lot more answers. Tapping into the dark side has a lot more answers than tapping into the light side. Because there's a famous statement: the devil reversed everything. So maybe everything is a reverse reality. Maybe the people that dabbled in towards the demiurge and darkness received a lot more information that was accurate compared to the people blinded by the light, the false light. Go to the light, right? The false light. Just throwing things to the table, that's all.
Yeah, we don't know what's what or what really happened, but you know, there's something important there, you know. But at the
For
same time,
sure.
we can't just throw it all away and just say,
Right.
well, we don't know, so let's just not even pay attention. I mean, I think this is valuable information, and just like
For sure.
information is flowing now, and you know, there is this progression from these different topics like flat Earth, you know, got really, and then the Mandela effect, and then now it's kind of like the soul trap, and really people questioning this reincarnation and this cycle. You know, there's this progression going on.
Right.
Because the
And
other
who's
topics seem so petty to me. It's important. It's interesting topics. Don't get me wrong, but
right.
this is like the granddaddy of all topics to discuss.
For sure it is. Yeah, it is. It's an awesome topic, and it could go on for years, this topic, and still have information coming in. And once again, this leads to who's to say how much of history is accurate of all the historical records of the events that happened, right? And who's to say if it was some of it's just insurgents to cause indifference and separation to the people, all would get bitter, you know, the Holocaust and other things that did happen. So yeah, it can go many different ways. I've realized this is a total deceptive system, and nothing represented to myself gives me a shock or a surprise. It's just like, you know, it's open doors that can swing either way.
It's still a great, still have a good experience. Still, you know, people have families and kids and responsibilities and take all this stuff seriously. And there's still much to be done here. You know, enjoy your life, connect with people. You know what I mean? You can still have that balance. So, you know, it's important that we don't just like say, oh, this is just this deception realm and it's all bullshit and all this and that's just the way it is. And you kind of throw away your experience. So I think we should have a balanced outlook with it.
For sure. It's just to be able to discern from what is and what isn't, what is accurate information, and sift out the not accurate information that I call lies that leads one into the labyrinth of looping and looping, right? So, yeah, you're bang on with that. It is
So,
beneficial.
yeah, I'm just trying to discover who has that divine spark within them. You know what I mean? And connect with them and live my life and have relationships and have, you know, a meaningful life is very important. You know, but there, I believe that there are ones that don't have that divine spark. You
Yeah,
know what
well,
I mean?
there's spark. Everybody has a spark. It's just been tainted, right? It's connect with people who are on the same wavelength of the spark, right? Same frequency path. Of course, not everybody. You're not everybody's going to be exactly on the same path, but people who are seeking the same type of ascension or life or path, right? But then once again, somebody that we may be on a path with, their spark could go dark, right, on a certain part of the path. I realize that too, and then one must let them take their own path, right? So it is, you know, it is a very intricate system, very intricate. Many variables of probabilities and possibilities could arise in just a split moment. A split moment.
Well, I'm glad you said that because it's at the same time we have this thing where it's like, well, it is whatever we make it. For me, it's like, yeah, to a degree we can manifest and we can make our experience, we can make it what it's going to be and create, you know, to a degree, but it is what it is. Some people think like, well, if you think it's a soul trap, it is. If you think this, that's what it's going to be. If you think this, that's what it's going to be. I don't think that necessarily. I think what this system really is at its core is what it is. And you, no matter how you manifest or try to think it's something else, it at its core, when you leave the body, this system is what it is. And there's nothing we could do to change that.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree. And this brings up the idea or the question of method of operation. Like we may not know what it is, and we may not know the timetable, but we kind of get a feel for the method. It's kind of like, you know, sometime in the past, people were talking about forming a church, and they said, well, how can we get money? Like, how can we get funds? Well, let's tell them that if they give us, the more gold they give us, the further in line, you know, the further toward the front of the line they are at like St. Peter's Gate. That worked. Or, you know, tell them, you know, whatever it takes to make things happen. And it really doesn't matter on the timetable. It's more the method of operation. and partial truths. And I'll just give you one idea. You know, we see these what's called Tartaria, these beautiful buildings, huge structures, seemingly impossible to be built. Just going near them makes you feel good, like, wow, accomplishment and the beauty. And then we've turned to this, you know, brutalism, this squared off rectangular system. Who's to say there wasn't a Jesus, say 500 years ago, 700 years ago, who was a very beneficial king that made who proclaimed things that have been called now commandments, you know, such as cooperation, leave a better future for the children, strive for beauty, no wars, that kind of thing. And what we're told is, oh, that guy, we killed him like over 2,000 years ago. One of the politicians took care of him, and he's going to be coming later, maybe. You know, he hasn't come yet. Doesn't that just smells of method of operation? That's what I wanted to say.
What do you mean when you say method of operation? Oh, it's a psychological operation to a degree.
No, we don't. Like you said, we don't know what it is, and which is 100% true. But we can see a method. And that may not be 100% accurate, but at least it's better than seeing like blackness or just guessing. The method.
And maybe it was something good in the beginning. Maybe the idea in the beginning, but it's like if I was, you know, the God of Earth or something, and I wanted everyone to get a divine message, I would just make all of them everyone just have that divine message, so it's an even playing field. You know, and maybe it was at some point. Maybe it's just, you know, it's just turned into what it is over so much time and so much, you know, it's very complex. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some powerful stuff with that. But I think it was at the same time that whole idea was hijacked us in a way, and it's all a part of the system. And so I just think that the creator that I would think of would have a better method of giving us all a divine message. And maybe it did, you know, but it's just like kind of picking a side where it's like, if you believe in this, you're going to heaven with that. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not picking a side, you know, I shouldn't have to believe in certain things for me to be, you know? So yeah, no, I agree with you, Call for Zero, on that.
Right. I just want to add something Ian just last stated. Yeah, picking sides is what creates a warped perception, right? Of course, there's just some things that aren't meant to be done that are perceived as evil, but picking sides would lead to one to be sort of in a split dual perception-based reality where one side is against the other, vice versa, and they can never arrive to what I define as a singular perception where they see both sides and they see the actual game where it's the split and the war, basically the warring of two sides. Basically, if someone chooses a side of a team, then there's always, if it's especially opposing with each other, then there's always going to be friction between the two sides, one against the other, vice versa.
Yeah, I wouldn't gamble on it being a trap. To me, that leaves room playing loosey-goosey with life. I don't think so at all. Well, maybe we shouldn't use the word trap. That's the thing. Just like flat earth, Mandela effect, we're stuck with these terms. I wouldn't call it a soul trap or a trap, but it could very well be. But you could still think this and have an open mind with it and still live an amazing life and have relationships, have kids, and live even a more fulfilled life if you didn't believe in that. I'm talking about once we exit this body, there is a system presented before us in a setting, all tailor-made to you based on your data. It's an illusion to get us to cycle. It's like there's overwhelming evidence of this. So we don't need to call it a trap. I think when you use the trap word, but if we use different terminology, the people that are against, you know, they would actually like, okay, resonate with it more. So I just wouldn't use the trap word, but I think that there's overwhelming evidence of it being some sort of cycle, some sort of thing where it's like, regardless of what you do, they make you feel, or how you could be the most amazing person on earth. When you die, they're going to present to you and give you a setting to make you feel guilty, like you didn't do enough, like you have more to learn and you need to go back. No matter what we do, people, we're all going to deal with this. I truly believe that. And there's a lot of evidence of it. So that doesn't downplay our experience. It's actually making you a sovereign spirit. You know, I'm sovereign. Like this right here. Wait, where is the, hold on a second. I think it's over here. Check this out, people. All right, let's pull this up real quick. I'm glad Mary mentioned that. This is what I'm saying. Stand in your power. Wait, where is it? Call up all agreements related to feeling like a victim. Wait, where's the, is this it? It's claiming our sovereigns, claiming all of our energy. Like, you know what I mean? Like all agreements are null and void. All life scripts. I'm not down with this stuff. I am sovereign. All your parasitic counterparty beings are hereby notified that you are forbidden from ever affecting my energy again. If you do attempt to violate my sovereign energy sphere, I will forcibly send you to the galactic core to be transmuted. Okay?
Sounds like something I do.
So
how about this?
It's claiming it's not trusting the process after this life and saying, instead of just going with the flow like we always do, is like questioning things and really, you know, we're going to be faced with some serious shit, people, after this. But it doesn't downplay our experience here. It actually should make your experience more fulfilling. Really.
Definitely should. Make it more exciting.
So there was actually, I got to the wrong article about that, but I did a video on it. So much love.
Would you agree that one should be prepared before they leave, as in for the tricks and the deceptions that potentially may be awaiting, perceived halfway to the other side? The medium.
Wait, say that again. Should we be prepared for that?
Yeah, should one be prepared before, like beforehand, before reaching the state of perceived when one is going to die, exit their vessel, being prepared for the potential manipulations?
I think that's why we're here right now. Because I know that we need to be prepared. I know that, you know what I mean? So it's...
Yeah, I think as we work toward the root of our purpose individually, we're better prepared to deal with the next step. And it's hard to really put a whole lot on top of that, except just get yourself positioned. It's almost like a sport. Like you can't perform a sport unless you're positioned correctly prior to the move. And I think that's kind of the goal right now.
Yep. Let's continue this, guys.
Female. There was known as a perfecti, and they had to be man and woman. So one, it wasn't just one running. They had to be together in a sort of a blend of the masculine and feminine energy. Their number one driving philosophy was that this realm was a trap for the soul, and you were going to be reincarnated in here over and over again until you escaped. And as such, the only value to your life in this world was to understand that cycle and end it. So everything else took absolutely...
So real quick, it's very important when we hear something like that, and some of the stuff on Megadeth might not be our perspective that we sit in, but that's his, and I don't resonate with everything. But when he says something that I don't agree with, that might bother me, I don't just stick on that and let it affect me. I just keep the information flowing, you know? So that's one thing, is people will hear one thing that might be negative, and they'll just sit on that, and then they don't hear everything else that's going on. So...
second meaning. So they became pacifist. In many cases, many of them were vegetarian. They discouraged against the sex for the point of having more children, because they said as soon as you have a child, you're making another place where another soul can be trapped into this realm, and there's already enough trapped souls. We need to get the ones out, not bring more in. So for many of these reasons, they were they were considered dangerous to the Church in Rome, which doesn't make a lot of sense.
And so, like, again, I'll disagree with what he just said. I don't think of it like that. You know what I mean? Like, if a soul's coming back, they're coming back regardless if you are having a baby or not. That soul's coming. You know what I mean? So it's probably better than you than someone else. So I just want to point that out. Nothing wrong with having kids. I'm not, against that at all. Because if souls coming, they're coming. It isn't just because your parents had sex, you're here. They didn't create your soul, you know?
Sense. Why would a bunch of vegetarian pacifists be dangerous to the Church of Rome? Well, at the exact same time this is going on, we've got the rise of the Knights Templar. It's also in southern France. We've got the rise of the stories of the Holy Grail. The original stories came out of northern France, but they were very much related to seemingly the Cathars in this group in southern France. We've got the troubadours moving around, giving their stories of poetic and a new type of love in the poetry. So we've got all of these elements all mingling in southern France. And it made me start to ask questions, not just because of they're seeing it as a reincarnation trap, but more like, okay, why are all these key groups in southern France? What could be the purpose behind it? And obviously, because the Catholic Church got rid of both of them, they got rid of the Cathars and the Knights Templar, and realistically, anybody else down there they didn't like. So the question is really why? Why was it so important for the Church of Rome to eliminate these groups of people? And yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that the story of like the Garden of Eden could have been possibly a Gnostic text too? Like maybe the God in the garden was like supposed to represent the demiurge?
Yes, that I think we can say that for sure. Obviously,
Wow.
that story can be interpreted like 100 different ways. It's like the positive thing about that story and the negative thing about the story. There's so many veils of opening from the standpoint of symbolism. It's hard to know what's going on. I think the only thing we know for sure, and that's something that the Cathars and the Gnostics were all very clear about, that what's being called is they believe that there was I don't want to call it a good God. That's not the right word, but like a totality, an absolute, a complete. A complete, and not even a being, right? A complete experience, which they call the combination of father and mother, which was outside of all of this. And this particular thing we know of as Plato's cave or the Matrix, that was made by this demiurge. And to them, the Old Testament is the story really of the demiurge. So it is a story of the creator, but not the thing that we truly should be connected to, not the thing that we would consider our home. I don't think anybody really feels this is home. I mean, everybody knows there's something wrong with this place. Depending on where we're at, everybody feels something's not right here. It's not home. So the Garden of Eden story, we know that's the demiurge. And here comes the question that we can discuss about that Garden of Eden story. And that is, of course, the tree and the serpent. So if the demiurge, or we'll just say God, whoever the creator is, if the creator makes the Garden of Eden, okay, he's made these humans, and he's made everything there, but makes one thing and tells them, don't go there. Which, if we all know Darren Brown, as soon as you give anyone a command, don't do something, of course, the first thing they're going to do is do it. That's almost guaranteed. So if the creator really didn't want them to eat the fruit of the tree of knowledge, he either wouldn't have made it, or after making it said, oh, this was a mistake. I'm all powerful. I can remove it. But the fact that it was made and it was left there indicates that that was what was wanted to happen. The demiurge wanted the two humans to eat from it, but he couldn't make them eat it. This is also a very...
Think about how deep that is, people. The whole thing of the Garden of Eden and then the serpent, it's almost like being tricked. The trick. It's kind of like the afterlife too. You see, there's like this consent thing. It's like this trick. It's like, it has to be. It seems like it is the story of the demiurge, people. That's super deep when you really think about that.
But the tree
it makes total sense.
The tree also represented the wisdom of good and evil, to see the split dual polarity reality, right? So maybe the tree was the test not to go there. Maybe.
Yeah, the take I have from that is that either it's one way or the other. Either God or the creator knows everything, or that energy or that person or deity doesn't. And you can't really flip back and forth. So it was an act. It was an intentional act. And most people, I think, would believe that, whichever side of like religion you're on, or the Bible, or how you feel about that.
Yeah, and I don't think the story. I think it's more symbolic into how this began, how this system began.
Right.
And again, goes back to the Gnostic and the Cathars, is that you have the ultimate spirit, creator of the spiritual realm, which is very complex and we cannot understand it in these limitations. And then you have the creator of these earth or places to experience that isn't the ultimate creator, you know? And then they, you know what I mean? So that's where I'm at with it.
Right.
It's totally separate.
Sometimes the creator that is represented seems like a total controlled system. So just maybe, right, what Adam and Eve experienced was shifting out of the controlled system, where they would have a choice to either go this way or that way, rather than following a set system path, right? Many variables. It's not just one analogy that can come from certain parables of the Bible information.
You know, it's pretty rare, but consider the possibility that God had a gun to his head. Okay, set that up, you know, set up the trap. And, well, I don't want to do that. Well, listen, we're telling you that's how it's going to be. Who knows?
Right. And it's good to take into contemplation all perspectives, points of views, analogies, and get more insights on the situation, for sure. For sure. It's just not one way, one probability, for sure.
I mean, deep inside my being, since I was a child, I knew something, you know, that I need to get to the bottom of. And it's all this stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not being deceived or whatever. I mean, I think a lot of us are there, you know, like something isn't right, you know? So, anyways, big shout out to everyone in the chat, and we still got a lot to get to, and there's a lot of topics that are going to be coming up during these, so we'll be discussing a lot. So we're only 18 minutes in, so wonder if I can pick up speed a little bit. Let's do 1.25. See how that works.
Important part of the story. They had to choose to do it themselves. And I think that's a really important part of the whole reincarnation cycle, reincarnation trap, the thing that we find in that Star Trek Voyager episode of Coda, that we can't be forced to go into the white light, or we can't be forced to reincarnate, or we can't be forced into a lot of our soul contracts. We are the ones who have to agree to it. We are the ones who, in one level, and that's why there's so much, it's all tricks and deception. And you can kind of say it's all tricks and deception. So now we get, I'll finish this and then I'll shut up. You can talk. Is when we get to the serpent, because depending on who you ask, some will say the serpent is wisdom, right? And the serpent is showing this to Adam and Eve, so that the serpent, like a Kundalini serpent, that is rising their energy, and so it can see the totality. You can also then see it as the serpent being a manifestation of the demiurge in form to finish the deception and the trick to get Adam and Eve to do the thing that he wants them to do. So you've got both avenues, which very well could be true. And yeah, where are you standing with the story?
Yeah, no, I like that you said that. I mean, I have a viewer here in the chat who asked the question, where is the source of the energy coming from? That's from Salvation by Grace. He's been a great viewer for a long time. And I think that sort of answers his question, that there's a good God and the demiurge, and they're different. The good God exists in what the Gnostics would say the pleroma, outside of this material world that we live in. And I think it's important to remember, like, if you're praying or connecting to God, I always make sure to make that distinction. I don't just simply think like, oh, God. I'm thinking like the good God of like the pleroma outside of this material world. So I think that's an important thing to think about when looking at that story.
Yeah. And if you think about, even when we've learned, when like we stub our toe, we go, oh God, or, you know, how many times people have been sort of manipulated to make this part of their standard terminology and day-to-day usage. And if that being is representing what we see in the Old Testament, then it's representing the demiurge. That means every time we make that comment, we are potentially giving energy back to the demiurge. For whatever strange reason, it's been something that has been, what's the word I'm looking for? Placed psychologically into people's minds that when they're at a height of sexual pleasure, that's a word they should utter. So again, it's like, well, when you're doing that, where's that energy going? Why would you be sending energy in the sexual experience there? Why wouldn't you be saying the name of your partner, the person you are with? And if energy is going anywhere, it should go to them. So,
and when it comes to like the school thing, I really want to get deep on this. Like, the Earth's a school and it's so great and this and that. Like, if you really think about it, that's exactly what the system wants us to think. The system isn't upset if we think along those lines. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, this thinking that we're going on this train of thought here, the system does not like that. Like, the whole house of cards would crumble, I believe, if we were really on this wavelength and like really trying to hone in on the deception and realizing this deception going on. It wants us to be like, this is so great, and the experiences, and we have these scripts to live out and all these checkpoints and all these horrible things to go through. You know what I mean? So
Ian,
the whole school thing is, yeah, go ahead.
how about we a probability is we are in the waiting room right now, and this is where all the tricks and the deceptions to attempt to get us to come back here again is happening. How about if many of us are at the level where it's the light, we're in the light where it's trying to tell us certain things to get us to come back here, the tricks and the deceptions. So maybe we are in the waiting room. Maybe some of us are going to be exiting this cycle. Guaranteed some of us are going to be exiting. Well, how about if this is the waiting room before we get out, and it is the ultimate tricks, deceptions, manipulations, enticements, whatever can be thrown at somebody?
Yeah, possible. I see kind of what you're saying. Something
Because
to ponder.
definitely seems sometimes like the world isn't all there. Like you defined, like there's something not right. It's just seems to be a lot of things just not adding up.
Yeah, that's what people need to understand. Like, there's something not right, but I don't just sit in that and apply that to everything in my life. You know what I mean? I still enjoy my life. I still have a family and people I love. And you know what I mean? And all of that has just grown stronger in the process of this, you know? And I'm
Definitely.
continue to live my life. So it's not downplaying the experience or relationships and things like that. You know what I mean? So there could be a balance with it. It's not just it's some trap and everything's a deception and that's it. You know what I mean? It's much bigger than that. So it's a balancing act. And so we're all going to play our part in this.
Definitely. One has to
But and we don't know who's who. Some of us have been cycling. Some of us, this is our first go around. Some of us just came in here to, you know, assist in some process. We don't know. Everyone might be on a different mission, and there's a different story behind their journey. So we don't know who's who or whatever. So that has to be on the table too, where there could be souls being tricked to recycle, but that might not be for everybody. It might be a vast majority, and some might have just came here. It might be their first go around, second, to kind of get to this time now. We're at a very crucial time of this system right now. I think that's very prevalent. They're going to be getting into that too. I hope it's this interview, but we're going to keep it going, guys. They get into this. I forgot the web. There was this where they do the. Well, I'm going to wait till they talk about it. Let's continue.
So yeah, what Brenda just said there is this idea. It's trying to understand that as soon as there's anything outside of yourself, there's an energy connection outside of yourself. And first of all, if you don't know what it is, well, you don't know where that energy.
Please, Svetlana, let's keep the energy cool. But I'm sorry. Like, I don't like to control things like that, but what you were saying about Mary and Sunkiss wasn't cool. Sorry. It's just not... We're trying to get to the bottom of this realm. We're not trying to attack each other. You know what I mean? I'm really not trying to do that. So let's keep it cool, please. Let's keep the energy... You know what I mean? We're trying to figure this place out. All right.
He's going, and there's a high likelihood that that energy is going to get lost, as opposed if at least if you have a guaranteed, I know where I'm directing that energy to, you have a much better chance of controlling it and at least having it used by something you hope to have it used for.
Yeah, I think that it's important to think about these concepts. And another important thing I think to learn is astral projection. Because after we die, you know, it's possible that we're going to be facing a lot of deception, and we need to be able to become lucid once that event occurs. So have you practiced astral projection at all? Have you had a success with that? And you think that would help hold our lucidity in that event?
Oh, for sure. I would suggest it. Yeah. Have you ever, by the chance, have you ever seen yourself out from outside your body as your body? Have you had that experience yet?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. So I've had that a few times without attempting astral projection. This was way back when I was a teenager, but I've had that a couple of times where I was in obviously a non-physical form and saw my physical body. And it is an experience that at the time you kind of just blow past it. You kind of you try to ignore it because it's so disorienting to realize what just happened. And it kind of takes almost 8 to 10 years to kind of, for me at least, to start remembering that experience and actually, wait a minute, I want to look into this. Really beginning to ask questions about it. And it happened again when I was in the Great Pyramid, again, without any effort on my part. I was split in two. So there was, and in that case, it was really strange because as I was entering the Great Pyramid, as I was crawling into the King's Chamber, I was watching, myself move, not myself, but I was watching through my eyes as I was going into the King's Chamber. But I was also at the same moment standing in the King's Chamber, watching myself crawl in and enter. I was in both places at the same time and seeing from two different sets of eyes at the same time. So I was literally in two places at once.
Wow.
So all of those, all those Castaneda stories of the double were very clear. And and that was my first trip. That was my first entrance into the Great Pyramid of the whatever 15 or 20 times I've been in. And it's I was given the great gift, right there in the experience, one of the great pieces. And it took me another, 10 years to really start recognizing, holy cow, I've been looking for secrets and whatever wonders of the pyramid. And where's the information? I think that's it. There it is. So over the course of my life, I have done some lucid dreaming. I have done some out of body experience, not as much as I maybe should have. I've done a lot of.
Stay tuned, my friends. What's up, Chris? Nice to see you, bro. Everyone stay tuned. Trust me, this is going to get deep, okay? We have a lot of stuff to get through and some fascinating conversations coming up. So, a lot to get into.
Also, what would be called shamanic dreaming or dream journeying, where you're trying to move into other realms of existence. But of course, I'm slowing down on that a bit now because I'm not sure exactly what level of existence I'm going to and who for sure I'm interacting with. But my recommendation would be, like you're saying, this would be a valuable thing to gain some experience of whether it's lucid dreaming or astral traveling, because we need to get used to being conscious without a body, because that's going to for sure be the after-death experience we're going to have. We won't have everyone talks about, I'm so free, I have no physical body anymore. It's so wonderful. And it's usually, that's one of the first traps. They feel so good because all of the elements and the heaviness of the body is gone. But if you're not ready for that, not only is it confusing, you're going to easily be tricked because you feel so good. And the more experience you have, I think, being used to in some way having some consciousness without a body, you're going to be able to recognize it quicker. It's okay, after death, like an astral experience, okay, focus what I'm doing here. Don't get trapped, don't get caught, be clear and aware. And to me, that's one of the most important pieces we can begin to prepare ourselves for these states, is this recognition of staying clear, staying aware, not being in a place where we can be easily manipulated, or at least we can be at a place where we can say, stop, I'm not doing any of this. I'm not following any of this. I'm just going to be still and I'm going to think about it. I'm going to take my time. So that's also a really important part to just practice in your own, even simply in your own life. You know, someone calls you up, says, hey, you want to come to my party on Saturday? It's a good practice to just say, let me just look over some things in my schedule. Let me get back to you in a couple hours. Click. Give yourself some time to just get used to, give me some space. Let me contemplate. Let me really think it over. And then
Oh, I don't know what they're gonna come up when I pass, man. They're gonna come with some. They're gonna have to come. Man, this system's gonna come with. I can't wait to see what they got for me. What's up, Truden? Good to see you, bro.
They're gonna throw a lot of
And Singularity too. I mean, and you got everyone here. I mean, I can imagine
Well,
it's gonna be interesting.
we'll be head out side by side. You got my back. I'll have your back.
I mean, they're not gonna be able to come with fake gods or any family members or any of that. There's nothing that's. I mean, it's gonna be interesting. And
Yeah, I want to ask your opinion on something this commenter stated on the video. What's your opinion? Do you think we go into spirit when we exit here, or we go into another body? Okay, because some people think the perceived heavens or beyond, you're like a spirit type of ghost. But my understanding is we go in a different frequency vessel, which would be a different dimensional vessel that may feel lighter, feel better, but actually still in a body, always in a body, a vessel. That's my opinion, but I'm just curious about yours.
Yeah, I have a theory on that. About 40 years ago, I was in a violent motorcycle wreck where I was entering an intersection about 40 miles an hour, and I have 4 points of memory: entering the intersection, impact, and up and back view, like from a height, and then on the ground looking up at people, you know, circling around me. So step 3, I was maybe 30, 40 yards behind the scene and about maybe 30 feet in the air at that point.
And is that kind of like, it seems like when the trauma is at a certain threshold, even with like surgeries, near-death experiences, or like a tragic event like that, like a motorcycle accident, it's almost like it separates you from the situation so you don't experience too much trauma.
It's maybe
You know what I
so.
mean?
Maybe
No,
so. And
no.
I will add to that. During the impact, I heard a quick crunch, a crunch sound, no pain, no nothing. And I went into a very quiet void for what was probably, I would say, at least 3 to 4 minutes, because it took time for me to land and then for people to stop their cars and go out and look at me. So I was in a black void for about 4 or 5 minutes, and then I came back. And I think, this is just my personal theory, I think that cats have 9 lives thing we've heard all our lives. I think that is a kind of a method of operation twist on, we may have these, let's call them small deaths, where we transition and we kind of continue on in our timeline. And then we, like I said on a prior show of yours, Ian, I think on the 8th life, we start to lose our density. We become shadow or shadow people. And then on the 9th, we return to orb or spirit. And then you have the question of when or how reincarnation. But I think it's kind of goes like that. That's just my theory.
So my
Yeah,
question,
no, I'm with you. I'm going to say about what Sting said, kind of like I always say, if they're creating this metaverse, another place for us to enter and live, you know, another world for us to enter. And we could have already done that multiple times. So, my point is that, let's say they create the metaverse and this whole new world, and like the majority of the population, we enter this world and we have this whole new experience going on, but we still have our bodies here. You know what I mean? So when we exit that realm, now we're back here. So I believe, and I think it's a possibility that there's multiple layers So when we die, we're in that other layer that we came from, but there's another layer before that and before that to get to. So we're not home when we leave this body. We're not like back home when we're spirits. It's actually just another avatar that, and and that avatar we made the sorry, one second. We made the decision to come here in that avatar. Sorry, I got something in my throat. You guys get what I'm saying? Sorry, I lost my head.
I got something to add when you're done, Ian.
No, go ahead.
Hey, Dave, so when you defined about your perception of going beyond to the spirit and orb, can you expand a little more on that if you have information? I'm just curious to see your perspective and hear your analogy, if you have more information.
Yeah, I'll be quick with it. And once again, I went over this with Ian in prior shows. In my mediumship that I practiced, which I don't now, but I have for in years past, I had a separation from, I guess you could say, where we are here, and went into the glowing realm of, I wouldn't say what's next, or I would say better like what's near us. And it's just a neutral realm, you know, no heat, cold. There's no breathing. There's no walking. That's kind of like you asked me about what the orb state is like. I think that's what it is.
I think that actually, it's like kind of all feelings in when we actually like, there might be other layers that you're talking about where it's like that, but I think that when we leave this, it seems to be, you know, based on the near-death experiences, all the love bombs and all these feelings of, you know, it's like the sensories are still there. We still have, you know what I mean? There's still a time going on. There's still time because we had lives we lived before, and then we're doing something. Now we're going, we came from somewhere, we're still going somewhere. So time still exists. We're just in, it's just like another set of rules and boundaries.
Right. I totally agree. Yeah. And one's, like you define, many levels, version of themselves may have different features, as in the sensory stimuli to the body may feel lighter, may feel heavier, you know, may feel various things they never felt before. So there are so many variables. You're bang on, and there could be so many levels that somebody may be potentially fragmented to, deceived to, or even placed to. Yeah, which is a deception. So yeah, everybody has their perception here.
The cup of forgetfulness. We need to be shown things, and this whole life review thing, and it's almost like we're still in this, let's call it, matrix system. Even when we leave the body, the system is operating on many levels, and we don't know how many layers this system is, but it's more than just one.
Definitely, you know? Is more than one, for sure.
So why we came, how we came, that whole thing, I don't know if we'll ever figure that out, but there could just be awareness of possibilities and not coming to a conclusion. But we're here now, and we're going somewhere. And there is a system here that I don't know if it's been here since the beginning, if it's always been here. I don't know. But it's here, and we're in it. And it's not this loving creator that, you know what I mean? It's just like a very deceptive vibe, as far as the system's concerned. And I'm not downplaying the experience. I'm not downplaying the good things and, you know, people's experience at all when I say that. So I'm just trying to stay balanced with it. You know, I'm not trying to bring it to a negative zone. And so we still got to make the best of it. So let's continue this. And by the way, the link's in the description, and I'll be throwing the link into the chat periodically if anybody wants to come up to and hang out as we watch these.
Whatever your answer is going to be, then live up to the answer, right? Then live your answer fully, but at least know whenever you make an answer, whenever you say yes to something, you know what you're saying yes to.
Right. And I think a big thing after death is going to be avoiding temptation. just like down here on Earth, like as above, so below. We're going to be tempted to go into this like beautiful white light, but no, we got to take a step back and be like, all right, let's question this first. Is this really the avenue I want to go down? And you also mentioned Carlos Castaneda, who I wanted to get into really bad with you too. I've been reading a little bit the book Active Side of Infinity, where he talks about, and you know, this book is about Don Juan, a shaman that Castaneda tutored under. And Don Juan was telling him that there are parasitic entities in this world. And what they feed off of is something called our glowing coat of awareness. And there's certain, you know, tricks he tells us that we can learn to kind of get all these negative energy and forces away from us in life. And maybe like do a thought experiment. Like I'm going to imagine my energy being unpalatable to like these negative energies, like if they want to feast off us, like make it sour, make it disgusting for them. Do you feel like maybe that's like a helpful thing to do?
Certainly the story of the idea of the glowing coat of awareness is a very interesting metaphor, because one thing about Castaneda is he says things and he makes up words for things without telling you really what it is. So it's like it's sneaky but not sneaky at the same time. And of course, we know pretty much for sure that he's writing a story, right? He's writing like a novel, but he's producing tremendous amounts of information that have come from somewhere, because the novels are so clear about what he's writing about. So dealing with the glowing coat of awareness is dealing with the parasitic mind, as dealing with this, what he calls foreign installation, or these alien beings who gave us a mind that's not ours. The mind we use daily is not our normal mind. So I think it really starts there. The number one thing to start with is to recognize we've got this like AI computer system in our head that is, or not our head, like in our energy field, that is designed to put us into negative energy situations where we can be eaten, or the glowing coat of awareness can be eaten. So step one is to follow the practices, in this case, if you're following Castaneda stuff, which is in all the books before that, which would be things that the recapitulation and the not doing and the dreaming and the various, the stalking exercises, in order to make the mind, the foreign installation, be no longer as strong as it used to be. To start weakening it. You can't get rid of it immediately, but you weaken it. You make it that it doesn't operate at its highest level yet. And eventually, I think for him, he talked about you flood it with inner silence, I think is the way he's described it. So, but you can't kind of flood it with inner silence, you might say, until you've really come to understand it. I can say in my case, that's where the recapitulation, my first one took me 4.5 years to do. And then all the not doing exercises that came with it. I mean, I did some unbelievably crazy not doings in the course of my life to, at the same point, push the mind into places that's the whole idea of not doing. You're pushing it into places it doesn't like. It has certain routines, certain ways of doing things, certain belief structures. And when you force it by acting differently into other areas, the mind starts to weaken. It rebels. It gets very upset. And as it gets upset, you can start to see how it operates. And the more you start to see how it operates, the more you can, in a sense, start shutting it down. So I think that would be the number one method, even though he doesn't really talk about an active side of infinity. You have to kind of bring the stuff from the early books and apply it to what he's talking about, because all this stuff about the what he calls the flyer, that's his last book. He doesn't write anything about it until the final of his books, almost like he knows he's dying, so he's finally going to share it. Although I heard he shared some of it in lectures that he did in Mexico City a number of years before that, but in print, it never appeared until this last book. But I think you apply kind of like a stand.
It's going to get deep, people. Seriously. Trust me, guys. Pay attention.
You can't really watch Eyes Wide Shut and understand it if you don't apply all the Stanley Kubrick movies before it and sort of drop it into Eyes Wide Shut to understand what's going on.
Yeah, I wanted to add one thing about the parasitic foreign installation too. Like I read a science article recently that we don't just think with our brains, we think with like our hearts too. Like we can store like memories in different parts of our organs, not just in our fleshy brain. So maybe this foreign installation is making us focus on thinking with our egoic mind.
Oh, please don't start
When in
buffering.
reality, human beings, we are supposed to utilize our heart more in order to make our day-to-day decisions. Because how else do you like figure out the contradiction of man,
Okay. Let me
the
get out
brilliant
some of these tabs
engineer,
here.
and then the contradiction of man doing foolish things and going to war with other people and being greedy and bloodthirsty? Like, it doesn't make any sense, really. And that's something Castaneda talked about.
Yeah, it totally makes sense when you realize that something else is running our show, but it's very difficult to say, well, we just start living from our heart. Problem is, normally what people think that means, well, I'm going to start living from my feelings. Well, the feelings are another part of the foreign installation. They're not really our true feelings either. So it's like the level of tricks and the level of deception in this is so great. And that's why you can't just will a change. You actually have to.
Let me pause it for a second. Let me putting the link in the chat. Shout out to Millie Chips. Shout out to Chris. Oh man, I don't want these to buffer. God.
In a sense, I think exercise the change. You actually have to. It's interesting. Exercise, the same word as taking out a demon, as doing practice. Practices, it's the same word. So by doing the practices, you start to exercise the demon at the same time. So having whatever those practices that will be that is right for the person to do, that has to be part of the.
Oh dear Lord. Give me a second, guys. Let's do this. Gonna reboot this real quick. Reboot YouTube. Bear with me for a second. Okay. We're gonna pull this back up.
Oh, Ian, I was on mute. I thought you were hearing me. I was asking you if you cleared your cache in history before starting the stream.
I did before.
All right.
What? Okay. Here we go. All right, pulling it back up. I have everything going correctly. There must be something I'm missing with this, but no, go ahead.
This guy's bang on about a lot of his information. He has a lot of good information that is actually accurate for sure.
Yeah, it's extremely interesting. We have about 7 hours worth of very interesting discussions, guys.
Right.
It's something with StreamYard, maybe.
You know, I've noticed something since I wasn't participating in panels for a couple months, and when I started participating again, this StreamYard wasn't the same. And also my phone, while participating in the panel, doesn't allow me to get the comments. There is absolutely no way of receiving comments on the platform now. After the adjustments were done, I guess my phone wasn't doing this before, and it's only like 2 years old. So it's not an old phone. So yeah, something is different on my end here.
Well,
sure.
the thing is that if I'm not here streaming and I'm watching YouTube, it never buffers. I could have 100 tabs open and doing all types of research on the computer, playing YouTube videos, all this stuff is not. But once I'm streaming, that's when it starts happening.
Right.
So, anyways, it'll be very unfortunate, but we're gonna
just a test. You could disable the moving banner. You know, that may be like.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna disable the banner and the background and go something plain.
Right.
So like no background, no banner. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me turn off this camera thing too. That's on my computer. There we go. All right.
You can't intellectually think your way into knowing. You have to do and action your way into it.
Yeah. So one other thing I wanted to bring up with you today is I noticed you released a new video on a Dark City today on YouTube. And I always thought that that movie was a good metaphor for some Gnostic ideas. And I have a video on the same movie as well.
Yeah.
And there's this one like big question I have with this movie. The main character, John Murdoch, he was able to do something called tuning, which really like
sit with it for a while and in a sense communicate, talk to it, and find out first, what does the flower want? I mean, maybe the flower.
Oh yeah, that
wants
was. Hold on a second. Let me rewind. I didn't want to fast forward too much.
kind of feast off the negativity, but it's truly powerful to be able to convert that into something positive and then use that energy as a catalyst to make you even greater. Because in that standpoint, your depression is a good thing, because it's giving it, like a broken heart gives you so much motivation, so much energy if you channel it in a positive way. And I think that whatever controls this world doesn't want us to know how to channel that.
Yeah, that's good. That's why I'm always curious when how people view all this stuff, because yeah, it's hard to know what tuning really is. It makes me it takes me along the lines of, again, Richard Rose and his talks about betweenness. Rose was very clear about the powers that we have to manifest in this reality, that we can literally manifest just about anything we want. But the trick was, we can move mountains, but we have to have mountains that agree to be moved. So it's this bizarre interplay. When we are trying to force our will on the material world around us, we're going to have problems because we're not taking the material world into consideration. It's much easier for something to happen. Like, I don't go out and pick a flower from nature. I don't go out and take a rock from nature unless I've learned from the natives I've been with to sit with it for a while and in a sense communicate, talk to it, and find out first, what does the flower want? I mean, maybe the flower wants to stay there in nature. That's what it really wants to be. So I shouldn't be imposing my own egoic structure on the flower. If the flower wants to be in nature, great. If the flower wants to come back with me, then that's all not just my choice of I'd like to have this flower. It's the flower's choice of I'd like to go with you. It's you. And as soon as you have this symbiotic relationship of what does the external want and matching it to what the internal wants, that's where the manifestation comes. So to me, if I'm using the word tuning as a metaphor, it's something like that. It's tuning. A combination of the external and the internal become the same. Just like you're moving on a radio dial to zoom into AM 1200, you're doing kind of the same thing. So bizarrely, it's the opposite. We're taught we need to know what we want, and we're going to force that on the run reality, and we're going to make our wishes come true. If we do the opposite, if we figure out what does reality want, what does the dream actually want, and if we decide I'm going to want that partially too, manifesting becomes really easy then, because you're not fighting reality. So you have to kind of know a combination of, what do I want? That's important. What does the dream want? And you find this middle ground. So somewhere this is going on, and somewhere within the dark city reality, the dark city reality itself wanted the strangers gone. So Murdoch was able to tune into it, make it happen. But then we get to the whole ending of the movie, which I know you've read my book too, and you've done your stuff, is did John Murdoch really accomplish anything? Right? Even though he got rid of the strangers, even though he brought light to the city, even though he got a nice water there, he made Shell Beach, no one else in the city knows anything about what's going on. Nobody still knows where they came from. Nobody still knows what their home is. They're still in Dark City and they don't know what's going on. Like, how much did John Murdoch, other than make things a little nicer for a while, how much did he really accomplish? And that's, I think, the twist part of Dark City is, of course, people see it in this happy realm, but I mean, he's now together with the wife that we knew from the previous incarnations there, and she doesn't remember him, doesn't know who she is. In fact, now she's a completely different personality. So what did he gain, really? It's a very powerful thing to end that movie with as a question for people. It seems like he gained a lot, but did he?
Thanks, Cofferser. I think that really helped doing that. Svetlana, if you wanted to jump in with anything, I don't know how your connection is, but the floor is yours.
Hi, Svetlana.
Hi, nice to hear from you again. Congratulations on taking DMT.
Thank you. Much love.
I can't hear it. talk, I guess. The patterns you've seen and the entities you've seen, it's that's what people see after they die. That's 100%. And this completely geometrical pattern, that's basically that's how everything is made. That's like mathematic formulas, and like your bodies actually look like exactly like that too, because you've probably been overwhelmed. You were not able to look into how you look at that moment and stuff like that, or it was a very short period of time when you were out there. But and you also met the entity, which is low-level entity, and it feeds on fears. But there is, like you said, it's several levels of that. Even that has several levels. So if you pass the fear, the next one is going to be the nice guys who are going to be telling you, "Oh my God, you're wonderful, you godlike," and they're going to be communicated with you completely differently. So you have to pass them too. Like basically, nothing over here is true. And when you live in your body, nothing over there is true either. Usually reincarnation happens from soon as you leave your body, from that point up to 49 days of this time, because over there time does not exist. But on Earth, that's how it's going to be. That's why in many religions, they celebrate in 40 days. Basically, they're celebrating when the soul basically got incarnated in a fresh body. And it is a soul trap, and it's make you reincarnate over and over again, because only this way it's going to be able to feed on the energy you provide. And of course, providing children to this world, you do provide
just
bodies for
ask her the question. It'll take 5 seconds for her to get it. Scene's gonna ask you a question. Go ahead, Scene.
Well, I got thrown off here. I was going to ask you about how does one avoid reincarnation, or is reincarnation to be avoided before death, to be prepared, as in actually one moves beyond, well, in this vessel, but people are deceived to believe they have to die first? Okay, that's my question.
This vessel is basically a trap too. Like your body is a part of the trap. It's like if you believe your body and you this avatar, you greatly mistaken, because some of the people who are here right now, that's probably their like million life. That's how some souls went insane. It was because too many reincarnations and too fast and too much trauma in each lifetime. So the insanity, basically, that's what killing souls in this world. About the Sun-Kissed, I'm sorry. I actually like her a lot too, and that's why I never looked into her until she started looking in the tarot cards, and I basically tell her the tarot cards
I don't want to
with this underworld, basically. And if somebody told me that, I would at least look into it. If I was interested in tarot cards and somebody told me you're probably connecting to the underworld, I would actually personally ask myself the question and look into it. But she simply attacked me. The video when I saw Slit Eyes, it's by YouTube video. The link of the video 11:40 minutes, and the Slit Eye, the reptilian eye, at 4 minutes and 49 seconds. Because I'm not just spreading some stupid information.
I have another question.
I look into it. I show this information on a signal. Now I do not have access to the signal because my phone did not want to update anymore. And I couldn't update my phone, so I could not update app. So I do not have access to that anymore. When I was leaving the body, when you're leaving the body, you're going to be hearing infrasound. And infrasound is approximately from 11 to 13 hertz, which is also connected to the alpha waves of your brain. So when you're actually falling asleep, but you're still sort of conscious, you get into this alpha waves, and that is your connection to your higher self, basically. When you live in this realm, you're going to be hearing that sound. So follow that sound and follow your feeling of basically excitement. That's how you live the matrix correctly, basically. Feelings can be also be hijacked because your body is not exactly your body, and it's can be hijacked by certain frequencies. It can be certain thought systems, like the thoughts you're hearing in your mind is not your thoughts. Because if it was your thoughts, you would simply know. If you're hearing conversation, which called internal dialogue, this means something is talking to you literally. And if somebody can comprehend what I'm talking about, I feel sorry for you guys. You've probably been way too long in this world, and
I got Ian.
It's probably going to be an interview.
Can you tell her I have another
thank you
question?
so much, and good luck to everyone.
She's leaving? Hey.
Well, I think Sunkiss wanted to. I don't know if she's leaving, but
Can I fire this question? And Sunkiss, can you hold on that? I'm just curious.
Yeah,
One final question. That's it. Svetlana, if you define the body to be a trap, okay, and it can be hijacked, can, from your perception, one remodulate the body to not be a trap and use their body basically against the anti-system to act as something that is beneficial? She might have left.
It's possible she did, and she's still, but her avatar is still there because I don't hear
her. Because from my understanding, she was about to get off. So
let's let Sunkiss go, please.
Hello,
but much love, welcome, Sunkiss. Good to have you back up here.
Hey, much love, Ian. Good to see you. Call for zero. Hey, Steve.
Yeah, she left.
I'm gonna say this to Savannah. I'm not trying to go there, but like I said before, we're all on our different experiences. We all have different perspectives. We've all been through things in life. Some people have been through so much trauma and can overcome and still see and feel the divine love that is within all of us. And I'm going to say, I'm not tapping into anything except for myself and directing myself. And when I don't tap into anything, the tarot cards are just a reflection of my inner knowing. And if you can't attune to your inner knowing, I don't trust that. And I'm going to say one thing about having children. Like I say all the time, you don't know the spiritual connections that souls and people and beings have. And if you say this is a soul trap, then souls are continuously spinning and cycling, recycling. So you don't know if a soul is meant to come through my matrix so I can help this soul and myself escape this matrix. So it's great to have perspective, but you need to, I'm going to say this again, quit bringing up my name and saying very false things about me because you know nothing about me. And enjoy your experience, learn, but remember, your experience is your experience. Two people can be on a roller coaster and one can think it's the most scariest thing in their life and all they do is close their eyes while they're on the experience. And another person is experiencing it, knowing it's not real, knowing they want to get off, but enjoying the thrill while they're on there. Okay? It's your perspective. Don't push it down other people's throats and don't judge other people for being where they are, why they are, and how they got there. That's all I wanted to say. I love this topic of discussion. I love different perspectives, but I had to say something about that.
I'm glad you came up. Thank you. That was very powerful as usual. I 1000% agree. So yeah, big shout out to the chat, everyone. Mr. Super that popped in here and questioned everything. Still Awake came in. Austin Murphy, everybody in the chat, big shout out. We have much to still get to, and the one thing I'll say about the DMT experience, it's just crazy that if it's a fact that our brain, the moment of death and the moment of birth, the brain releases a rush of DMT, just says, oh, this is extremely interesting. Anyways, let's maybe continue if anyone else had anything. We're gonna get
Ian, at some point in the future of this panel, I'm going to be dropping off, but I shall be returning. So I'm probably not going to announce it, but I'm just going to come back later.
Yeah, I can add to what Ian just said. I've heard a number of people talk publicly on this unregulated, semi-unregulated media that we have going here. And many of them said in their past, they've tried mind-altering experiments that they don't recommend, but they say has definitely expanded their thinking and their vision. So, and I guess I can include myself in that. It is a step in the process.
That's why I took the video down, because it was a month and a half after the experience, and it was way more than what I was describing. So, and some people were commenting, and it made me really think. But one thing Svetlana was saying is something about the sound. But the sound when you're in that realm was like, whoa. It's like
did it kind of echo?
Whoa. It's like, I can't even describe it, but it's almost like I'm gonna find that sound, but it's almost like I don't even know how to describe it, but it's
did it
something
kind of
else,
echo,
man.
Ian? Was there like an echo to the sound, sort of echoing within the sound you're hearing?
It's like a boom. I can't even describe it, but man, that's
I ended up watching your video. I could define this. For some people it works, for some people it doesn't work, and some people may just be beyond the frequency that's capable of stimulating them to perceive the experience, right? So yeah, it was quite interesting. Thanks for sharing. But yeah, it is what it is, right? And like you defined, you probably aren't going to do it. If you are, you're probably going to do it with a partner.
Well, a lot of people in the comments were saying that, after, in the beginning, it's like that fear kind of stuff. But after you go into that realm, while it becomes, you kind of get used to it, and then other things start happening. So I was like, maybe, because I only did it really 1.5 times, maybe I need to, I don't know, revisit the experience. I'm not really recommending it or don't plan on it, but
right.
It was definitely, at least I've tried it. But
I can add that in my 300 plus paranormal investigations, and also spirit contact sessions, out of body, and I guess lucid dreaming, I've never come across a whirring or a vrr or any kind of peculiar sound like that. I'll just throw that on the table.
Well, I'll say that I think it's very odd that, it seems like there should be that, like when we leave, it seems like they kind of hit us with this certain energy to make us feel comfortable, and kind of trust. It's almost like this love drug that we're given once we enter the spiritual realm, like leave this body, like officially leave. There's like this, and maybe to mask what we really should be feeling, which is kind of like what I felt in the DMT thing. Maybe that there's manipulation of certain feelings and everything's so great and loving, but really it's not, So.
All right, it gets you like a program surgeon to cover something up, like a Band-Aid to blind somebody. Could be.
Well, look at all these near-death experiences, all this stuff. It's like love bomb, and just like, no one's questioning anything. It's kind of like you're on this love drug of unconditional love and stuff, and that's a great feeling. But it's from the system. You know what I mean?
Right. Like some people that end up on the streets, right? At first it's a love affair, then it's a nightmare, right? So yeah, it could go either way. You're right. It could go either way. There's a lot of things to contemplate when diving into certain stimulants, for sure.
Oh, yeah. I'm talking about, the afterlife realm. I ain't talking about that. I don't think... But anyways, let's continue. Anyone can jump in anytime. Anyone can come up and continue this.
Right. And I think this is one thing that you've said before along the lines of when you're analyzing Plato's cave, the utility isn't looking and studying the cave. The utility is in learning how to escape from the cave, that a lot of people really don't focus on when they really should. And like the cave is way bigger than we think. Like it's not just our material world. It's probably like the astral world. It's probably the entire holographic universe. And that's why when I watched Dark City, notice that it started in a hotel. And I really feel like the hotel just represented like the material world. And then him leaving the hotel was him dying, and then him dealing with the archons after death. is what it really symbolically like represented from that standpoint. Like, remember like the Hotel California song by, I think it's the Eagles. Like that song is definitely about like the reincarnation soul trap here on Earth.
It's as perfect a song as you could get. Yeah, Wayne Bush over on his site, trickedbythelight.com, he has a complete detailed description of it. And there's only like 1 or 2 lines in the whole breakdown that he does that I would think has a different like interpretation. He did a great interpretation on it. The other thing I just thought about when you're talking about the movie starts in a hotel, well, that indicates that he's a guest. Right? When you're in a hotel, you're not really from there, you're traveling. So it's an indication that Murdoch, technically, like everybody we're going to see in Dark City, we find out they're not from there, they're from somewhere else. So I never thought of that until you just mentioned that right now, the idea that it starts in a hotel.
Yeah. And there's another thing that you've said before too, where it, like you talked about the Matrix itself, and the Matrix is running just fine. It's doing exactly what it's meant to do with making us like, you know, feel these certain ways and taking advantage of us. So there's people out there that want to fix the machine, but you can't fix it. It's not broken, you know? So like, what advice would you give for people trying to fix the machine?
Yeah, I mean, that's a combination of a few things, right? Once a person starts to, I don't like to use the word wake up, that's a bad word, start having realizations about this place and who they are and what this place is, and realize there's something wrong with the world. That's usually, it's something wrong.
I want to say something to that. I don't believe this is a soul trap, but I do. Big shout out to Barbara. But I do believe this is our final chance to choose good or evil. I think that that's the trap itself. I think that they create this 2 sides for us to choose. That's the negative positive charge that charges this whole thing. And I think the answer is not to choose any of it. Doesn't mean I support evil or whatever. I'm just saying, like, they want you to choose one of the sides. That's what you see. Just look at our reality. Democrat, Republican, flat earth, glober. You know what I mean? It's just all of these things to charge the system. This is how our reality is created. And the answer is to not choose any side. You know? That's what I think it is. They want you to choose a side.
As soon as you choose a side, one is in conflict with the other, always. The duality. And you're right, positive and negative charge oscillating. To the right, to the left, keep the system going. Like a pendulum. Just swinging back and forth, powering the system.
So you can see with all this stuff, it really makes sense to me. They kind of get deep into that too in these interviews a little bit more, but I think that no matter, well, let's continue this a little bit. I'm gonna ponder this
on various levels. The more you see, the bigger it gets. Of course, the last 2 or 3 years, more and more people are seeing more and more stuff is wrong with reality. But as long as someone thinks that this is made by a loving God and it's supposed to be loving and perfect, it's supposed to be wonderful, then the initial impetus is, well, God needs my help to fix it then. It's supposed to be a particular way and it's not. So there's something wrong with it. And the natural tendency of a human, when we find something wrong, we try to fix it. That's like a natural implanted thing. The switch starts to come when if we start to say, okay, but if that's not what this realm is, if this realm really is a trap and it's designed, I call it a suffering pit of hell. If it's designed to be a suffering pit of hell, and that's really what it is, with small breaks of niceness in between, and in a sense set up like an AI run video game, can a character in a video game change the game? No, of course not. The game is going to be the game. Now, of course, I'm not saying that certain people can, and not certain people, anybody could, you might say, learn the code. And that's kind of what shamans do. That's kind of what Pythagoras did. That's what all these great people in the past, they kind of learned how to access the code of reality and could then, you might say, change the code. Because if you knew the code of the game, you could uncode certain things and the game would be different. Mm-hmm. But to uncode the whole game, that's a massive undertaking. I mean, you could theoretically, I guess, try to get into the hard drive and shut the thing down. I mean, I think that's the thing, shut down the simulation. And I think that's a lot of what why are all these minions running the show? Why are they doing what they do in governments and organizations? And what are these archons doing? I think a big part of what their design is they have to keep the simulation running. If the simulation gets to the point where it powers down or it gets bugged out and ends, they end too, because we are from outside of the game. So if the game ends, well, we would have to return to our natural state. There'd be nothing keeping us anymore. But they are a part of the game. They're not from outside of it. So for them, when the game ends, they end. So there's just a natural tendency that they have to do whatever they can to keep the game going. And I think if you see these beings and these people that way, that's really what their motivation is. They know if the simulation ends, they end. So the problem, it becomes a question of energy. So if we're dealing with, we have a finite amount of energy at our disposal. I've seen so many people, and I've done it too. I went out, I thought I could fix the world too for a while. Mm-hmm. And you go out and you try to fix the world and nothing gets better. In fact, it tends to get worse. And all that happened is I got really tired and exhausted. That's not a good use of my energy. Instead, I started to notice over the number of years but the energy I put into myself and my environment and some people who are close to me and who I'm connected to, that energy can be changed in small pieces. So rather than looking to fix the world, we look to we transform some things that are in our small environment, while at the same time getting to understand this place in ourselves correctly. And of course, in my case, I've now decided 100%, I'm done with this reality. I'm leaving. I'm going home, and there's no way I'm coming back here. So a portion of my energy is going towards that purpose, which I think is good. But the key is have some sort of focus or pathway that a main part of your energy is going to for yourself selfishly. And then you have another bit of energy that somehow for like your combined environment or the area you might say around you, or something that you can influence on a decent basis, and let the game just be the game it's going to be and not be dragged into it.
Yeah, one thing you've also said, you don't call them always the controllers. You think a more accurate term is influencers, because the people that have control over this world, it's never direct. It's always like whispering in your ear what to do. It's like hypnotic. We do everything basically to ourselves in this realm. That would explain their desperation.
It's controlling our. They're trying to influence perception. That's why I use the word. They're not necessarily controlling reality. They're just influencing how we perceive reality, and then how we perceive it will determine the action.
Right, because we're creator beings, and quantum physicists talk about how we most likely create the reality around us with, Schrodinger's cat, and if a tree falls in the woods and no one's around, does anyone hear it? Another thing I wanted to bring up with you too is in your book, you talked about a really interesting ayahuasca vision that you had about people were created actually by Mother
I know what
Nature.
You're talking about. No, and first of all, it's not. I don't use drugs in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, never mind.
I don't recommend. I don't recommend drugs to be used at all. It was a vision that came from time with a shaman I know, and it was all through drumming and singing. But go ahead with your question. I just want to make sure everybody.
Okay, good. Yeah, thanks for clearing that up. Good. Yeah. And the vision was something about humanity was created by Mother Nature in order to help and save Mother Nature. And I thought it was at least a beautiful kind of metaphor, if you want to go into that.
Yeah, it was a nice metaphor, actually. It was, but I mean, there was darkness to the metaphor as well. Of course, as you read it, there's a dark part of it. It was very much in contrast. There's an entire chapter there. That's chapter 3. It's all about various, we'll call them, I don't want to call them creation myths, but creation ideas. I go through what the Gnostics have to say, what the Cathars say, what Robert Monroe says, what Castaneda has to say, just how this realm is created and generated. And just this particular vision I had, which was so different from the idea of we are from outside the realm and are brought into it, which is the standard way the Gnostics and everyone else describe it. We're not home, but we're brought from outside of here. This vision showed me an opposite. It's still, we're not home, but we are built from nature itself. That the vision itself was saying that, again, it's just a vision, right? So it might be true, it might not be true for everyone out there. Was that it's nature that is originally trapped in this realm. So the demiurge's trap originally was just nature and animals, and we were not part of the original trap at all. We didn't exist. And nature didn't have the capabilities to exit the cave, to exit the matrix themselves. And so in the vision, they had like a meeting and built a new creature, which is us, who were built with certain capabilities, who would be able to get to the doorway of the matrix and not just leave for ourselves, but we were designed to take nature with us. And that's a really important, I think, piece of this. And I keep that in my mind all the time, is that I'm just not going to exit the cave myself. I want to take some trees, and I want to take some fish, and I want to take some birds, and I want to take some rocks. I want to take other things with me as I go from this vision. And the vision itself at least explains why we don't fit in here. You know, why we're the only creature that needs clothing to survive, needs to have fires burning to stay warm, why we need buildings to live in, why we, you know, we literally don't. The human creature is so frail and so useless, you might say, in the natural environment, that we need all of this extra stuff. So it would make sense that this could be an answer to why we're like that. Nature gave us, said, you can use us, you can use the wood, you can use our animals, you can eat us, but you have to do your job and get us out of here. And somewhere along the way, these influencers, as we call them, realized that humans we're the danger point. Nature couldn't get out, but humans could get us out. So the whole focus began to be moving these archons into the realm and finding ways to mess up and distract and create conflict and difficulty and suffering for humans, so that we no longer follow what we were created to do. It's a very interesting concept, and I've still, of course, I can't verify it one way or another. I think about it quite often. When I'm in nature, I think about it quite a bit. And if those of you get the book, you know, read that part of the chapter and see what you think about it. But it's a very, let's just put it as a myth. It's a very connective myth, and I kind of believe some of it now, of course, because I had it. So I have a different connection than before I had the experience with trees, with rocks, with animals, with whatever, because I kind of feel like, oh yeah, I'm here because of you. You're the ones who created me, and you've created me with a job to do for all of us. So I better get to work and do my job.
Yeah, it sort of reminded me of Noah's Ark. You know, like Noah had to save the animals from the upcoming like reset that was basically happening. And in your book, you talked about it's possible that humanity has gone through several resets. What drew you to this conclusion? Do you think it's related to the Vedic cycles, like the Kali Yuga?
No, I can talk about that. My feeling was it's a combination of a number of things. One, I mean, I realized, or didn't realize, I came fairly clear that we're dealing with time loops for sure in our reality, that we are, so many things are looping, and not just time, but things within our life. So many pieces of our life are loops, and that makes sense. If you're running a giant computerized game, so to speak, a giant computerized world, that's a lot of coding. If you've got to have billions of possibilities going constantly, it's better to have a certain large number of possibilities, but just have them keep repeating, have certain things going over and over again. So for me, it's one of the key reasons for looking at history, because once you start realizing that history is just a repeating loop in some cases, once you find one loop, you can start finding all the others. So that was the first part of it, was that recognition. It was from working with the World's Fairs in that book when I started to understand, this is before any of this 3-year garbage started in our world, that the word reset was constantly being used in the alternative community way back in 2018, 2019 to refer to another wipeout of humanity, similar to the way the flood is in the Bible. And that probably these expositions were the starting point of some after whatever that reset was. So once you start to see that this is happened many times, the question becomes, okay, yeah, does it refer to, is there some cycle? Is there just some automatic time frame where it's time, no matter what's happening, we're wiping this place out and starting fresh? That's possible. Or is it somehow controlled? There's a certain reason, there's a certain point, like, okay, now, and somebody flicks a switch and says, now is time to do the elimination. But it seems like there's these massive eliminations, and certainly we're in the next one. That's very clear. They're not using the people who are influencing at these big corporations and whatnot. They're not using the Great Reset as by accident. They mean very carefully what they say. And it has nothing to do with government. It has nothing to do with commerce. It has to do with energy. It has to do with a complete restructuring of how this entire realm energetically functions. And I think that's what's been happening many, many times. So if we look at, we look at, like you're talking about, yeah, the Vedas, who discuss these ideas of various yugas, who different cycles of time that are a constant wheel, and you go through a golden age and a less golden age and a less golden age, and then this Kali Yuga, which is awful, and then but the golden age comes back again. And to me, let's say it's true, okay, let's assume it's true. Well, that's the dumbest thing possible. Like, that in itself should indicate, well, oh, I'm in Kali Yuga, but soon it's going to be the golden age. Yeah, but so what? You're just going to keep reincarnating and you're going to be back in this garbage again. If anything, it should indicate the garbage will continue. And really, it's the same thing. Someone's punching you in the face repeatedly and then says, oh, wait a minute, it's golden age time. You get to have a day with no face punching. Oh, fantastic. I love this. And the next day, oh, the face punching's back. Well, just be done with the face punching. That's kind of my thought process behind it. And again, this all may be true. It could be cyclical. It could be set up in some sort of system. But if there's some sort of system that's set up to have a period of increased suffering and increased difficulty on the whole planet, that's another reason for me to say, well, I'm getting the hell out of here. This is stupid.
Right. Yeah. I talk about the World Economic Forum on my channel and their plans for what they call the Great Reset. And it's spearheaded by Klaus Schwab. And you'll see pictures of him in like straight up wizard outfits with a bunch of alchemical symbols on it, like the sun. Yeah. And it's like, this dude is definitely an occultist. Just look at like the pins on his wizard suit. Like, so I could definitely see him being interested in this conversation and probably agreeing with what you have to say right now.
Oh, it's going to happen. There's this reality is finished. Like, I hate to say that, but the reality we've known is over. It's done. It's done, finished. The question is only going to be what comes next. And obviously the path that it's going to go one way or another is not something like you or I want to be a part of. So what is our other option then? And obviously it's not here now. A lot of people have been talking about that we're coming to a split point. The Hopis talked about this
This conversation gets pretty. This is the point I was trying to find the other day, because I was listening to this when I was driving, and then he started talking about this, and so we're at that point right now. This is interesting.
These ancient cultures talked about there was going to be a point where reality was going to literally split in two. There would be a completely material reality, which will be like a sinking into a deeper dimension, and there will be another split that will start actually getting out of the dimensions. And I think we're at that point. We're literally, if that's true, we're literally at that point. There's going to be this giant split. And I think all of this is...
And that makes sense. It's like there's a split going on where people are getting either deeper into the matrix or they're on their way out. So there is like this split going on, and it's like really speeding up and hitting a pivotal point for sure.
Is happening right now because there's literally this doorway is opening, or it is open right now, and it's all meant to be a giant distraction. It's all meant to be a giant fear creating experience to miss the doorway, to miss the opening, to miss the pathway that's going to be there that we could take. I can now say from my own experience, I ran into a number of people a couple of years ago when I first started my channel who were sharing with me their difficulties and their challenges. They many of them quit their jobs and they were alone, and their family, basically disowned them, and they were stuck. And I shared a few ideas with them, and literally within 3 or 4 months, they did the spiritual work you would normally expect in 5 to 10 years. The growth and the speed that's available right now for people to work on themselves and transform is beyond anything I've ever seen. So, the fact that it's difficult now, and yes, the reset and the change and the mess is coming, guaranteed, but it also means it's only happening because there's a big doorway of transformation that if you want to take it and if you want to do the work, you can move at such unbelievable speed right now that I highly recommend following whatever pathway is right for you, because the opportunities for doing so are so immense.
Yeah, I was having that similar thought the other day because I was actually talking to one of my viewers. His name's Reeful. He's listening right now. He's an 18-year-old from Portugal, and he already is well aware of Gnosticism. He's well aware of like the idea of the Great Reset. And I'm like, this guy is 18, and me at 18, I was an idiot. Like I didn't know any of this stuff. And like
You're still an idiot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and Gen Z, they're called the Zoomers because they're like, they seem to be like quick. Like Zoomers seem to like talk faster. They seem to pick up things quicker in my experience. I mean, a lot of them are pretty dumb, but I mean, there's a lot of them that are really shining through. And I think they're just coming to terms with this knowledge faster than other generations. And the generation after that,
it's because it's available now. It's available.
Yeah,
even when I was doing this work 25 years ago.
See, the picking the side thing is totally a matrix system that's one. Think about like the globe, earth, and flat earth. So if you pick a side, you know what I mean, and like whatever, you know, interesting topics, but you pick a side and think about how much energy each side, because you're picking a side and you're going on these rabbit holes and you can't stop talking about it. Think of all the energy on each side that's used because you're picking a side. It's like a total battery charge of the matrix system. But if you just sit in the middle, like, you know what I mean, and you don't partake in that, you're separating yourself from and not powering the system in a way. You know, and so like kind of taking that with a lot of these topics is kind of like where I like to be, you know. But at the same time, you kind of do have to, with some things, it just is. And you got to, you know, have a conclusion in your mind, like this system, it is what it is at the same time. But I'm just saying with these Democrat, Republican, this or that, it's a total matrix programming, 1000%.
A lot of stuff was hard to find. And when
I mean, where does it end? You know, where does the shit end?
Went through my death experience, the whole understanding of integrating it and how that works, I mean, it just didn't exist. And I was stuck having to do it myself. When now that information is available. So there's also this possibility of it's there if people go looking for it. And someone like your friend, even though he's 18 years old, all you have to do is if you're, because lots of teenagers are asked questions.
And if people wanted to jump in with anything, please just say something. I'll pause the video.
And they're serious about trying to figure stuff out. And if they just bump into the right places at the right time and hold on to that opening, also that energy, someone in their teens has unbelievable amounts of energy. It's usually, of course, put into finding someone of the opposite sex. And that's usually where we put our energy, right? Or in my case, I was playing hockey every day. But if some of that energy gets, I got questions, I'm going to find those answers. The amount of energy we have available at that age is so vast that, again, it's another thing that not only the time frame, but the time of our life, we could literally, someone like 16 or 17 put their energy in for like a year into wanting to know the truth of reality, they might do it and literally be done, like know it all in a year, because they've got so much reserves of power within them, and still they're close enough, I think, to their incarnation that they probably still, even at like 16, 17, 18, could still get some of these pre-birth memories and could still begin to remember what happened. How did I get in here? Why did I come in here? What contracts what agreements did I make before I come in here? So I think there's even more things they can unravel, that if somebody starts when they're 50 or 60 years old, it's a much more challenging journey because there's less energy of it. Even though we have more life experience, someone at that age, we have less energy available to put into the work we do.
Yeah. And it makes me think like, the cycles of like, hard times make like hard men. And I think we're heading towards hard times. And then there's going to be this generation alpha coming up, and they're going to be entering the hard times. And like, maybe that generation will be like a lot better than the previous few that have been around. Because
like I say, this world is ending. This world is going to end. It's either going to be you're going into the metaverse and you're going to get plugged in and you're going to become a human/robot. You're going to be you're going to be, which makes sense again, if it's energetic, like I've talked about before, if this is the energy source and you're pulling energy from a thing over here and there's space between you, well, you're losing energy when you pull that in just from the space. So if you can plug in directly into the system, there's no energy loss. So it makes sense that they want to do something like that just from the standpoint of saving energy loss.
Yes, like Robert Monroe.
So that's what. Yeah, so that's what's coming. Guaranteed, that's how this realm is going. Unless there's some sort of massive world revolution that changes it all, I don't see that happening realistically. So this realm, I don't hold much hope for this realm, but I hold great hope for certain individuals and groups of people who, like I say, will be able to take the turn and will be able to leave that behind and go to a place that is maybe not the exit completely, but is going to be certainly much closer to the exit, and is going to be a place where things run in a much more realistically non-insane way.
Right. Like if a reset occurs and humanity isn't wiped out, I think that the next like batch of humans are going to be like transhumanists. It's going to be like half robot, half human. Because like remember Robert Monroe in his book Far Journeys, where he talks about, that's where the term loosh comes from, this book, from this really popular astral projector spiritualist guy. And he was looking at them creating new realities in order to extract more and more loosh out of the new population of humans. And it's like, what better way to extract it and have no energy loss if we're half machine?
Yeah. Right. And what's so strange about Robert Monroe, for the people who have looked into him, is, okay, he's one of the fathers of the out-of-body experience. The Monroe Institute is one of the forefront of this experience. This, where he talked about...
Oh, by the way, it's a little late, but fair use. I'm not monetized. I'm out here to make money. And I'll throw the link to this video in the chat as well. I'll make sure I'm doing that. So if any of these people get notified I'm showing their video, this is a disclaimer.
You know, these guys say, okay, well, we're ending, we're going to loop back, we're going to be semi-machines. Then 2 minutes ago they said, no, that's not the way it is. Like it's like they're saying we're going to move forward in a linear fashion and turn into like machines, where, as I said 2 minutes ago, they were saying, no, it just keeps looping around. So they're kind of like playing both sides of the table on this one, and they talk a good talk, but you see, it's just not adding up in my view.
I don't get what you're saying. I didn't really get that.
Okay, like 2 minutes ago, they're saying, okay, what happened like 200 years ago happens again. It's just a loop. We're in a loop, and now they're saying, oh no, it's ended, and we're going to turn into machines. So which is it? See what I'm saying?
Well, that's the whole loop.
To get into it, you're talking about the singularity where AI and this technology will be able to replicate the human mind, which we're not at yet at this point. But yeah, it's going to be there eventually. Then we can get into the definition of time and how time works. And
okay.
But also what you're saying is.
Well, I mean, in order for the loop to happen, it has to end and start again. So I see where they're kind of, I don't agree with everything these guys are saying. Like I said, I just like kind of move on with my disagreements. But I was kind of following what they're saying, but I didn't see. What's up, Cage?
Yeah, I could go deeper into it if you'd like, but I don't want to take it over.
I don't know.
It goes deep.
I don't want to get too much like into transhumanism. Kind of sticking on topic.
All right, but why do you even think that's even, where it should be, or where it could be?
Who's thinking what?
This whole entire possibility has been implanted into your mind. Therefore, it could be created. It's like planting a seed.
Okay. You're kind of like a broken record, bro. I'm not going to lie, but all right. Yeah.
And I can say one thing about the 16-year-old that Howdy was talking about. he is projecting that there's this really smart, fast-thinking 16-year-old that drops from the sky, ends up in front of a computer and starts to go, but he forgets the MPC training. The purposeful intent of MPC, distortion, corruption. That 16-year-old is probably 95% gone.
Yeah, that literally sounds like me growing up. I was that 16-year-old fucking. But think about it. How does any of this really work? You know, I mean, you can literally you can do your own experimentation on it. You know, grab the dice or a coin right now, and
all right, here we go with the
you
same.
can prove probability is not technically real in that sense. You can prove it right now. Go ahead and try it. You can do a specific procedure, and it'll go beyond the probability, whatever they want to fucking put you into. If they everything's a chance, then that's that's the number one psyop, probability.
What were you gonna say? Something, Sunkissed? Please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, even with the 16-year-old boy, it might not be him sitting in front of a computer. He could have a parent or two parents or a grandparent or an aunt that has been able to, be open and, know what the matrix is, know what the system is. And that child, he has grown into that because he was placed or born into a family or born into a place where somebody was able to help him grow in that. And that goes back to what I was saying. We don't know. And what you were saying earlier, as far as like the souls and the spirits or whatever you want to call it, the terms, whatever you want to call it, who and what each person is here for. We're all on different perspectives. So it's not necessarily that this 16-year-old boy is an NPC.
Can you let her talk? Go ahead. Please.
No, that's just pretty much it.
Please don't, Cage, I'm not going to deal with it, bro. So just don't cut people off. Thank you. I like what she was saying, actually.
No, I know exactly what she's saying, but I was saying, like, you don't think there is some sort of societal or cultural or, something that even genetic, or passed down through generation.
That's the Matrix programming. That's what I'm saying. This is the whole program, people, that we need to break out of. And then people subscribe to like, no, this is the way it is and the way it has to be. No, that's the whole programming.
And yeah, there's very nefarious people that understand this, that run this reality, and look what you see nowadays with this. It's like fucking blasphemous, if you want to call it that, what's going on nowadays. And look, they're just like rubbing it in people's faces, this shit. Why? Because they're not equipped. They're not equipped to deal with it properly. Like, even if they were, they wouldn't want to. Again, they have people. It goes back to the money. It all goes back to the fucking money. If you want to hear the truth about reality, follow the fucking money. No shit. You can go really deeper into, or like the monetary system where you can have other people working for you, and that who's gonna make me my supper or my lunch or my breakfast today. You know what I mean? You better make it properly or you're fired. It's ridiculous.
Earlier, go ahead, Sunshine.
Well, all I was going to say is I'm not saying that I don't agree that there are, things like that happening, but sometimes people get caught up and they entrap themselves even in family cycles. I come from a family where the loop was, and what was implanted in the young female's mind was, you're going to get pregnant young. You're going to have children young. This is a cycle and a loop that has happened for generations.
But that does have benefits.
I'm not finished. I'm trying to make a point. And I'm saying that happened within my own family. And I said that I made the choice, and I said, that's not going to happen to me. I'm not going to get pregnant at, not anything against anybody who had their children young. You know what I'm saying? But I said for myself, I'm not going to have a child at 15, 16, 18 years old. And I made that choice, and I did what I had to do in order to keep me on my path of of the choice that I made. And I didn't have my first child till turn 27. And then a few weeks later, I turned 28, you know, and it goes back to people are on different paths and people are on different levels of awakening. You know, it's just, to me, when you're like, this is the only way, it's another system within this system. You're just as bad as a person who is like a religious person who is like, this is the only way. You're doomed if you're not doing it my way. Well, then how are you different? And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. When you do that, you unlock yourself from one set of shackles and you lock yourself to another set of shackles and you call yourself woke.
You know, earlier the subject of NPC was brought up, and I'd like to just throw a little bit of you know, my thoughts on that. My father, a good man, NPC through and through. He was an engineer. He sold machinery, large paper processing machinery, traveled the United States, probably went to every state, you know, with his selling and setting up equipment, even international, like Venezuela and Africa and different places. And he was also a mayor for 2 years, mayor of the town. So he was fully NPC'd, and he fully NPC'd me. Okay. Now I'm going to give you a theoretical situation here. Say we have one small town, and 5 miles away there's another small town. In the first small town, there's a school that teaches, a grade school that teaches arts, crafts, shop, math, agriculture, that stuff. In the other town, the grade school teaches heroes of war, political figures, lawsuits. If you're injured, file a lawsuit. Okay, so these kids grow up, and then a large employer moves into town and actually builds this huge factory right between these two little towns. So everybody gets employed there. The people from the agriculture school look at the war school people that work there and say, wow, they are NPC. They're fully NPC'd. And the war school people that went to that school look at the agriculture, arts, and crafts people as, man, these people are dangerous to the system. We got to throw them in a mental institution.
Well, either way, like,
no, Cage, please, just hold on.
Can I say something quick?
Let's pin down. Yeah,
I'm just saying, like 5 years ago, I was like, where'd these people come from? Like, are they? I've even gone so far as to like the Sagittarius and Orion. I was like considering everything. But it actually happens right at the source. It actually happens right at the source. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, Kate.
All right, so I was gonna say yes, it does go to the source. You're completely correct with that. But really, what it is this: it's everything is a program. So what it boils down to is understanding the program, natural law, comedic principles, whatever you want to call it, and imposing your own thing. You know, and you cannot go along to get along. You know, it always leads to the path of least resistance. Always leads downward, regardless. Right? You're descending down towards the nonsense. So what it is, you create your own fucking program, and you live accordingly. It's very simple.
Well, let's pin down real quick, like what I'm referring to when I'm talking about NPC. What my definition is, and
that's somebody.
I'm not worried about anything you have to say when I'm trying to give my definition. Like,
I completed, and I'll tell you the definition of NPC and how it works, really.
Great, but like I was starting mine, and then you can go. You know what I mean? But it's like really annoying when you like cut people off and stuff, and it's like. So this is like us entering the game. You know what I mean? But we came from outside the game and came in the game. An NPC. Is when we're in this game, the game is populating these people. They look just like us. They're in a human body, but the Matrix system created them. They're like fill-ins. Like there really could be only 100,000 people, real motherfuckers here, and the rest are all insertions in the game.
100? Why not?
That's the NPC.
Why not
The
144? Like you're a fucking Jehovah's Witness or something.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go. I'm just focusing on the NPC definition. That's all I'm focusing on right now. I don't want to go nowhere else.
Yeah,
So you see what I'm saying? Is the matrix system? I am thoroughly convinced that there is a maybe large portion of matrix created people here. It doesn't mean that they should be treated like they're less than or whatever and they're worthless or anything like that. It's just that.
Hey, you know what's very interesting? My good friend in that,
Can you let him finish his thought,
dude,
please?
no one cares about your dude, please. I'm trying to stick on this topic. I don't want to hear your stories. I want to focus on.
This is a topic.
Are you drunk?
No, listen quickly. So pretty much what they're saying is they have apparently in video games now they have like AI kind of NPC characters that relate to the input of the the observer or the user. You know what I mean? So like it's very specific. There's not going to be one. It's not just like a program. It's a more complex program, kind of like reality, where you're going to get these NPCs or whatever you want to filler personalities, whatever you want to call it, to fill up the game, right? And then even like you can go into space or reality, like or like back to that old philosophy. If like the tree falls and no one's there to hear it, doesn't really make a sound, type thing. And really what it boils down to, even like the winners of the Nobel Prize back in I think 2020, they hid this in with COVID and all that bullshit. But yeah, back then what they hid was that the universe, whatever you want to call it, our reality, this plane, is non-local, meaning it's a non-local universe, meaning is it's kind of simulated or projected, kind of like a projector, through our mind and through our observation, but there's another thing running it.
Bro, you always go to the basic normal stuff that we always talk about, bro. I mean, I don't understand. I don't even know what you're saying right now. I'm sorry. I'm confused.
What are you confused about?
It's just, I don't know.
So pretty much the main thing, to put it in layman's terms, easily to understand for anybody, including the audience listening, pretty much what it comes down to is the programming within the individual's mind. Right? So if you're able to rewrite that, reprogram your reality, reprogram your mind, you're able to have a different...
Okay, so you're saying, from my definition of NPC, you're saying there's no NPCs. It's just a programming within their mind and everyone is in the same page.
There is, but it's very dreamlike, right? You remember back in the...
I don't want to go somewhere else with it and hear any stories. I want to stick on the NPCs. I don't want to hear about your philosophers.
It's about becoming lucid within the dream, becoming awake within the dream, and then you understand the natural law or the
Let's do a vote in the chat. I want to see what people in there think.
And then you're able to influence that, and guess what? You have an issue with your family's health, and that is taken care of because you know who you are, and you can reality shifted, if you want to call it that. Reality shifted. Bro, it goes deep.
All right.
Ask the fucking audience. I'll tell you.
What question how would I title it? We're gonna get back to this video.
Well, ask them I don't know. Ask them whatever. I don't know. You can title it whatever way you want. I'm not gonna tell you how to title it. It's your fucking stream. You title it the way you want to. But I'm saying,
I'm not really asking you.
Well, you asked how should I title it. I didn't ask it.
So you guys get in the chat my definition of NPC. So I'm referring to that as the
NPC
vote.
NPC wouldn't be talking like that. It's becoming lucid within the dream.
Okay, I'm cool, bro. I'm not really worried about. I'm asking the community.
All right, hold on. Can I ask you a very pertinent, actually a great question? Ian, have you ever noticed before, like through your day-to-day, whatever you do, your life, have you ever gone to a point where like you kind of go into autopilot, for example, driving, you know, like you're driving home and you get into an autopilot mode where you don't even fucking really have a mind to like how you even got to point A to point B. You know, your mind goes to the autopilot in a certain way.
But that's automatic for everybody. Listen, I want to get super deep with the conversation. You sit in this kind of shallow realm, and it's like this cycle with you.
All right,
and I don't see you go like branching out and expanding your mind and awareness at all, dude.
Well,
you stick around this area.
I'm throwing you the ball. It's in your core. You gotta fucking throw the ball up into the fucking, the basket of the net. So, what would you ask? Ask me a question. I can give you a decent answer. I bet. Right? If you want to expand it.
I think also, Cage, is when you throw the ball at somebody, you got to give them a chance to dribble. You don't throw it and then take it away. And sometimes people will be, just like even right now, people will be in the middle of a deep thought and speaking, and then you come in. We got to be able to let the conversation flow. What you're saying is not more important than what Call for Zero is saying. What Call for Zero is saying is not more important than what Ian is saying. We're all equally important, and we all are here to be heard. I'm just saying it gets confusing, and, let people have the opportunity to speak or answer a question that you ask. That's all I ask.
Sunkiss, this is why I love you, and you're completely correct, but trust me, I guarantee I listen to every word that anybody ever says all the time. I have a very great memory, and I definitely listen.
You can't listen. You cannot listen when your mouth is moving.
Bro,
because
I
when
cannot.
I can't. I want to say more, but
what he says, I cannot listen if your mouth is moving. Yes, I can. I can multitask.
Even right now, I can't even complete one sentence, and so I wanted to say something else, but I can't complete my sentence, and nothing against you, Cage, but I just can't. And my battery is low. I wanted to say something, and my charger just broke, and I'm at 25%. And the stores are closed, so I'm gonna get off of here.
Your charger broke, and your thing is being drained. What's going on?
No, my energy, my phone is not being drained. I haven't put it on the charger all day.
Your charger broke, though.
Oh my God! Let her finish, please.
My charger broke because I knew I needed to get another one. I was letting it. And see, this is another thing. Just because something bad happens, or because that doesn't mean the Matrix is out to get me. Things happen. I knew I needed to get a charger 2 weeks ago, but I kept putting it off. And so today,
you know how powerful you are.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Ian. I appreciate you allowing just the platform, this conversation. I absolutely love the NPC conversation. I love the settings. I love the discussions. Keep it up. Much love to you. As always, Call for Zero, good talking to you. Much love to you, Cage. Much love to everybody in the chat. I'm going to get off of here, and I got to turn my phone off. So have a beautiful night.
I'm glad you came up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
And I'm going to drop a bomb for Mr. Pale Horse Rider in the chat.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to
and Jay Phillips.
Thank you, guys. Shout out to fucking Jay Phillips. Shout out to Ian for allowing Cage on here.
Hey, Cage.
And also, I love Sunkiss. Sunkiss, nothing can touch her. She's a fucking legend. Nothing can touch her. I guarantee. She has people and she has friends in high places.
Thanks, bro. I really want to get back. We're gonna get back to the video. Again, we've been here 3 hours, but really, it's just begun, my friends. There's a lot to get into, and I wanted to do at least 6-7 hours, so we're going to keep going, and I'll be throwing the link in there. And like I said, the interviews get much deeper as we go, too. So,
let everybody listen. Everybody, we'll take care of you.
About Lush is only...
So we get my definition of NPC, people, That's kind of where I stand with it. Like somebody that's like kind of programmed or kind of like autopilot-ish and kind of just like not questioning things and just kind of going with the flow. I wouldn't say that that's that's an NPC. Really, I would just say, you know, that's just
Well,
it could be a
well,
lot
it
of.
depends. Well, it
Look, I'm
depends
not
on
really
what.
trying to hear your thing. I'm just giving my viewpoint of when
But Ian, I wanna comment on that a little bit because I'd consider the NPC somebody who is
Okay, hold on. Just
unknowingly.
stop,
Hold
Cage.
on,
Cage, please,
unknowingly
because I'm
getting
trying.
involved.
I'm trying to go further, but you jump in, and then my train of thought stops. It's more of they're like a part of this hive mind system. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. And I'm not. It wants us to be a part of it too and kind of be on autopilot with it, but we're still in the end at our base core separate from it. And so there's a mixture of this hive mind system here that involves the people, and that's where it stops. It doesn't get much deeper than that. That's what I believe in. It's at least a possibility.
All right, can I add to that, please?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what I would say with that is like people unknowingly going along to get along type ideal, where it's like autopilot kind of thing, like like the thing I brought up earlier, where you're in the car and all of a sudden it gets to your destination, and like where does that time really go? So it has to do with something with time and dimensions and reality and all that, but it goes a bit deeper because once you realize how that operates, right, you can become an operator instead of like looking at how that is being formulated. And that's what makes a difference.
Well, I'll go ahead and drop a bomb for you, but you don't deserve it. I'm joking.
Much love. I do.
Let's continue.
Everybody's like that. Even like my family, everything. Not really. Like certain people, like the real motherfuckers, they know what time it is, really.
Let's keep this going, guys.
What time it is right now. Well, no.
We want to get at least through 2 of these interviews, and we're an hour in on here, so let's continue.
One chapter of his book, Far Journeys, it's chapter 12. He apparently, after putting that chapter together, which came from an out-of-body experience he had, where he ran into these alien beings on it.
Okay, so he's talking about Robert Monroe. That's what he's talking about.
Told him all this information. He went into like a 3-month depression. I don't think he left his house for 3 months.
Beings. You just talked about
please, dude.
Depression after.
I'm trying to get super deep and super focused, bro. I'm figuring this place out, who and what I am, who and what we are, what the fuck we're doing here, where we're going, and how we can control the experience after this life and not be fooled. Okay? And we're getting to the bottom of it. And if you want to be a part of it, fine, but please don't jump in. Let's jump in when we have like some serious...
I have some serious shit to tell you, which I probably shouldn't be telling the audience right now, but I'll do it either way. I've done it multiple times already, but I'll say it again. You really want to affect this fucking reality and gain it. Simply do this. What it is there's simply...
I'm not trying to change this reality or affect this reality. I'm trying to understand it, and when I separate from this physical reality,
well, that's how you understand it.
Let's keep the video going.
No, hold on. I'm gonna say it quickly, and then you can play it again. I'm sorry for interrupting, but what it is this: you have to train the imagination. You have to train the will, if you want to call it that. You have to train the...
Yeah, your manifestation bullshit. We have, just so you know, as a community, we have manifestation all wrong. It's very important we can manifest, but I believe, especially you, Cage, we got it all wrong. We need to refocus and have a new understanding of this.
All right. So here, here's an easy way to do it, okay? You can close your eyes. You can imagine your hand in front of your face or whatever, down, whatever, like whatever where your hand could fucking meet. You can imagine that with your eyes closed. You know what I mean? You can map it certain way, moving around.
Okay.
And then you can hold on. Then you can get into deeper visualization or imagination skills. This is how you warp reality. And pretty much what you do is, there's just one way to train it. You can have any object in your mind, in your hand, right?
Okay. What you need to do, bro, is you need to really just sit back and collect the data and really just think, bro. When thoughts are being thrown out and ideas and different things, we're hearing things from other people. We're talking together. I don't stop jumping in with what you want to say. Really, let's collect the data. I already know what you're gonna say, bro. Let's keep going.
I'm almost done. So what you can do, you can visualize like an apple, any object in your hand, right?
Okay, all right.
And you can start with your eyes open. You can start without closing your eyes, and then you can close your eyes. You can map that out. You can have that object in your hand. You can look at it with every specific detail to the point where you can move it, and you'll have different refractions off the light. It'll look differently, with that sort of mapping. And then from there.
Okay, thanks, bro. You're almost like a little trolly, and you might be an agent of the Matrix, bro. Honestly, you might be one of them. I'm not joking, bro. I'm getting worried about you.
Why is that?
I don't know. Like seriously, bro. I don't know who sent you to derail the conversation, but it's starting to get a little uncomfortable, to be honest. So let's just see where we're at with this conversation, this stream, where we're at, and let's really collect the data, and then we could give our thoughts on what's currently happening.
Hold on. So you're saying automatically because you're feeling uncomfortable. You think you should be comfortable all the time? I mean, bro, you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable at the end of the day. But why? Okay. Because the people running this shit, it make you very comfortable. That's the whole fucking point.
Hey, bro, can you just let's chill and let's listen to the video and then jump in with our thoughts and be strategic on, everything's been going smooth and you came up and everything's been a little confusing, and it shouldn't be. Let's share our thoughts when the time's right. Everything's been flowing, and please, I want to have you up here.
Hold on. I'm gonna shut the fuck up and allow it to happen. But why are you confused for? Answer that question. I'll shut up.
Then he came out again, never talked about it again. Like potentially one of the greatest pieces of information that's been given to the human race. He just stopped talking about it. The Institute itself, I know a number of people have called them and tried to get, well, can you tell us more about Loosh? Can you tell us more about, and they refuse to talk about it. They just ignore it. And it's like, that to me is the strangest part of the whole story, is not the presentation of the Loosh itself, but why does him and everybody else now involved with Robert Monroe want nothing to do with that information? To me, that's really strange.
Yeah, like Tom Campbell is another big name at the Monroe Institute, and I don't think he's talked about it at all in any of his 3 books on My Big Toe. Not once.
Good one. Mm-hmm. And I mean, literally, if it's not the greatest revelation of human knowledge, then at the very least you should be presenting, well, here's why we don't think it is. This is our official stand on it. And they just have zero, It would be like me coming out saying, I was walking here around Scandinavia and I found the largest pyramid in the world. No one knows about it. It's the most amazing thing ever. Oh, let's go see it. No, I don't want to show anybody it. It just, don't worry about it. Forget about it. What? Right. That's kind of what it's like. It's the strangest thing. So I wonder if someone somewhere had a little chat with Mr. Monroe.
Bro, the little tiny remarks and stuff is very childish and petty. You talk about this mind and manifestation and clearing your mind and controlling the reality and all this stuff, but the way you act in these conversations is so childish and petty. Like, I'm really taking this seriously, bro. And like, you put me in a weird energy, and it's just not necessary. So I'm trying to get refocused. So please don't blurt in with. It's extremely weird.
Unfortunately, it is necessary, my friend.
No, please. I'm not gonna play this game, dude. So I'm gonna continue. I want to get refocused and
ask me a question. Look at the time right now. What are you talking
You're drunk, bro. I know you've been drinking.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have, bro. I could hear it.
I've been drinking Ian Loosh.
You're definitely drunk.
Okay.
Okay.
And you're my uncle's cousin.
Let's continue.
I told him it's going to be in your best interest to not speak about this ever again.
Yeah, do you think maybe that's from like the selling of books because, you know, it doesn't sell as well if you give people this information because it scares people?
Oh, I don't think it'd be that necessarily. I mean, I can see, of course, you've got this problem. As soon as you have an organization and you're selling,
and see what happens, people, especially on this channel, when we get in these deep conversations, the Matrix agents come in and disrupt things. We've seen it many times here because we get in deep conversations. We don't focus on gossip, petty drama, and what I think about this person and that person. Like, we're really focusing on revolutionary thoughts and ideas beyond this realm into the core of this system and understanding of who and what we are.
Only reason
And
why I'm on
whenever we're there, they come in, people, and they don't even know it. They don't even know it. They are in this hive mind system. So some are totally connected and a part of the hive mind, and that's what they are. But some of them have connected to that hive mind and is being used to get us off timelines, disrupt conversations, disrupt our divine timelines we're on. It happens in our life, even online. And it's so obvious.
Especially online. It's way easier doing it online than it is in real life, obviously. That's why you see all these
Let's continue. Please, dude. I'm begging you, bro. I want to have you up here, but please, man. Please. Because you're just scaring people away.
Please, man, please. Yeah, I'm scaring away from the truth. The truth is scary. Yeah, look at the
I'm not going to... Bro, please. Stop. Thank you. Please. Thank you.
Okay, I'll shut the fuck up.
What you sell is happiness, right? You can't. Truth doesn't sell. So you're not gonna make much money if you're selling truth. I'm certainly a testament to that. But you have to sell things that people want to buy. So that's one possibility. But I think enough people, certainly over the years, have been really interested in this one chapter, and they would like to know more.
You want to buy this? Oh yeah. You have to sell. They don't want truth. They want something you want to buy.
Bro, dude, seriously, you're acting like super disgusting. I'm gonna boot you.
I'm a real businessman.
I'm gonna boot you, bro.
Okay, that's fine.
So you don't walk your talk at all, just so you know.
Yes, I do actually. I wish you.
No, you don't.
All right.
Practice what you preach.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure?
Let's continue here.
No,
so I wouldn't have been surprised if they put out another book, the book on Loosh, a whole book just on that. They could forget about it and go back to all their other stuff, but I bet you it would have sold really well, especially in the Carlos Castaneda era of the 70s when so many people were reading his books. And I think a book on Loosh by Robert Monroe would have sold wonderfully well. So I don't think it would be that. It's got to be something about somehow Monroe himself decided, I don't want to talk about this anymore for some reason, and never even talked about why he didn't want to talk about it. So it's just weird. It's just weird.
So another spiritual book I wanted to bring up to you.
So no one's treating anyone like anything. Everything was flowing great until this guy came up here and started just rewind, dude. Everything's been going very great, and then all of a sudden this is weird, confusing, pointless stuff's going on. So
all right, so
let's continue. I don't want to hear. Hold
on. I'm a lot younger than you. I'm trying to.
Let's continue.
To you is the Tibetan Book of the Dead. I don't know if you've skimmed through it at all, but is there any Gnostic concepts in that book? Is there anything any?
Sorry, Call for Zero. Everybody, we're not going to deal with it today. I'm not going to let it go any further. You know what I mean? I'm really trying to focus, so I apologize for that. And then they get you off. It's just like this disruption you know? And like, I'm not down with it anymore. I don't want to play that game. It's not fun. It's like, I'm not here to do that. I'm not here to play these games like people online. Like, I'm taking this shit very serious. You know? So
valuable information, you think, in that?
Definitely there would be valuable information. I didn't go through it too deeply because I was spending so much time working with the Egyptian texts. So we have the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which is quite similar actually to the bits I've read of the Tibetan one. But the Egyptian book, the one that's known as the Book of the Dead to people, which is actually called the Book of Becoming Light, I think is the best way of saying it into English, would be the best translation. Book of Becoming Horus, or the Book of Becoming Light. It happens to be the most well-known, but to me, it's not the most valuable text. That would be the pyramid texts from the pyramids in Saqqara, and it would be the Book of What is in the Duat. And I go through all of those books in my.
You know what? We feel out the vibes here. What we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to remember we're halfway through this interview. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump to another one and we're going to come back. 1 second. We got Sing back.
Hello, hello.
Perfect timing, bro.
I see.
Hi.
Okay. We'll continue this a little bit, but I'm going to queue up another interview. I think we'll keep this going.
My Power of Then book. The Book of the Dead it's been turned into like a Christian religious presentation of like sin and karma and being a good boy and girl, but it's not like that at all. And in fact, I know the Egyptian Book of the Dead mirrors a lot of things that are in the Nag Hammadi text. There's all sorts of Nag Hammadi texts that I could mirror in various chapters of the Book of the Dead. What I have read about the Tibetan Book of the Dead, because a lot of that is, again, it's about trying to prepare you for what they call these bardos, for these, what you're going to face in the after-death realm. And that's really our escape point. I mean, I think we can exit the matrix like here, right now. I think literally if we knew what to do, like perhaps the Maya and the Anasazi did as a group, where they may have just left as a giant group, I think you can do it without dying per se. But I think that's a tremendous amount of work to know how to do it while still actually trapped in this layer of the matrix. But once we have that after death state, and before we have been sucked into the white light tunnel and before the things have been done, we have this giant window. But in that window is going to be a lot of tricks and deceptions being played. And a lot of what the Book of the Dead is trying to do, both of them, is giving you the interactions that are likely going to happen, the games that are going to try to be played with you so that you're one step ahead of them and you know what to do in response. So it becomes challenging because the translation of these texts are not presenting it that way. So first you have to get the book itself. You have to deal with the translation of the way the translator thinks the translation is, and then you have to start massaging the data to say, okay, if it's really talking about this, how does what seems to be there relate to that? So it's a massive study, and it helps if anyone's thinking of doing it, no matter what area it is. I suggest you get a number of different translations and
I'm muted. We're gonna
cross-reference translate.
Okay, my bad. We're gonna jump. We're at we'll see where we're at here. So we're gonna get through all of these. We're halfway through. We'll remember that. Let's jump interviews. Let's start this one. This one's really good, people. I think this one I listened to like 30 minutes of it, so I saved the rest for the stream, but this is really good. Let's jump to this one. This is from Sold Humans from last year. I'll share the link. Actually, someone was asking, so the link to the interview we just saw is here. Well, let's jump to this one. All right.
When it comes to the whole
this one's good, guys. We should have probably began with this, but we're here now, so let's
deception using of the Matrix in order to trap us spirited beings here. So whenever I check out an ND store or whatever, it always seems as though they use deception and trickery because they don't actually have any force ability on you. So basically, every ND story where people are basically saying that they were forced to do something, they always show some kind of like fear, a consent form in another way than verbal. For example, if you think of someone as a god being, then you could give mental consent for that god being to control you. Or, they have some kind of saying where it's like, oh, I had to do something. And then later on, they will say something like, so I agreed. Like that's a pretty common thing. What's your perspective on that kind of stuff?
Like anything, there's so many different ways you can show consent or agreement, right? People tend to take it, we're just putting it into our material world universe. There's so many different ways. Someone can say, but you agreed, you said yes, you nodded your head, so on some, I mean, we've got so many questions to ask. It's not just the agreement necessarily within the incarnation we have now. It's when did all of these incarnations start? When did we first, you might say, drop into matter? So what in a sense was even the initial agreement? Because here's a point that I think a lot of people tend to misinterpret, and they still see lives as continuous, like in a timeline, like there's a past life, there's a present life, and a future life. And of course, from the standpoint of the finer realms, time doesn't exist in that way. There is no past and there is no future. It's all happening at the same time. So technically what's happening 5 years or 50 years or 500 years before is not actually affecting now like we think it is. It's one giant block. So even that is part of the conceptualized deception. Is there's and that maybe it's why it's so difficult for anyone to remember what the agreement really was at the origin, because what was the origin point that threw us into this giant loop, right? So focusing on, I think just focusing on, like, if somebody can remember their pre-birth experiences, then you get a chance to use that as a small window into what might have been the bigger agreement that brought you into the whole thing in the first place, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's similar to the ideas that I've been talking about with the vegan skeptic about regaining our...
Seeing, or I would be interested to hear what you guys are. Where did this all begin? What agreement? What is that? Seeing, or you guys got anything on that? Okay.
Want to expand a bit?
You know what I'm saying? What they're talking about?
I have no input right now.
No.
Yeah, I think he's just generally trying to talk about the big picture, so I really couldn't say much right now.
Okay, we'll continue.
Right, maybe proceed a bit, we could add.
Essence, and like past memories and everything. I think that could actually give us a lot of insights by doing that. I do think that there's also the possibility of, like the Inception movie, that there could be false memories or memories that are basically lies in a way. So, for example, say that you lived a previous life, you had a near-death experience or something in that life, and you were giving, some kind of like information or whatnot, which is basically just a deception. And then later on, when you start regaining your memories, you might remember those deception and think that they're actually real. So I think even when it comes to those things, we should be careful about what we actually remember, because there could be deceptions or falsehoods within those things.
Yeah, that's, at least from my own life, that's where the recapitulation was so valuable, was to see how much of what I thought was my past was not, the real experiences were not anything like my mind had categorized and told me that they were. So not only will the recapitulation help to see that a whole lot of things are changed within our world? I don't say change necessarily, but they're moved around, and they're not presented as they actually happened. And then there's all sorts of things that happen that we don't remember at all. And once you start adding other past lives and things to it, it could be enormous. So, and I don't know how important it is actually at all personally to go digging into your past lives. Like, you find out that you died in a horse accident in the 1840s. What good is that going to do? You really, well, that'll explain why when I'm on a horse, so what? The goal of all of this is not to improve your material life. Your goal is to find the truth. So if somebody wants to do that, if that's how they want to put their energy and their focus, fine. But I'm not sure, even if you regain a whole bunch of past life memories, I'm not really sure what that's really going to do for. I would think if you could regain memories before you were in a physical body, if you could regain memories of your consciousness in finer realities, other realities, I think that could have value. Just finding more mess in the material world of your lives, I'm not really sure how much that's going to really help you anyway.
Yeah, I tend to agree that if memories are going to help us, it would probably be the past experience on Earth, basically. Any death states or whatever could be very important.
But why?
Basically, just as an indication.
Why would another experience on Earth help you?
No, I don't mean on Earth, but outside of Earth.
Yeah, I get on the other planes. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's but that's so hard. Like you say, we have enough trouble remembering our dreams. Remembering our pre-incarnation moments are a lot of work.
Oh yeah, I can imagine that. And like I said, there could be a lot of deception in it as well.
Yeah.
It's I think when it comes,
that's where I think it's one really good thing to listen to some of the near-death experiences that people are sharing, because we can hear, even though they don't notice it themselves, they don't necessarily notice the deception. They kind of gloss, they mention it and they gloss right over into something much nicer, but we can hear what's in there. We can hear the deception in the story, and that helps us, I think, just get a better viewpoint of what we're potentially walking into, because the more prepared, like anything, the more prepared you are, the better chance you're going to have to come out the way you want to come out of it, right? If you know that there's a hurricane coming, you can prepare your house to withstand the hurricane. If you don't know it's coming, you're just going to have to wing it. And I don't know if being in the after death realm is a good place to be winging it.
Nah, probably not.
These fellows.
Yeah, I think having a good plan of what you're actually intending to do.
Yeah.
These fellows are doing their best to try to put it together, and I think they're just kind of shooting from the hip. But once again, it's all now. Everything's now. Everything's happening now. Oh, but if you look at your past memories and your past life experience, so which way is it? You see what I mean? It's like playing both sides, but maybe they're just trying to get to the center somewhere. But I see this happening over and over and over.
It's just sharing thoughts like we do here, you know what I mean, to create a conversation, but it's not like they don't come across like, hey, this is the way reality is and that's it, and everyone, you know what I mean? It's just like two people talking about what they feel like the reality is at this time, you know what I mean? You watch these guys, or these guys 3 years ago, or even me, it's all evolved into, and then 5 years down the line, I'm going to be saying this, you know what I mean? So it's just to create conversation and to, whatever you don't resonate with, throw it to the side and just keep, but I don't really get, it's not saying like this is all true, everyone needs to believe this or anything.
Right, yeah. They're sharing their experiences of information
I mean, we're talking about something that we all don't know. And anyone that says that they know, they're making the wrong decision by just having their mind made up. We're talking about something that we've all been blinded of and mind wiped of for a reason.
Right. And
that's
so
not in our benefit. And so this is like a very important piece of the puzzle here that we need to get to the bottom of, or at least raise our awareness of the possibilities of who and what we are, where we're going, where we came from, what we're and why or how.
Right.
Yeah, I agree that examining experience and method of operation is very important. That's why I'm saying at face value, saying, "Oh, but it's all like now." I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting too technical, but it doesn't seem to add up.
I see what you're saying. So like when you're talking about like the now and people say like let's say in the spirit realm there's no time, but I would disagree. I think that there is, because if I'm leave this body and now I'm in the spirit realm to move forward, well, before I was you know what I mean? So I think that we're still stuck in a time zone that just has different rules and it's a different understanding. I think there's always some type of time going on in these realms. So we could say everything's now. I get what you're saying, but I guess we have to really expound on that.
So it seems to be everybody is seeking the manual of the accurate information on how to exit this place and perceive, like I'm bringing this back where he was talking about, or some people may have moved while still in the body beyond, figured out how to do it, and he's probably onto something there for sure, because the last not too long ago, past while, I've been getting information is you need to do it here to basically get it here before you're actually there.
Well, if you say everything is now, well, let's say, there's a lot of evidence and it seems like we kind of plan our lives and we make a decision to come here, and we had other stuff going on before. So like not everything is now, because you know what I mean? We're planning doing something in the future and we did other things before. So I think that everything that we do maybe understand or have evidence of, there's some type of time going on, but we could say that everything's now, but there's really no evidence of that. So I'm looking for something deeper into that. You know what I mean? You see where it's coming from?
And earlier, Howdy mentioned the Mayas, and he's saying, well, perhaps they ascended, they learned how to do it, they learned how to like rise out of it or escape or something. I think equally as strong an argument is, say, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, we don't know because the timeline's all screwed up, that a very intelligent leader of the Mayans said, hey, this place is really going downhill. I mean, things getting really bad. I mean, they're like, sacrificing people. Everybody that wants to go south with me, come on. And a bunch of them headed to what people think is Antarctica, but actually went to like outer lands, and they're inhabiting them now and growing their tropical fruits. And the rest were here to carry on. And then they were reset. I think that's just as equally as good as an argument.
Yeah, it's like or it was like some type of reset that just in a different way that was happening then. Yeah, I don't know even what's true. Like I said, for me, my mind's so open that all this history of the Mayans and the pyramids, this could all be a setting put here in the beginning of this game, let's call it, or whatever we're in. It's so deep and intricate that we don't know what's an actual setting with evidence of history, but there's no history there because it's a setting.
Right. We kind of went over this a little bit on Joe Martinez's channel about a month or two ago, and I made the point of when you're really close to EMF, like electronic frequency, it's disturbing. It's unsettling. You get that in like paranormal investigations, a feeling of like you're almost scared. You're agitated. What if our area that we're in, the continents around that magnetic north, are the ghetto of the entire realm? Like we got the bad part of town, and there's so much better out south.
Definitely
That's a possibility too.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
a
with you on
possibility.
that.
I'm just saying there are many possibilities.
Yeah, definitely feel you on that one.
Once you pass over, it's probably a very good idea to like have a clear oriented goal. So you're not just...
And I like the pushback too. I want to push back on what they're saying too, and not agree with everything, but they're kind of just starting the conversation. But it's all about creating conversations within my own self and raising my awareness, but not necessarily resonating with everything they're saying.
Looking around, trying to figure out how reality works or something. It's I assume you've seen my escape guide, right?
I've seen. I'm sorry.
If you've seen my escape guide on YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, that's like a minimum required knowledge video, kind of, to like escape the matrix in my viewpoint, with a lot of other information that you could also learn as well. So from my perspective, a lot of the afterlife events are basically like pure distraction based. So when it comes down to it, basically, if you just ignore most of those things, like block it all off, you're going to be way better off than trying to investigate by viewing things from the matrix point of view. It's I mean, you talked about and it's a really good name, by the way, for your book, Exiting the Cave. It's so basically, if we consider the astral realms, the after death realms, all of that stuff as different layers within the cave, it's as long as we're looking at the stuff that the matrix is presenting to us, we're never really gonna be likely to find a way out of the matrix. So when I hear someone talks about, for example, using portals to exit the matrix, I consider that to be a very bad idea, because a portal, assumes 3D space. It is a physical or some kind of manifestation, but it's still within the matrix realm. And so in order to even observe that portal within the matrix realm, you're giving mental consent to even perceive things within the matrix realm, which means you're interacting with it in a way. Which is why in my escape guide, I talk about the stealth shield, Forever, Mark from Forever, Forever Consciousness Research Channel. He talks about, being shielded. It's basically the same thing. I think that's a very good, pathway, basically, because if you're interacting with the matrix, you're giving consent forms, and even a small little consent form about observing things is going to give the matrix permission to basically affect you in different ways. It could show you things which could affect your, emotional states, which is something you talk about in your book, how we basically have to control ourselves so that, I don't remember what you call it, but basically not allow it to, affect us in any kind of way using our emotional states.
Well, again, and like I say to everyone at all times, I don't know for sure what's going to happen when we die. I don't know for sure how this reality was created. I've just got thesis and ideas and research that I think are on the right path, but I don't want anyone to think I've got specific answers or anyone has specific answers. It's really important to just take information in, take suggestions in, and go through it for yourself. You have to find this information and find answers for yourself. So I just want to make sure everyone hears that again, if someone hasn't heard me before. One of the great challenges, for sure, that these near-death experiences remind us that we're going to face is how easy it is for us to just move into the experience. The same as when we have a dream, like what you just said. On one sense, it's sort of good, but it's also if you can't become extremely lucid, like if you have a dream at night and instantaneously you're moving along in the dream state, and you're just, the car comes and picks you up, so you get in the car and you wonder where you're going, and I mean, you're already gone. You're not aware that you're in a dream. And so I think the first step is learning how to be aware that you're in the in the after death realm, so that you can actually begin to put forth, if you have a plan or a strategy. If you can't, it's like if the reality tricks you instantaneously, just like when we have a dream and the reality tricks you instantaneously there and you're automatically in it, the preparation won't do you much good. So for me, that would be a big part of the preparation, is that you are able to, you have such awareness in your crossing over point that you can recognize immediately what you're in. So that's why I suggest to people to practice some lucid dreaming, so that you can start to get used to constantly asking, what reality am I in? How is this reality created? You know, it's what level of dream am I in? Am I dead? Am I alive? Am I, because if you miss that step, I think the majority of people then just get, what's the word, will just get pushed along with whatever, like you say, the manufactured scenario is going to be. So that's a really big challenge, is how to, that's almost preparation. Well, yes, there's preparation for that. Okay, I'm just going to stop talking. I'll let you talk, but that's, there's so many pieces to just that information, that then you can take it 5 steps this way and 5 steps that way. But really being able to be aware of what's going on, that's step one. I think if you miss that, the rest of it will be very hard to undertake.
What's up, Axis?
Hey, how's it going, Ian? Singularity Zero.
How you been? How you been, buddy?
Pretty deep in studies. Trying to figure out a lot of the same end of stuff that you are, just at on a different approach. I think that there's a language that was used to create everything that we have, that we're experiencing, including outside of this. I tried every possible avenue I could think of to come up with something other than creation. Were we created or were we not? My conclusion, just mine, was, yeah, I feel like I was created. So upon feeling like I was created, I obviously had to be in a construct, also an environment that was created. So I've been endeavoring into understanding and being able to read, interpret, and communicate in that particular language with, I guess, a closer relationship and understanding of the creator, the form, the function, what this creation is, how it was written, how it was designed, how it functions, and the language that helps us most understand and propagate communication with it. It's been pretty fruitful, but I wanted to add to what you were saying. One is probably kind of oppositionary, but the other is, I see time as kind of like a tool, a small tool of measurement that is a useful tool in this construct. But everything that I've ever understood about my research to this point is cycles. Things are on cycles, almost like the gears in a clock, the luminaries, humans, the seasons of the year. Everything works on cycles, not time, not the minute 60-based cycle time, cycles. And I think that there is a point that we reach where everything is recycled. Almost a cataclysmic or a destructive event happens, sets us back to a state of almost zero, brings the population down to one that has to redevelop, and we go back through an entire cycle of trying to figure a sense of direction and destiny back out. But that's just an observation. I do have more to back that up, though.
I think that, like, while we're in, let's say where we're at is this city where those people are, you know?
Right.
And while we're in it, it's so complex and there's so many pieces to the puzzle. But if we were here, we'd be like, oh, that's what it is. You know what I mean? And it wouldn't be like a big, intricate, crazy thing to understand. It's like, this is what it is and what it's for, or what it is now. You know what I mean? But
can I explain my perspective on that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, while we're in the construct, the city here, everything is built off of hyperdimensional space and hyperdimensional math and mathematics and equations and whatever generates the basis for this material existence that we understand now. Being where they're at, looking at it, is like being in the fourth dimension, being able to see the whole of something instead of just the three-dimensional parts of it. Being in a fifth dimension allows you much more perspective of lower dimensions. So that's where you start working with dimensional space, as where the mathematics is no longer applied, but dimensional space takes over, and that's where hyperdimensional mathematics comes into play. Instead of getting a fragment like with a flatlander, how the ball comes through the paper, but all they see is a flat line, we're able to rise above that, not only see the ball and the paper, but to see the space around the ball, the paper, and the construct of all different sides and angles of it simultaneously.
Interesting.
So, Access, I have a question. What would be your perception how we get there to see those angles?
That requires dimensional travel. It tears your body and your mind up really bad. Everything I have has been recorded on my live streams. My recent endeavors, I haven't released all the information, but what you do is the same as whenever we're in third dimension right now, with the potential for the fourth dimensional being time, space-time. I don't believe that. Space-time, to me, is just being able to observe all angles of movement at one time, which means that you would have to think in fourth dimensional type. It would be even beyond thinking. It would be vision. You would have to exist in fourth dimension or fifth dimension. And it's the same way that you can go back and point out two-dimensional things or one-dimensional things or three-dimensional things. The further the state of your existence is in a dimension, the more that you're able to interact with it, and the lower dimensions become more visible.
Aren't you kind of, isn't like you, it's kind of like another Matrix, never ending rabbit hole of us understanding the prison and getting all the dimensions of the prison while we're in it. But in reality, we need to just break free.
Right. You got to do that through dimensions. You cannot, we're trapped in the third dimension, Ian. That's the problem. See, something in two dimensions, we'll never know what three dimensions are. Won't ever have a concept of it. Something that is four-dimensional, we cannot have a concept of because we've been trapped in three dimensions. Now, when you lose the dimensional state, which is the human body and the limitations of the mind and the human body, you're free from those dimensional prisons. You are no longer contained by dimensional limitations.
Yeah, it's just multi-dimensional thinking and things like that. It's just like it's just awareness, raising awareness. Really, it's just more awareness, right?
Well, no, there's actual physical dimensions to the higher dimensions, Ian. It's not just thinking. It's not just an observation. They actually exist. They're real. They're not something that are a hypothesis or a theory. They are real.
I got another thing for you.
I think that it's not very. I see where I think it's interesting to have this into the conversation for sure. I liked all the angles, but I think it's. No, go ahead, Singh.
So, can we agree that accessing different dimensional planes is frequency resonance synchronization? and they act as actually gates to
What they are
dimensions.
is just parts of a fractal state of repetitive octaves in dimensional frequency. If you have 11 dimensions that are possible, once you perceive and understand those 11 dimensions, then they will fractalize and become octaves of themselves, just like a keyboard, just like a musical tone, just like an octave on a piano. And it will repeat and become a fractal, repeat and become a fractal of itself.
Yeah, I can add something to what Axis was saying. When I do my dimensional work, like mediumship and stuff like that, and I'm seeing a different realm, I don't even know what's going on, quote, back here on Earth, unquote. I don't even know what's going on in the room. And while I'm there, I have no emotion, like no broken heart. I won't see somebody again. It's like it's almost like
a new construct,
a rebirth, a mind wipe in a sense. You're completely disconnected. You're not even near Earth.
Right. Because it's separated from the third dimension. Though they are interlocked, and that's a conduit that interlocks them, it is a system of motions, changes in state that creates another dimension. When I'm drawing on a piece of paper in 2 dimensions, I'm generally not conscious of my 3-dimensional environment and how I'm affecting it or it's affecting me. I'm focusing on the 2-dimensional drawing. Well, when we focus on the 3-dimensional living plane, we're not taking into consideration that right above us is a 5th-dimensional, and it's interwoven into what we're doing at this point in time. And accessible.
Shout out to the chat.
But I don't want to throw any wrenches or anything into the show, Ian. I just wanted to come up and share dimensional space and hyper-dimensional mathematics into kind of what you were discussing, and maybe it would help you be opposition or maybe potential for a forward movement.
I appreciate it. We're gonna continue the video, and we can jump in whenever.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. It's if we're not aware that we're dying, you know, and we enter the other side, and we could just be pulled along without even recognizing what we're doing. It's if you die in your sleep and you think you're dreaming, that's not really a good idea or a good situation to be in. So yeah, I do think it's a very good idea.
There's a good question. That's actually a really good question, right? Like, is there a difference, like somebody who gets killed being run over by a bus and somebody who just dies in their sleep and just, you know, most people like to think, oh, I'd like to die in my sleep like that. That seems like a nice way to go. But yeah, if you're in the dream state, if you're actually in, and we know how all-consuming dreams can be, and if we are in an all-consuming dream when our physical body ends and dies, how aware are we going to be of the change point? So it's also interesting to even ask that question: is if we're thinking about death, well, what is a good way to die in order to get the end result we're looking for? So it's really strange to ask a question like that, but I think it's something we should all think about. Like, you know, is dying in bed different than being hit by a bus or having a heart attack on the street, or, you know, I don't know. Do you have a thought on that? Have you ever thought of there could be a difference?
Yeah, I actually think there's a good chance that there is. If I imagine someone that doesn't know about the soul trap and they're having a good dream or something and they die during that dream, the chance of them figuring anything out at all is going to be very low, because they're probably going to think they're dreaming, because the last thing they remember is going to sleep. And then some figure shows up and convinces them to do something, and he's going to be like, sure, why not? That sounds funny. It's
I mean, the bottom line is that we're all going to die one day. and we're all going to face this system. We're all going to have a different setting, tailor-made for us specifically based on our data. The system is going to create a setting and a process. The big message is I am questioning the process. I'm questioning who they put before me. I don't think it's really, they could put my family members there. I know it's really not them because my family members already passed away. They got their setting. And so now they're that, you know what I mean? So it's just about questioning it and saying we don't have to go with the flow anymore. You know, it's that simple to me. And just that awareness itself is a revolutionary act in my view. That they want us to do this and fight for this and that in this matrix. They don't want us to question the setting before us that we're all gonna face. That's my big message and why I'm here. And there's something big we need to raise our awareness of and be aware of and question in that process. Because something ain't right. We're not home. And when you die, you're still in this system. That's my big message, people, to put it in like very simple. I know that in my soul, deep down, I knew it since I was a child. You know what I mean? I knew it. And then now that I'm here, like I see what I was looking for. And so I'm on a journey to just raise my awareness and question the process. Just like I do here. Oh, it's that simple.
This guy has some key information when he's defining how do you know that beyond is not just another dream, where you need to step into the dream with complete awareness, like in this reality we're in, which would be a different level of the etheric and astral.
It's just, if there's one truth, my point is like, if it's really the right system and like where we need to be and it's looking out for us, then it wouldn't be a tailor-made system for everybody. It'd just be one truth and one thing to face. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be this big confusion. Everyone gets something based on their data. It's just, this matrix system is real shit and we're in it, people.
Yes,
you know?
Once again,
and it's not we can cuddle it up and we could put rose petals and make it smell all pretty and stuff, but it's not at its core, people. But we are, you know what I mean? We're something special, at least some of us. But there's separate thing going on we're separate from this, you know what I mean? And so it wants to keep us a part of the system. So you can either stay or go. I'm out, you know what I mean? What's up, Jeeb? So there's something simple with it, you know. It's simple but complex, you know. It's like it's this paradox.
His discernment isn't gonna be as high as if he dies consciously.
Right. Yeah, it's just something I often haven't thought about until just like right now.
I had a dream a while ago.
Big shout out to Tim and Sarah. And what's up, Josh Penn? So weird. I was thinking this yesterday because my aunt died. Sorry, bro. At a hospice, they injected her with painkiller. And then starved her. Yeah. Yeah, I know what that's like, bro. So, it's deep stuff, guys.
Where I encountered a matrix being, and I was basically communicating with it. And during my dream, I said the words, "Because I don't trust you," which I thought was a really good indication that my mental state was in the right direction. Because that basically means that even if I would die during a sleep state, basically, and not be aware that I actually died, I would still be rejecting whatever they try to present to me. So I wouldn't be tricked, you know, by thinking it's just a dream.
Well, I hope that's true. It's again, it's so challenging because we really don't know what it's going to be like, and we are using our physical material experience, which of course is nothing but a projection, right? Is nothing but a holographic interaction of mind and energetic waves. And we're trying to place we're trying to place how we have this experience as to how we're going to have that experience. And it's so it is really difficult. It's at first when you begin to deal with the stuff, and when I was first, because now I finished writing the book, I guess in September, I guess is when the book was finished, and now I'm beginning the research on going deeper. Now I'm beginning. That was kind of like the, how am I saying? It's kind of like the first, the starter in food, and now I'm starting to work on the main course. And now as I'm starting to really dig into other stuff, I'm seeing there's a lot of stuff I wrote in Exit the Cave or was thinking about in Exit the Cave that is probably flawed thinking. That's actual or very simplistic thinking. It sounds good from the standpoint of an overview, okay, but how much of that now am I going to take into the actual structure of this is the movement forward. This is the actual preparation point. So it's also interesting to see that I think you have to go through stages with this process. You have to, I've had 25 years on and off of doing all sorts of exercises and practices and having been lucky enough to have conversations with really clear people who still hold a lot of ancient wisdom. And I'm still working hard to figure things out. So it's a long journey of work, particularly with someone who doesn't. And I think there are people who have the keys. I actually think there are a few people who still know the whole story, know exactly what to do. Like know exactly what to do as you're going into death, know exactly what you've done before that, know exactly what to do after. They're just, I think, choosing to remain silent for certain reasons. And it's a lot of work to really go from this is a good idea to I know, and that's the difference. It's from a good idea to no, now I know this is exactly what it's going to be like. This is exactly what's probably going to happen. I know the methodology I'm going to take going into it. And at least I can say for myself, even after all this work, I'm still I'm still working to put the entire package of understanding together.
Yeah, it's I mean, you can see all kinds of people developing over the years as they learn more and more. It's I mean, I don't have the exact same perspective I have now as when I first started learning about the soul trap. It's and I've only known about the soul trap for about 1.5 years, so I'm still pretty new at it. I'm still learning. So I mean, 30 years from now, who knows?
Yeah, and there's so many. I mean, there's things I was doing 25 years ago, practices and exercises and things that didn't seem it was going to lead to this part of it, but it's a big giant soup of understanding. And because when I first began writing my Egypt book and was working on the ancient Egyptian stuff, I was spending a lot of time testing reality. That was, in a sense, I was testing the physical matrix. I was testing the solidity of it. I was testing, how solid and real was this place. And so I spent about 2 years of those first 4 or 5 years of work. 2 years was just spent testing reality. And of course, it failed miserably. Reality just turned out to be extremely transparent and extremely changeable, almost at will. And it is actually part of the stuff we're talking about now, and it is part of exiting the cave. You have to, on one level, you have to get an understanding of the cave and how it works. But the trick is, or the way people tend to get tricked, is everything keeps getting you to focus on to go deeper, learn more, focus more, learn how to do more. It's like an endless exploration of the cave, as opposed to exploring the cave to the point that you need to explore it at and then say, okay, I got this. I got what I need about this place. I know I don't have it all figured out, but I don't have to. I've got enough of it figured out that I can turn to the exit and start understanding, okay, now I can focus on the exit. So, and for everybody, that's a little different. Some people might need a few months or years. Other people might need 10 or 20 years. Maybe I did. Maybe I needed 20 years of exploring the cave. I don't know. But I know there are people that have been doing this for 30 or 40 years, and I don't know if they're ever going to stop. So, like everything, a really important part of the process is knowing when is it time to stop and when is it time to focus on something else. That's actually a powerful moment to be able to, with awareness, be able to say, I know enough of what I need to know in this particular area. Now I'm going to move on. It's a powerful thing, but you'll notice, if you look around, you notice not many people do that. Not many people know when it's time to stop.
Yeah, I would agree on that. It's something I noticed is that the Matrix like to make rabbit holes, which basically don't actually lead anywhere. So you'll study some conspiracy or something, and it just goes on and on and on and deeper, and like at the end of it, it didn't actually help you in any kind of way at all, you know. So
no. Exactly. That's another of those.
That is so true, people. That's what I feel about a lot of these topics. It's a never-ending rabbit hole. That's why I had to stop with the parasites a little bit. It made me think. I was like, damn, this is never-ending rabbit hole. It's like, where does it end? It doesn't.
Yeah, those things and you kind of have to do it. You have to figure that out for yourself, because as long as you still think there's more to study, there's more to learn, there's more to understand, it's the Matrix has you. And I mean, I'm saying that from my own experience, right? I'm saying that from my own times where I just spent way too long studying one specific subject, and I give a really example, like Power of Then. So I studied, along with all this other stuff, I studied the ancient world for 8 or 10 years, like all through Egypt, all through Mexico, all through stone sites in Europe, through various, and when I came out of it, and I thought I in one sense I'd learned a lot of information, but how much of that can I take with me right now? Maybe 10% of it. 90% of it is either up for question. I don't agree with anything, what I believed about that anymore, or it's just I don't see it necessarily as all that valuable. So when we think about all of the places we put our effort into, and I don't just mean in these kind of searches, I mean like anything, whether it be careers, whether it be things we do, hobbies, ways we spend our time. If we could look back on our life at the amount of time and energy we put into things that actually had no value whatsoever to anything, I'm sure we would want to do things very, very differently. And you can't change that, but you can start saying, okay, where do I want to put my time now? I've got limited amount of time, and given the world we're living in right now, we have no idea how much time we have before this whole thing just, in a sense, explodes completely on us. So we have to kind of say, what's the best use of my time? And then have enough, not willpower, what's the word I'm looking for? Have enough inner fortitude to make sure that the things we've now deemed to be important, that we put that time into. And again, these are things that sound simple, right? I've talked for a long time about commitment. I talk about courage. I talk about, again, like this, using your time. And they're simple. Commitment is simple. Commitment is one of the simplest things you can put forth in. But how many people actually hold on to their commitments? Almost none. So sometimes the most important stuff is actually the easiest, but tends to be the most difficult to do because we haven't been taught how to do the most simple things.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's well, when it comes to the whole escaping the soul trap ideas, I think some of the core things that we should really work on is our own personal development as a being. So not having any fear or the ability for someone to control you emotionally. So stoicism in a way is very important. It's the ability to basically leave everything behind. It's even just the idea of maybe you could never have a physical experience again after you leave the Matrix. which could technically be possible. It's probably not the case, but it is possible. And if you're unable to deal with such an idea, then like that might actually drag you back into it. It's like, yeah, the old idea of being addicted to experience the sensory input.
Yeah, right. What's that? There's a quote in one of the, I can't remember if it's a New Testament or if it's a Gnostic Gospels, but it's the idea that if you have to lose your life in order first to find it, right? This idea. And that means as long as you're tied in any way to this realm, which of course it's false, it's fake, it's also another challenging thing for you. You will never find the spiritual in the material world. If you actually ever find truth, then you can see truth in a sense minorly mirrored in the material world. It's not major; it's very small little pieces of it. Then you can find it. But until you've actually left, you might say, until you've actually disconnected from the place completely, this place will have in some way your attention trapped. So I would pretty much agree with what you said. It's just how to go about teaching someone or teaching yourself, how to go about teaching yourself to step away from the material when, if you're thirsty, you have to drink. If you're hungry, you have to eat. If you need to keep breathing, you need to, there's so many things that have to be done in the material, from the bodysuit, from the heavy thing that we're wearing here. How does one taper their consciousness, taper their awareness to allow the form to do what the form does, to, in a sense, act like an actor in a movie, while all the time have the majority of the attention not here. And it's a very subtle thing, and something it's something that some of the books of Carlos Castaneda were hinting to. They were hinting of ways to begin preparing your perception to kind of, in a sense, be standing in two worlds at the same time. And it's also a lot of work. It's not something that will happen overnight. It's something you have to determine. You have to have the intention that that's something you want to attempt to see what would happen by doing it. And then it's to go through the practices of actually preparing your body, mind, form to handle that. So I'm sorry we're making this sound really difficult, but in some ways, I mean, this is not like we've fallen into matter. And it's like, think of it as falling into a giant vat of molasses, that really thick, heavy, dark liquid. And to extricate yourself, or in quicksand, that's another way of looking at it. You're in quicksand, you're sinking, but really slowly, but you are sinking. It's got a hold of you. And there's a certain way to get out of quicksand. So maybe this is a really good analogy. There's a certain way you get out of quicksand. It's not the way people think, right? Normally, if someone goes into quicksand, they'll start trying to drag themselves out, and you'll just push yourself in further. You actually have to lay down in the quicksand and like swim. You actually you almost like float yourself out of quicksand. It's a complete opposite of what people would think. So if we use quicksand as our analogy, we escape in sort of the opposite way we think we would escape from this place.
Yeah, on the note of that, I see a lot of anger with people when it comes to the soul trap, once I leave, I'm going to destroy the matrix kind of talk. And I think that's a huge attachment, it's that's getting yourself stuck in the quicksand, and lying down on the quicksand is kind of like, it's a way of detaching from the matrix, I would, translate that into. So basically, instead of fighting the quicksand, you basically reject it. And that's like the way I would imagine that is the appropriate way to actually leave this matrix. Because, from all that we can see, basically the matrix doesn't have any power over you. So the only way for it to actually trap you is basically for you to trap yourself. So by basically preparing mentally and, having a good exit plan, on top of that, you should be pretty, likely to get out of here, basically. It's, I had a talk with some people on my Discord where I mentioned the idea that if if you're not able to both receive and reject emotions, stimuli on will, then that is a very bad thing when you leave this place, because say that everyone faces the light, the love bomb, and it doesn't matter if you put up a stealth shield, to block it out, it's going to hit you anyway, and you do not have the ability to reject a good feeling, then how likely are you to actually escape the Matrix? And another thing is that a lot of people will go the monk way, where it's like, no feelings at all, I don't eat anything sweet, because I'm a fucking man mode, or something like that.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, well, now you have no good emotions or anything, and then you face the light, and it's the most loving, awesome feeling ever. It's like, how likely are you to be able to reject that kind of thing when you've been starved out of good emotions and the stimuli? And the same thing, it's like, if you only live for stimuli, so like if you go the hedonist way to be like, this life doesn't matter, so I should just grab as much pleasure as I can, then you don't build up the resistance to be able to reject something. So I think the mental practice, removing as much addiction kind of things as possible, clearing out your mentality so that you don't have things that you regret. It's like the acceptance of not... regretting things and all that kind of stuff, removing attachments before you go so that nothing can really hold you down anymore.
What you just said is that actually people should go back and listen to that, like 2 minutes. That was really good, or whatever that was, minute and a half. That's a pretty good overview of a lot of this situation. It's our attachment to the matter, and it's how do we deal with that attachment? And like you say, some sink into it further, some decide I'm going to fully enjoy it, some decide they're going to reject it completely. And again, there's this there's like an acceptance without accepting, if that makes sense. I still like the metaphor of being an actor in a movie, but knowing you're an actor, right? That's I think one of the most important elements of it, is that you're not rejecting the physical experience. You're not like you say, you're not rejecting emotions. You're not rejecting experiences. You're not identifying in any way with what's going on as it being personal. You're just an actor in a movie, and these things are going on, and you have a role that maybe not a role. I don't want it to make people think like I would suggest like there's a script and you have to follow a script. I used to say that, but it's not really. It's more like just think of it like as an improv performance, and you have a character role in the improv, and all that matters is you're just holding on to you have to hold on to your character no matter what the improv throws up at you. With the idea that afterwards, when the show ends, you're not going to sit there and determine your self-worth based on the overall what happened in the improv. It's just you can just know, I did my role, followed what I was supposed to do, okay, and that's it, and you kind of leave it behind. So yeah, I think what you were saying there is very, very valid information. It's the attachment we're putting to the matter and the experience. And because, if that's also a really good comment you made, if somebody is not prepared to handle emotion at all, if they have rejected emotion, and then in the astral after death realm, it's all emotion, right? It is emotion plus. So how are you ready to handle and navigate emotions that you haven't been able to navigate and handle on a much simpler level?
Yeah, it's gonna be like the old Vulcan story where someone isn't handling, emotions at all, and once they get them, they freak the fuck out and become like a lunatic, basically.
Yep. I would have to agree with all of that. Yeah.
I was gonna mention also on the topic of this. So I had a discussion some time ago where basically I mentioned the idea that you should be okay with the possibility that you might have been a terrible person in the past. So say that you die and you start doing some kind of mantra, higher clarity, you know, like past memories or something like that. And then you start remembering past lives and you recognize that you were an evil soldier, you know, you did a bunch of horrible shit. And you have, you know, 1,000 lifetimes of doing horrible stuff, and it's basically only recently that you stopped being an asshole. And you start feeling like a really terrible person, and now you have these emotions about do-overs, you know, and I don't deserve to leave this place, I'm terrible. So I think it's very important not only that you're able to control stimuli and like be able to accept and reject at will, but also the ability to basically forgive yourself for whatever you may and may not have done, so that you're not backstabbed by your own past, basically.
Yes, I think there's a bit of a two-edged sword. I mean, one, it's seeing that choices were made in the material world, and obviously there are choices that are you know, once somebody realizes that souls, or we'll call them divine sparks, right? Divine sparks are trapped in matter, and that's just not in human form. I think there's divine souls that are trapped as well in animals, in plants, in rocks, and everything. You gain once you understand that there's an empathy that starts to come towards all of existence, in that, not that you're now wanting to necessarily you know, love it unconditionally or something, but you just appreciate the struggle that everything's going through. And so you don't need to add struggle to anything else. You just realize things have enough problems. I don't need to add extra problems. So when I think when you look back and see, I mean, of course, you're going to see a lot of stuff that's been done to us in previous lives, but the things we've done ourselves, or things you've done in this particular life before you've started to shake your head loose, it'll come from the realization that you didn't know that you are in a trap, and that a lot of what else you see around you is also in such a trap. So it's an opportunity to re-understand your empathy and understand ignorance, because that's really what it was. It was when you act this way, you act out of ignorance, right? The Cathars had certain ways of living with the natural world that were built on their understanding of what this reality was, in a sense, to not add any more physical suffering on anything else in creation. That being said, we have to remember that the true nature of us, our true divine spark, is whole, or we're needing to remake it whole again. Let's put it that way. Its end goal is completion. Its end goal is totality. Its end goal is everything. And so we have to hold true to where you want to go, not where you've been. And so I think it's also good to have looked into what you've just said, to, okay, what if this comes up in a past life? Like you say, this life gets thrown on your face and you can't hide from it, you can't turn from it, it gets blasted, in a sense, at you. How are you going to be ready to internally handle that? And I think a big part of it is, like anything, what's your focus of where do you want to go? Not so much the focus of where you've been. You have to acknowledge where you've been, and you don't want to hide from it. You don't want to deny it. But if your focus isn't on where you want to go, you're not going to get there. So like anything, you know, I've been with a hockey coach for a lot of years, and you have to go over what your team's not done well. But if all you're focusing is on the mistakes you've made in the last week or so, and not focused on what you want to do in the next game, you're just going to get mistake after mistake after mistake, because that's all you're focusing on. If the focus is simply on, here's where we've been, here's the corrections we need to make, and we're going forward with the corrections, we're going forward with where we want to be, not where we've been, that gives you the advantage of walking the path you want to walk. I think even though we're going to be in an astral after death state, there's still, in a sense, a pathway, you might say. There still are it makes it sound material. There's still a direction, right? There's still there's still a direction that you're going to be moving into. And that direction is being, in a sense, built here. And I think if you don't have that direction in place, that's where a lot of the things you've been talked about will be easy to be steered to the side. But if you know what your end result is, and your intention is to reach the goal that you've set out for yourself, the chances of failing go down less and less and less. But if anything behind you can turn, that's the biblical story, Cain and Abel, where the wife is Lot. Where Lot's wife is turned into a pillar of salt, and he's not supposed to turn around and look. And that's kind of what it is. When you're going forward, don't look back. You kind of can't look back at where you've been. You've got to look forward at the totality that is your end result.
Yeah, that's a great way to explain it. It's I have a saying that I like to use, which is understanding over judgment, which is kind of a mental setting to place myself in. So like I can use discernment, which is different from judgment, because judgment has this negative quotation to it. So I can understand if someone's doing something bad, but I won't be judging about it. Rather, I will be understanding about it, and try to help someone. And if I have that kind of mentality about other people, I will carry that over to myself. So if I do experience a memory of being a complete fucking asshole, then basically I will be able to use understanding about it rather than judgment. So I think that's a pretty good way. You should basically make yourself the kind of person who will have a better chance of making it out of here before you die.
Yeah. Of course, a few people, some can do it before you die. And I want to make sure that some know that you don't have to wait till death. It can be done directly from the material world, from a physical body. I don't have proof of that 100%, but I feel very confident, given that I do think it's possible. Whole cultures, the Maya, the Anasazi, maybe a few others, just literally as a group just left. And it would certainly be a different pathway, a different way of doing it, and we know there's a transition point at death. We know we've been learning of certain things that will happen there. We're gaining, like, thankfully, one nice thing about the internet is we've gained a lot of knowledge in these areas that kind of wasn't available to us 20 or 30 years ago. We would have had to track down 30 people in our city who had near-death experiences and hope they would talk to us and figure out there's just so much material available, and that gives us such a great advantage. So we have this advantage point of the death transition, but I don't want someone to think that it is possible to be done now, like right now. It could happen. And it's made me wonder about, I've said this a few times, the phenomenon of spontaneous human combustion, which used to fascinate me even as a kid when I would pump into a book. It's like, what actually happened when somebody just spontaneously catches fire? What is the energy within them? Because they burn from within out. That's something that's really interesting. It's like the fire is within them and just takes over, burns out their body. And I wonder if it's something that somehow, one way or another, they came to an exit point, and the exit, doing it while in a physical form, in a sense, short circuits the physical form. Literally, just like you've plugged your socket, you've plugged your plug into a different socket, and so you fry the whole system. And I wonder if that's maybe what happened. So I would be curious, if possible, to look back at experiences. I don't know if anyone's ever done this before. I would love to find out some of the research. The people who've had spontaneous combustion experiences, to look at their life, the 3 or 4 months beforehand. What were they doing? What were they reading about? What were they thinking about? Was their life seemingly the same as it always been? Have they been really thinking about things? Have they been questioning things? Have they been reading particular kinds of books? Have they been doing things differently that was putting them in a completely different mindset? I would be really, really curious to know more of the mental state, not just like the days before it happened, like literally the months before, just in case that's some sort of clue as to the possibilities of doing it while still in the body. Now, if we talk about, say, the Maya or the Anasazi, for example, well, we don't have bodies. One of the problems we have with these cultures, right? The archaeologists, or I guess they're technically not they're anthropologists, I guess, who work those whatever. Anyway, is that they know they have these huge civilizations, massive amounts of people, millions of people in these civilizations, and then they're empty. They're just gone. And they can't explain it because they can't find graves, they can't find bodies, and they come up with all sorts of very lame excuses to try to explain why there were a whole bunch of people and then all of a sudden there weren't anymore, but without the bodies. And this is one of the only ones I can kind of think of, is that they literally, in a sense, left reality as a huge group. And but in their case didn't, or again, maybe they left physical remains of just ash. Of course, if they had all spontaneously combusted, well, within the 1,200 years or 1,500 years since that happened, of course, there'll be nothing left of any of them. There might not even be skeletal remains. So it's interesting to think about. We're preparing for the after death state, but that doesn't mean the possibility couldn't literally just happen tomorrow. Couldn't literally happen. Like tomorrow, something could say, "Are you ready to go home?" And if you say yes, maybe you're going home. I mean, it could happen just like that. So I think it's also, we're preparing for the transition state of death because that's probably what we're going to experience, but we don't know. Some doorway might happen all of a sudden, like tomorrow. Are you ready for it to happen, like without dying? That's another reminder I like to throw out there to people.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the ascended beings from the Stargate series. So that's basically what they did, but less flames. So they just turned into like light beings. And that was after removing fear, guilt, and like attachment to the realm. So it's kind of like an ascension story as well with that series.
Maybe. I mean, again, now, of course, if they did an ascension, well, they're still in the Matrix, right? They didn't really do anything. They just, in that case, you just left the material world for a finer world. And you and I, of course, we're talking about leaving the Matrix. We're talking about being gone completely. And of course, we don't know if, for example, the Maya or the Anasazi did what you just said, then, okay, they got themselves out of this place, but did they trap themselves in, if that's all they did you, what's the point of trapping yourself in just a different layer? Granted, it's probably a nicer layer, but the problem with the nicer layers is it's even easier to be trapped. When we're having a nice dream, we're happy to dream. We only want to wake up when we're having a nightmare. So it's also one of the gifts we have of the painful suffering of matter, is that it's a wake-up call of, hey, this is a nightmare, so get out of this. And if that's anyone there are actually some people who've had really good lives here. They've had good parents, they were cared for, they were loved, they had opportunities and doors open to them, and never had to join secret organizations to do that. They literally they had like a good life. They're not thinking about the stuff we're talking about. They're not thinking about how to get out of the Matrix and return home because it's been okay. In some way, if you are coming to listen to what we're talking about here and are, in a sense, taking it somewhat as a possibility in your life, then obviously there's been difficulty. You've had challenge, you've had tragedy, you've had
few and far between are really awake to this, my friends. It's extremely rare. Either you're getting deeper into the Matrix or you're on your way out. It's like one or the other.
Right. So how can we simplify really all this? Perception. And how about if you break down this whole system like to the video game? Right? You're playing a video game that can't be beat, but you're really addicted to it. Yeah, and the video game they're playing doesn't have any good outcomes. So how do you beat the game? Well, it's simple. You don't play it. But to not play the game is you're gonna have to tune to a different frequency state of existence. You ever have that day in where your day was just really good? You're like, wow, this was almost a perfect day. I wish every day could be like this. Well, people need to ask themselves, what did they do and they were in that good version of the reality frequency resonance? Well, that's what I define a parallel reality. It looks the same, but one was actually in a different channel, not attracting the perceived anti-channel that's all perceived dark and not good experience of events. You know, today I had a shitty day, all these encounters, thing after thing after thing kept happening. So what happened in that day? What happened in that game? What game was somebody playing to stay in that frequency resonance to be participating in that, what I define the anti-matrix, the dark channel? So yeah, this guy has really good information, right? But he's he's entangling himself too with a lot of things, a lot of information, right? But I'm sure eventually he'll thread it out and bring it down to basics. And I want to return this to that Dark City movie. Why were all these beings controlling the system perceived like, look like a flat Earth to myself, like a disc out in space, where they were kind of farming people? Why were they freaking out when this one human, as they define, he can tune? Okay, on my channel, define many times, frequency resonance tuning, energy work, and energy frequency tuning is one's exit sustenance, right? To what level they're going to go to is another story, because like you defined, Ian, there's many levels in the game, levels to the two channels. Like I say, one's dark, perceived negative, one's luminary, perceived positive. So it is, you know, perception based. It can get complicated, definitely. But I'd like to use simple analogies. That video game analogy is really good. Now, one thing we have to question is, what did we do that day that kept us there? You see what I'm saying, Ian?
Well, what was that last thing you just said?
I said people just have to ask themselves is, what did I do that kept me in that reality state throughout that, you know, the experiences? It could be half a day, could have been a whole day. Whole day is almost impossible for somebody to get, but if somebody gets a few hours in what I would define as, I have a almost perfect reality with that joy, continuous joy emanating in, on, around, and through me without disturbance, they have actually shifted themselves into a better existing level to the channel, right?
So that's kind of I get the frequency tuning as we're in these avatars living this life, but I'm saying once that channel, once we leave this and we're on, I don't think we have, I think we're still just navigating in this matrix. I think once we're out of this, I think we aren't really in control. There's decisions to be made. You know what I mean? I don't think we're in.
Right. And
I don't think that we can change. Well, it's like frequency tuning. Yeah. So I guess it would be practice for that too. We're not to continue. It's on a whole different playing field after this.
Right. And I was going to add something, but it left.
So, yeah. So before, when we first met and stuff, we were having conversations, you were kind of like, Earth is this rehabilitation zone, and like the whole karma thing. We all got into a lot of discussions about that. Are you still in that avenue of...
In the avenue of experience for conditioning, right? Well, as one's going to perceive it, it's going to be sort of molded into their reality. So whichever way one perceives it, for myself, what makes myself have a better existence in this reality is I use people, places, and things, technological devices unconditionally to condition myself to understand and to have a better existence in this reality, right? So it is like this. If I have only apples, I'm going to try making the best I can with apples. Apple pie, apple cake, apple juice. You see, so whatever is dealt on my plate, I try to use it for conditioning to make myself, how could I define it, exist to a better state, understanding if I don't do anything, then I'm just going to be molded by the average conditioning that people are given, their plate of frequency resonance. So basically, I try to sustain the resonance that I perceive as my joy emanating in, on, around, and through me to the best of my ability, tracing back what I did to be in that state. And it's usually anchoring myself to that energetic state that I can identify as joy, that is actually a frequency resonance, but it doesn't always go that way. So what you defined, my perception has changed, but the best way I could describe the way I navigate through this place is I take everything that is thrown at myself and try not to be changed by that song and dance. I let other people dance their own song, that would be dance their own song, where I'm not, okay, somebody could be having dark energy around myself, but it's not going to affect me because I don't choose to synchronize to what they're doing. So basically, I let people dance to their own songs, and I try to stay tuned to the best of my ability to my own song and dance, where I'm not going to be affected by others, what they're doing. So that's the best way I could describe it. It's just, I don't dance to other people's songs no more. And if the song isn't desirable, I don't hang around very long, and then I just find a different event to experience. So, but I want to bring this back to what you defined is, we're sort of, even if we do change to another level, yes, I do agree with you. It's sort of set on the plate. The options of choices that are going to be represented are limited. So it is almost like it is a controlled system with choices within the experience of the event, but that's the best way I can perceive reality. Because what I question, Ian, is where do my thoughts come from? Or where does this thought come from? Option A, option B, or option C? Isn't that a representation from somewhere else? Because if I really, really analyze thoughts, something is giving us our perceived thoughts. And anybody who defines, oh, I just got this brilliant information, and maybe a business person with some type of engineer constructs a device that revolutionizes certain aspects to technology in the world. Okay, was it his or her own thoughts that brought it to them, or was it brought to them by the creator that's giving us our choice of options throughout our existence? So it's almost like a role-playing game with options that are represented, and to different levels of attainments. I define as like a video game where somebody gets more features unlocked, options of choices that create a better existence, or can create a worse existence depending and determining on the choice that's made, go this way or go that way. So that's the best way I could define where I'm at right now, Ian. So it is this basically seeing what's on my plate represented, and I'm making options of choices that are, you know, I foresee it to what's going to happen to this choice. If I do that, then it may lead to a dark, shady path, or maybe not a desirable experience to the event. So whatever's represented on my plate, I analyze it, and I make the choice that's going to carry myself further into what I define more progressed regions to the ascension, perceived as levels. So another thing I realized is maybe we're going to be here for a long time. Maybe some of us aren't going to be here for a long time. But who's to say about the perception of time, Ian, that 1 year has been 1,000 years, because they've only told us a year is only, 360 odd days. So we may have been and continue to be in this matrix for a very prolonged time that we haven't been revealed. So yeah, that's the best I could answer that reply, and also add some further information to what this guy was displaying.
Yep, I feel you on that. Interesting.
So yeah,
I think that we were given, but there's some type of agreements that were made, and it seems like we all have these checkpoints in our lives and experiences that we signed up for. It's definitely signs of that, and that kind of takes away our free will, I think, in a big way.
Right, because like
from this matrix system, because if I'm gonna have free will and go live a life like, okay, I'm making this decision, then there shouldn't be anything predetermined. Like, how is, like, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me. It's just,
well, if we added into the picture an all-knowing creator that knows all future events, because it's by design. Okay, let's just speculate here. It's all by design, and he knows all future events. And this creator knows all the options of choices that shall be represented to somebody. Possibility. So that will define that everything is designed within the design, of course, option of choice, free will. But once again, I question this: where are my thoughts coming from, right? Because I understand the mind is like a computer. If we can break down the mind to like a computer where the spirit soul spark interfaces to, so what's feeding the mind the options, right? A lot of people say, well, they're my thoughts, right? I had this great idea. Well, who and what gave you that great idea? Because you obviously need something to generate it. So if the creator created everybody's mind, defines everybody's mind is truly anchored to some type of collective, united, independent system, feeding him the options of choices. That would be, options of choices would be as close to what I could define as being free in the system, with the option of choice, of course. That has always been a golden rule from the creator, to give free will to somebody, whether they're going to choose a dark path or a light path. It's all options of choices represented.
There you go.
So yeah, I agree with you. It's a set system. It is a set system, but that's as close as to what I know as what is freedom and liberation in the Matrix, is to make decisions that's going to create a better existence for yourself. Not decisions that are going to have consequences, as in non-desirable experience of events, because as you have, as everybody has made choices in the past when at a younger age, and it proved to be fact, it led to a domino effect to a certain path of ascension that definitely caused myself problems for many years. But hey, I was making those choices. And at the end of coming out of all that, especially addiction for many years, I realized nobody was doing it to myself. I did it all to myself by the choices I made, carried me and arrived me to the past, not so desirable experiences of events. So at a certain point in time, reference in my life where I became aware, I started making other choices that led to a more desirable existence. And so my choices had led me right to here in this present moment, to this panel. So everybody here at this panel participating has made the choice to participate, to make it happen. As it was represented, Ian was represented as the host to design this channel of hosting, and represented the invites. And here everybody is to the experience of event of choice. Nobody can say here on this panel, oh, I just came here by fluke. No, you came here by choice. So everybody is here by the desirable choice that they made to this experience of the event.
Yeah, I mean, navigating while we're here on this world, like I understand how it works, you know, and you know all that. I'm more referring to after this.
Yeah, but how do we know, Ian, that... Okay, go ahead. I'll add something.
No, go ahead.
Okay, how do we know that it hasn't already happened? That everybody isn't perceived?
Then it would just prove, it would make actually my theory on all this worse.
How about if, not to label anything in strict detail, how about if the nets that were introduced actually is the sequence phase of the beyond the waiting room conditioning and test? Because I could vouch for the technologies, how I'm energy aware, and I can know when the certain aspects of the nets are affecting myself, of the system. And sometimes it kicks in so hard, it feels like I'm in a disorientated dream, and I know I need to tune out of that because I don't want to stay there for very long. And a lot of people do define that the nets and the G equipment does affect them, where it's affecting their reality, right? So maybe just that introduction is the sequence where, you know, we are to a level where I would define in the waiting room. I don't like to say dead or alive because I don't believe in that. I believe in existence. Dead or alive, once again, are frequency resonances, right? So like,
we're kind of in the waiting room playing a video game while we wait, like playing this game while we wait.
You got to bang on, yeah. And the video game is kind of like the test. And when one realizes, hey, this game can't be beat by playing it, right? Putting it down, letting go of that frequency resonance, and perceiving going to the resonance that is enjoyable, and making choices to not go back to playing that game, right? Experiences of events that would be perceived dark and not desirable. So yeah, you just simplified it all, basically.
That's interesting.
So the variables, Ian, and the probabilities and the possibilities, that's all we're working here with and representing it, you know, here in our conversation, and the commenters are participating and fueling this whole conversation that is being brought to the table. We're just representing here things, variables of probabilities and possibilities, and for beings like yourself, myself, and anybody participating to work with it and, you know, add pieces to the puzzle would be as close as what I could define to making sense of this all, to make a decision.
Well, we're getting to the bottom of it one way or another, so I'm figuring this out.
And definitely, and I would define clearly and with confidence, this is probably the only one channel on YouTube that is looking into the depths of the information towards this way, for sure. And that's a great thing.
Yeah, a lot of things I just have no interest in anymore. Most things that people discuss, it's like the small talk. I'm just not interested.
Right. It's like this, Ian. You're building a house, right? Trying to figure out this puzzle. And you're interested in house building, and everybody else is building like ships. It's of no use to participate because it's not going to assist you. It's not going to assist what your path is you've chosen. Your experience of events to choice of option for the path, right? So yeah, I can comprehend what you're defining. For myself too, I try to return to a few other panels, and they're just, you know, it's like a loop. They're stuck in a loop, and it's doing the same thing over and over and over. It's about the me, the ego, and wow, it's just he says, she says, me and my ego, and, you know, how dare you, this channel, say this about me? I shall strike them down with my mighty wand, right?
That's why you don't see me anywhere, and that's why I don't even watch any of these channels, because it's just so like me, and cheerleaders and people just
right.
It's like it's rather disgusting. So that's why I'm like totally out of the loop. It's so boring, and it's like so. It's like, no, we need, you know, I don't know.
And that's totally respectable. It's just for myself is, you know, it's not affecting myself. It's just their path. I accept that. You know, I've tried to throw my bits in there, but sometimes it doesn't go so well. And I've made a decision too. It's just not the path I choose no more. The option of choice to participate in the events of the experience, because like yourself, you're building houses. I'm building a house too, so I'm going to go seek other people building houses that are basically compatible to the path that I have chosen to take. So yeah, I hear what you're defining. Sooner or later, we abort certain things and we move on to different paths and so forth. That's the way the ascension is.
Damn right. Yeah, I'm with you on that. We're gonna end up just with a couple people that's really down with this idea and trying to get to the bottom of it. That's what I want to see.
Right. And you probably know too, and I do know for a fact you do a lot of research and time. How many people have you found with this guy that we're currently watching this interview? How many people have you found with this kind of information? Probably not many.
Not many at all.
Right.
Like a few.
Definitely, yeah. And I could vouch for that.
Dozen. Yeah, it's extremely rare.
Right. So any interesting comments maybe we can expand on before you decide to move on, or whichever way you decide to carry the next segment?
Malcolm in the chat. Not eat animals. You know, again, it's the system that we're in. It's like designed this way. You know what I mean? We can make the choice not to do this, but that's like the whole design of the system.
Correct.
Regardless, like, we can stop doing that, but there's still, even nature's doing it. Even nature's eating animals and each other. You know what I mean? So it's like,
well, if we, yeah, right, Ian. But I'll give an analogy here. For myself, was vegan for 7 years, and I won't do it again. It's just something I won't do again. I can't say I felt any better or any worse after I started eating meat, or yeah, exactly. But look at it this way. I'm going to represent an analogy here to everybody participating in the panel. Okay, animals are of the earth, correct? Right? Okay. Well, a lot of people say I eat vegan. It's from the sunlight, but yes, okay, sure, it's from the sunlight, the vegetables, the fruits, etc. But also anything on the planet Earth is its sustenance is from the sun up there, giving the light to the earth. Basically, it's feed. So basically, the animals eat what is grown from the sun, and then the muscle tissue of the animal grows whatever it be with blood and muscle tissue and whatever other the organs in the construct is. It is constructed from the sun. So if we break down the meat into the energetic form, it's actually energy from the sun, perceived as pure energy. Sure, people might define, well, when the animal gets treated this way and that way, it makes impressions and it's going to be put on to the person. Well, when something's expired, it's completely gone. When the spirit soul spark, if it so has, when the animal is gone, it's gone. Now, what's going to carry the programming is if one believes it's tainted, then one will inflict themselves with that. But it's nothing that of what is perceived as simple prayer or thought of intent before eating the food changes its molecular crystal structure, no difference than water, because everything perceived solid isn't in a solid state. This is a fluid reality. So determined in defining even the room that I'm sitting in is affected by my frequency resonance, and it only can be if or when I become aware of this. So defining, you could transmutate, basically change the crystalline fluid shape to the meat by thought of intent, which purifies it immediately. Just something to contemplate and throw to the table and to keep in mind.
Yeah, the system as a whole is something's not right, regardless of any of it. But yeah, I think, but there is some deep stuff with eating certain things, and it definitely connected with the parasite agenda and all that is some deep stuff. Like once you start eating blood of a, it does, that's when a lot of things started. So I'm kind of just like, that's like just stuff that I already have total awareness of, and I do my best in my own life.
Right.
But everyone's kind of on their own journey with that. So
correct. Yes, and as one is exactly, and that's to be respected, right? You cannot definitely impose anything on nobody. What we can represent is information. If somebody decides to utilize it, experience and experiment with it, put it to the test and trial, then review of the what I define the results of going through the energetic experimentation of, whatever so they decide to choose to do on their path of ascension, right? So yeah, you're right. Everything has its boundaries and its capabilities, right? Nobody can impose or force anybody to do anything. Sure, there can be forced threats to society, government control, and stuff like that. But once again, at the end, it's one's choice whether they were pressured into it through fear or pressured into it because it sounded like a great idea for a utopia. Either way, it was the choice of option that arrives somebody to their current position and their ascension and reality, basically one and same.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this, people. Trust me.
Definitely are.
We're getting to the bottom of this, bro.
Yeah,
we need to get Jen. We need to get Jen Croker back up here with us.
Is she on the commentary?
No, I haven't seen her in a long time.
Right, and I'll define this. You're at the bottom, and right now we're just clarifying the final pieces of the puzzle. And anybody who's going to utilize the information shall accelerate their ascension and have great benefits manifest.
I think when it comes to this topic, people just don't want to believe that we should even question this.
Right, and part of not questioning any of this is staying blinded by the system, right?
So they stay busy with the matrix rabbit holes and the matrix gossip and the matrix looping and picking a side, and like it's obvious that that's a part of the trap, So that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Right, right. It's very simple. Reality is simple but complicated for the ones that aren't informed. It is simple. What one focuses on in the reality shall be amplified. Okay, so what you define, people focus on the rabbit hole, the matrix. Sure, if they're only focusing on the rabbit hole, they're only going to get in deeper. If they're focusing on the matrix without no solution resolve, they're only digging themselves in deeper to what I define the labyrinth of the matrix, where there is no exit. It's like the Riddler. The Riddler shoots out riddles with no resolves. It's just riddles that are a labyrinth that really can lead to endless parables of information and break into other forms of information known as different branches that basically give no resolve. Right, and the question is, how many people are actually seeking the information to the exit rather than just looking at a panel, arriving to a panel where it's talking about the problem and representing no resolve? Those are the panels I stay away from. Not panels, but even articles or YouTube channels. Soon as I do to the best of my ability to seek out, something that may assist myself. But a lot of times I find they're talking about the problem. They're identifying the problem, but I wait till near the end or even to the end, and there's no resolve, and it's like, wow, this was kind of interesting, but not to be repeated for sure. So definitely, I would suggest people that if they're going to be looking at any information, if it does not hold the resolve to what they're talking about, or to give assistance to some kind of solution or something that may assist someone, then stay away from those panels. They're just a waste of time. No. Or articles or YouTube channels or whatever so may be the representation of information.
Yep, we're few and far between, my friends.
Well, like you defined, right? You're putting in your efforts, and I have this saying to myself is, one's efforts shall be the results. No efforts, there shall be no results. Efforts equal results. The more efforts, the more acceleration to the results.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's subscribe to Ashley, and we're gonna keep, what is it, 10:30 here. We're gonna keep going. We want to get at least through this interview here. Continue this.
Times, because if you haven't had that in your life, there's not going to be that impetus to say, then I want to be done with it. There will always be a way of somehow being a part of it, fixing it, enjoying it, liking it, redoing it, having more to do here. So I know that a lot of people will be dealing with past trauma and past tragedy and past difficulty, just like I have. We have to take those as not as something that was just necessary. Obviously, we wouldn't wish to go through those experiences, and we don't wish others to have to go through them, but we use them in such a way that we fuel our rocket with that energy, you might say, to make it where we want to go. And knowing that if we didn't have those in our past, we wouldn't be here talking about these experiences and listening to this kind of material now. It's part of the exit plan, unfortunately, is seeing the suffering of the realm. If you don't know this place is suffering, you don't want to leave it.
Yeah, that reminds me of the mythology of the Lord of the Rings series, where basically it's not the good guys that destroy the ring in the end, it's the evil ring that destroys itself using the suffering that it causes others. It's a pretty common mythology thing in fiction, where basically evil destroys itself.
Or you might say, because it's not being all evil is something that's not life support. Well, not even life supporting is a bad word. It's not totality. It's not completeness. And so, because completeness can't destroy itself, because there's nothing there to destroy, and there's no one to do the destroying, right? this idea of total unity. But as I mentioned as well, something I got caught in myself, and a lot of people get caught in, is feeling like you've reached a place of unity, reached a place of absolute, and thinking this is what it's all about. I've reached a certain height, and you have actually, you've reached. But like in my case anyway, I reached what I would consider to be the mirror of absolute totality within the matrix. So everything in the matrix is a mirror of everything else. So there's also a mirror of absolute totality. So generally, when someone is presenting that they've reached unity or totality or absolute, they've reached the copy that's in the matrix, which makes it tainted, which makes it not actually true. And then it's easy to get distorted, because anything we hook onto in the matrix is a distortion. So the hook we have to it will always create distortion. And so it's all like the levels of possible deception are so many. And the ones who tend to be leading the flock, presenting that they're leading the flock somewhere really good, tend to be just leading the flock around in circles, the dog chasing its own tail. And that's all that's really going on here. And there's very, very few, even though there's a lot of very intelligent people, a lot of wise people, people who aren't necessarily deceiving anybody openly. They truly believe their experience, and they've read the books, and they believe the books, and they believe the famous teachers from 1,000 years ago. And so they feel they're in the same, they're not doing it purposely, but they're still just taking their sheep around and around in a circle. And it's quite a thing, because we have to do this. A big part of this work we have to do alone. We can share things for a while, and it's good to have people you can share with and talk to, and understand where each of you are. But it is a solitary journey. We have to come to our own understandings within. We have to come to our own conclusions within. And even if everyone else around us disagrees with us, all we have to trust is ourselves. And I think that was something you were mentioning like about a half an hour ago, which is part of the package, which is learning to trust our deepest self, not our mind, not not voices in our head. I mean, trust the true self, the deepest part of ourselves, to learn how to connect to it, know what it is, and when it gives us a message, we trust it.
Yeah, it's I mean, I started my escape guide with, a rant about sovereignty and thinking for yourself, and like telling people that they shouldn't just take my word for it. So I mean, yeah, it really is a sovereign path. It's even just the fact that you're rejecting this creation, this world, like that's sovereign as well. Being able to resist emotions, impulses, or stimuli that they might try to push on you. Basically, choosing everything about what your experience is gonna be. Like, you're taking the direction that you want to go in. You're not gonna let something else decide, what your future as a being is gonna be. Like that kind of attitude where you're basically the god of your own fate.
Yeah, I can. I understand the idea, and it's quite the thing once you've done. Like I say, I've walked into many a trap in my life, thinking I was opening a door that was giving me more freedom, and I was just finding another chain to put around myself. It was very interesting to see how that was done, and particularly when I would then decide I'm going to let other people know that they should do what I'm doing because I've figured it out. And so not only am I putting a chain around somebody else, I'm tightening my own chain, right? And I like to think now, after 15 or 20 years from that my tone is much more soft now, and I'm not sure how much I know or I don't know. I'm working with all that within, but kind of, like you, it's this idea of, but I don't want anyone to just follow blindly what I suggest. Even all the exercises. Yeah, I talk a lot about recapitulation or gazing or a whole lot of other practices that I did for 10 or 15 years. That doesn't mean, you should do them. They were just practices that were valuable to me, and you can read some of my books or bump into things where I talk a little bit about it and talk about what I did and what I feel I got out of them, to see if it's something you'd like to try. Even if you try it, you may try it and you don't like it. I mean, maybe, although granted, like recapitulation, I've probably taught recapitulation to, I want to say 150 people directly. I probably told in my life 150 people how to do it. The number of those 150 people that actually did it is zero. Nobody. Some have done it for a few weeks. They did it maybe for a month, and then they just gave. No one that I've ever worked with completed it. In fact, out of my whole life now, there's only one other person I know that has completed their entire life recapitulation. And so I've also learned that even if you have something good to share, the chances that somebody else will do it is rare. So it's good to be available to share your experience and share your suggestions, but it's always this idea of, I don't know what's good for somebody else. Only you know what's good for you, and the only way you can find out what's good for you is to test a whole lot of stuff and see what works. But you've got to do stuff. You can't intellectualize your way out of the matrix. You can't think your way out of the matrix. You can't read books and get yourself out of the matrix. It requires a combination of going within, deep introspection on yourself, deep introspection on knowing who and what this thing right here is and what its existence is, and then actual practice, actual things that you do in the course of the day that is designed to either increase the inner understanding or to move you one step further on the totality of understanding the matrix itself. Thinking and reading and that kind of thing, watching videos or whatever else that's useful as information gathering, but that's not actually going to create any sort of preparation for going anywhere. It's not an intellectual process. I think as you said, it's an understanding process, and that's completely different. Understanding or knowledge or totality is completely different than thought. And so people have to move to the next stages of whatever it is you want to move to. You actually have to do, and you have to go within.
That's really well said. It's also just the fact that a lot of people would just listen to what other people have to say and not actually think for themselves. And I mean, if you're gonna do that, how are you gonna think for yourself when the Matrix presents something to you? If you're not even doing it now, how are you gonna actually do it when you leave this place? And like, if you follow my guide, you create your own realm or whatever, you sit there and you don't have stimuli because nothing is allowed to affect you, and you don't have a habit of taking the charge yourself, then how are you going to deal with that empty realm, basically? You might just start seeking outside help, and at that point you might get trapped into another matrix again. So you need to really build up the right mentality.
Right. That's a good one too. As soon as you start thinking.
And just to remind ourselves, remember, this type of thinking right here, and what this subject and this frame of talk of like the demiurge and the god of this material realm isn't who we think it is, isn't looking out for us. Like, the Church of Rome and the Vatican would slaughter anybody that thought that. Let's keep that in mind, people. Okay? Just think deeply about that. Like think about that. They went on a crusade to slaughter anybody that thought that.
Thinking you need help, you're already giving up your own authority or rejecting your own power. Right? That's another thing. Rejecting the power. We have tremendous power within. We tend to, it's not that we don't use it, we reject it. We actually we don't work on connecting with the actual power that we have. So same thing, the more someone is looking for that inner power and attempting to make it rise, make it active, like you say, then there's a more likelihood when you're in a completely confusing situation in an after-death experience, your natural tendency will be to trust your own inner power. In some ways, I think that's what the Korean monk I spent a lot of time with 25 years ago or so was doing with us. He was working on getting us to our inner power, but getting us to our inner power by having to see the giant walls we built off individually to block ourselves from it. And he was pushing against those walls really, really hard. And of course, we felt he was, what was it, picking on us, or he was, you know, but looking back, he was
That's why I think
attempting
it was
to.
in another interview, but he was talking to somebody and they were talking about the Deagle population thing. You guys ever heard of the Deagle population?
Tell us about it.
Check this out, dude. I want to know where did it come from? It's population predictions from is it from the census? It's the global trends population, right? So look at this. So this was a while back, I think 2018. I don't remember when. But look at what it says. And I'm not promoting fear or nothing like that, by the way. It's just interesting. They connected a lot of dots with it. I forgot what interview it was. The global trends. Where is it? They took it all down. Wait, it was just here. What? Where is it? Oh, here it is. The United States, the Deagle forecast predicts a significant population reduction in the U.S. with a projected decline of 50 to 70% by 2025. Anyways, years back, they made their predictions of like the next 10 years, this and that, but they said that Europe as well and Canada, where you're at, 50 to 70% reduction by 2025. Thought that was interesting.
2025 is not too far away.
No, it's not. I'm not concerned or anything. I don't have much attachment, but I don't know if anyone remembers that story.
Them trying to fulfill their depopulation plan. How about if it backfires and the population is going to be a lot more? Source pisses off the elite.
Who knows what's going to happen? Because you know what, dude? When this whole last 5 years or whatever, I mean, all of the things that we thought was going to be happening really didn't. So,
yeah, this is almost like subliminal programming,
right?
Doing a hit and miss. Hopefully, the general public is going to project that or assist with the projection of the programming, right? So the way I see it is, people on this planet are too valuable to depopulate because that would really affect our leash harvest. Then they'd have to go after each other.
Well, I would say I'm with you a little bit on that, but I would say that when people started noticing it and talking about it, they took the whole web page down. They took the whole thing down. So I'll point that out too. They didn't like start promoting it. They made their predictions. People started seeing what the fuck's going on, and then they just like deleted the whole thing. So.
Right, it's all questionable, but I don't see that happening unless the government exterminates the people personally with some type of force, which I highly doubt. You know what, I truly think that something was supposed to be planned that happened not too long ago that was supposed to, I guess, knock out most of the population, but I'm not going to mention what, but I think everybody does know what happened not too long ago, 2 years now. So I think that plan failed drastically, though it did affect some people. Some people did die from the events, but
I think when you're in it, I mean, stepping outside of it all, it's just like, as long as you're in the matrix and you're with it and picking sides on whatever it might be, like they're cool with it. They don't want you in this mindset, really questioning this system and really not trusting the process.
Right. They don't want people stepping out of the box to see what's in the box. That's the whole aspect of this ascension, is to step out of the world to sort of not be in the world, but of course being here but not traveling within the frequency resonance is key, right? That's why one is actually perceived move beyond when they're going to a frequency resonance, stepping out of the box. That would be one has left the world. They've moved beyond, perceived to the spirit world, where actually they're in a higher frequency resonance vessel. It feels better, but they're actually on a mid-plane of experience of events. Some people are in the box. Some people are, very few people are out of the box, seeing the box as design, right? So yeah, to step out of the world's deceptions, what I define by stepping out of the box. Of course, we're going to be participating in events desirable, even though we're out of the box. Now we can make choices to decide what is better participation, right? That benefits and does not cause stagnation to one's ascension and affect their frequency resonance exactly like a virus pumped by many signals that are basically present these days.
I think some things, yeah, you know, I'm on the fence on it. I'm not really making any predictions of world events.
Right. I think everything's just going to carry on the way it's been going, basically.
I think it's going great for the Matrix. They want you to fight for your rights within the Matrix and fight for this and that within the system. They don't want you to go beyond that, you know?
Right. And once one steps out of the box and realizes, well, how do you beat a non-defeatable fight? It's easy. You don't fight. You just make wise decisions, discerning decisions that benefit yourself. And you've watched the people who choose to fight, let them fight. Let them fight, right? See, somebody who can win. If somebody told me, do you lose any fights? I'll never lose a fight. I can defeat the whole world. It's easy. Wow, you just don't fight. You've just defeated the whole world. You don't choose sides. That defines you're not going to be on this side or that side. Vice versa, fighting each other, arguing, indifference, duality, split polarity. This whole system's energy harvest is based on basically like oscillating fields of indifference, right? Oscillating the fight. To the right, to the left, to the right, to the left. And that's why JC was crucified in the center. Yeah, that was his exit because he knew he was going home. Right? He never got crucified to the cross anyways. I read this one Bible that I actually had it bang on, and it defined this in the exact literature, the best of my ability to recall. It defined, and he was led to Golgotha, and then it wrote in the Bible, interpreted, it wrote that place of the skull to be crucified. Is it to be crucified? Well, what's in the skull? The brain. What can be the crucifixion? Well, the crucifixion could be deception, false information that's not accurate. Shall crucify somebody to the cross, keep them stuck in the perceived lower frequency resonance matter reality that is the labyrinth of Minotaur, where one doesn't get out unless they utilize accurate information, right? That's why I define it's very important what somebody is seeking for information, no matter what form, that it have the resolve or a fix or some type of assistance to assist one to progress, right? So yeah, what is the crucifixion? Well, crucifixion is deception, being crucified to what I define the antimatter of the deception. That is actually a different frequency resonance channel, right?
Yes, sir. Let's see what's let's at least finish this one today.
Because he couldn't break the wall down for us. He just had to show what the wall was we had to break down. And if we broke it down ourselves, this great power would be behind it. And he would hint to that constantly. But of course, we were all pretty stupid. We were all never fully understanding what he was doing or why he was doing it or the level he was working towards. And it's only been in the 20 years since, rethinking of the conversations, rethinking the experiences, I start to see more and more of what he was probably trying to do with each of us. Sometimes you learn more with less what he was doing with you, what he was doing with someone else, because it's easy to see another person sometimes more clearly than ourselves. And I could see, oh yeah, of course he was doing this with this guy and he was working this way. And then it helps you understand more of what you're doing with yourself. And that's a big part of it. If we recognize that we have this power within, then it's just a matter of removing the wall we've put up to it. We don't have to do anything more than just, what's the wall I've built to not be accessing my own power? Take the wall down, and that'll help you in the material. It'll help you in the non-material. It'll help you at every stage of the journey. It's that true divine spark within that is our true future, right?
That also goes hand in hand with what we talked about, lucid dreaming and astral projection, to prepare to basically be lucid and everything when we die. I think a lot of the different methods people use to achieve astral and lucidity on dreaming is basically just a reflection from them having mental blocks. So, for example, I use the wiggle method, as I call it, to initiate my first astral projection, which is basically you mentally imagine yourself rolling around on your bed, like side to side, basically. And, you know, other people use the rope method. There's a bunch of different ways to do it. And I think those things are basically just to unlock the blockage that we have in our minds that, like, limits us from actually doing it. So if we just recognize that we're not limited in that kind of way, I bet that we could actually just initiate those kind of things on will. Kind of like what you were talking about, just leaving the matrix, you know, like spontaneous combustion. Like, I think that most of these things are just mental blocks which you put on yourself.
Yeah, in some way, we know there's certain chains that come.
Singularity, what's your channel name these days?
Singular Illumination.
I'm subscribed. I have so many subscriptions. There you are. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos there to sift through. Take what works and leave the rest. Take what information resonates, put it to the test and drill. Do a review.
Put your channel in there for...
Yeah, there's a lot of vids.
I like it.
Yeah, Singular Illumination. So some people define they can't find it even with that label. Obviously, it's been shadow banned. Like, I don't know if your channel still
sometimes
is.
it is hard to find.
Somebody was actually somebody that was associating with ended up going to a different region from his city, and he was like, I couldn't find it anywhere. It wasn't listed. I knew the name, it just couldn't find it. So yeah, so hopefully they'll find it. I guess I could. Why is somebody requesting it? Is that why you asked?
No, I just thought of throwing you in the chat.
Right, okay.
We got someone joining. There's Sunkist. Who else was up here?
Sunkist coming?
We got John Thomas. Let me make sure it's him.
Yeah, come on up.
Oh, it is. Okay, I got you. Thank you. All right.
What's going on, Ian?
What's up, man?
I just wanted to comment on what our brother was saying earlier about how the heartache is helping us.
Mm-hmm.
And and they were talking about the tuning in the dark city,
right?
And that kind of hit me. That kind of hit me a little earlier, but he's kind of right. But the hard part is, you know what I mean, how to turn all that suffering and the hate that you've been given into, the transmuting part, and that always sounds like forgiveness. You know what I mean? It's like, how did I turn that hate and I loved my enemy somehow? And so I think the confusion comes in when we don't know the definition of the word forgiveness is actually to carry, and that means it's not acquittal, because in the laws of Moses, Moses says that he's quick to forgive, but he doesn't acquit. He by no means acquit. And I think that explains this place. You know what I mean? He's forgiven us. He's carrying on with us. And we can't transmute that energy. And when we sanction people, you know what I mean? We try to exclude people. You know what I mean? Everybody's talking about, the mark of the beast and all that. And I'm not into validating any books past the book of Moses. That's how I've always been, but it's up for you to decide. I just tell people to believe in the book of Moses, but and it's so much easier because of the standards, and the laws. That's the precedence. It's just universal. But either way, whenever we're sanctioning someone, you know what I mean. If we don't want them to be able to buy or sell, think about that. It says, who does that? You know what I mean? They sanction, they exclude, and then how do you forgive that, and then want to see them a part of your reality again, and want to see them prosper even, and maybe even serve them. You know what I mean? They should be. Their potential wasn't reached. You know what I mean? We could have even been a subservient to them if they had their stuff together. You know what I mean? And loved them on that level to have want to see them, have actually done, these type of things, even if it costs us, you know what I mean? That's the only way that we can really transmute it. You know what I mean? We got to think like he does. He's just carrying on with us, but he's not destroying us. And I think what we're doing is we're doing it to ourselves. You know what I mean? We're coming back here because this is history. I think we're repeating history. You know what I mean? Like an irony, like they always say, we're doomed to repeat the history. But I think we do it because we don't want to be swept out to sea. You know what I mean? Either up in heaven or anywhere. Because think about it. If you got swept out to sea in an instant, everything you knew, even those bad people back there, no matter how bad it was, you know what I mean, it'd be way more worse where you are now. You know what I mean? And I think that's why we don't leave what we know. We know, God's history. We're obviously living in his head. Since the Mandela effect, we've learned that we live in his head. Everybody's calling it the Matrix, but we don't. I don't think we won out. I think we keep repeating this, and I think there's some period of time of peace coming where I think everybody's alive all at once. That's what would make sense to me universally. Why would God bring us in here, have us be generational creatures, if there wasn't a time we're going to get to meet everybody? That's what's been coming in my mind. That there is kind of like a time coming that we could see the giants and everybody we've ever met, all at once. But it's no more. It's like a Sabbath rest. You know what I mean? It's like who you are, what your past was. We got to, knock it off now for a little while. And I think the people that, exit the Matrix, I just don't think they die. Like that's what Christ is telling us. After that, we might see people die again, and they didn't live forever. They came back, and we've seen that with the Mandela effect too. People coming back that didn't live forever again. I mean, that's a common theme. I mean, for what reason? You know what I mean? But that's what Moses says. He kills and he makes alive again. So people that says that there's no resurrection in the Torah itself, that's right there in your face. He's making us alive again, and we're choosing this. I truly believe that, all my heart. That what we're after is, following the truth. Of course, is the most valuable thing. I think what happened is this story played out like eons ago. God created us in a garden, and the dominoes fell, and this is like the famous tale that we just live over and over, and we want to know what happened. You know what I mean? We want to know how it got this way, whose fault it was. Well, I mean, all that stuff belongs to the truth. You know what I mean? The only way to obtain it is
But
to follow.
on a higher level, how would we need to know what happened when on a higher level we already know what happened?
Well, we want to know. We know, definitely. I mean, but the truth is what we're after, right? I mean, if we could know what they did in the end, that's what they want to hide from us the most. You know what I mean? That is the most terrible thing. That is the most ultimate reward. If God tells you, you know what I mean, how and who did what, I mean, you follow the truth then. You know what I mean? That's what the Gospels are saying. But it all belongs to him in the end. You know what I mean? To be offended, we can get offended, but in the end, he's the only one that can, because he can get offended at us. You know what I mean? That was the ultimate lesson there.
Interesting.
You know, the truth belongs to the person who's been here the longest. I mean, that's universal too. I mean, if younger people ask why, it's because, you know, I've been around longer. That's why. You know, it's just how it is. And if whoever's perspective is the oldest, it wouldn't be right to ignore that, because they could be right. I mean, that's just the way life is. It tells us that over and over.
Yeah, I question everyone and everything.
I know it.
That's where all the deceit comes from, is times we weren't there, people that we don't know existed, stories given to us by evil pedophiles and evil people in this world, giving us stories and people, mythology of what we need to believe, and that's the stuff I say the furthest from.
I definitely, exactly. Whatever the law says is abominable, that's what I'm saying here. I mean, but I think when you're following the truth, what happens is it depresses you. You know what I'm saying? Think about his disciples. They got depressed. You know what I mean? Thomas was saying, you know, let us go and, you know, die with him and things, because the more you start to understand about how things are wrong, the easier it is to spot the evil around you. And then, as before, when you didn't know the law, you didn't know what was really being done, the world seemed a lot brighter. You know what I mean? But the more you follow the truth, it's going to look more darker, I think. That's because you've been, you know, next to the light. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden it can bring you down, makes it harder. More truth you're trying to, but you know what I mean? We can't be him. So, I mean, we don't, but we don't want to be the many either. You know what I mean? Like you said, in the last days, many's hearts would grow cold because of the wickedness. So we don't want to be the many, but we can't be the truth neither. And that's what's burning us up. Being too close to the sun, basically.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's what we're going through right now, myself included. And it throws that doubt in you. It's like, man, what am I still doing here? Why is it so bad? You know what I mean? This has got to be a joke. You know what I mean? Nothing seems real.
Right.
It's almost a little too much to bear if you start really looking at it day after day, because when people say you're crazy, you know what I mean? Then you don't never stop talking about it. And that's what they do to stay sane. They just forget about it. But
well, we're getting to the bottom of it.
This is the workout right here, though. You know what I mean? Being able to look at it still, basically, and recover. It's just like a cycle.
But that movie Dark City, I think I need to watch that again. Or I don't even know if I've seen that movie. I think I need to watch that.
Yeah, forgiveness don't mean acquittal. It means to carry. You know what I mean? In essence, the word forgive that Moses used means to carry. He'll carry our sins, kind of like it's his baggage. You know what I mean? Reason.
Well,
you know.
For me, we're referring to the God of this material realm that we're trying to get out of. So anything within that system or rules over the system is nobody I trust. I'm talking about beyond this, you know? Like, I'm with the Gnostics and the Cathars. You have the creator of the spirit realm, and then you have the creator of this material realm that calls itself God and has created this system. Now we're trapped in that cycling, but we get out of this, that demiurge control. Now we're really free and home. That's where I'm at with it.
Well, you know what? You're kind of right about that. Moses did say that this is exactly what would happen. That instead of looking to bless us, that he'll look to curse us. So it is kind of like his system still. You know what I mean? That Israel chose death. That's the truth. And I think one thing the world's doing wrong right now is they're recognizing Israel not by the way Moses told them to. And that's a crime in my book. You know what I mean? I've said it a bunch of times. You know what I mean? Israel as what God instituted in the book of Moses, that don't exist. This is something totally different. And it would be what we're doing is actually a crime. It's a disinheritance. You know what I mean? By recognizing, I mean, what if other people just showed up and said, "Hey, I'm Ian," you know what I mean, and give me all these things, and if they've got well, if they've got incentive to, and they go ahead and do that, well, that's a crime. You know what I mean? It's that. I mean, that's if we do that, that's one of the major things wrong right now. Is why it looks so bad. Is we have this big issue called Israel, and nobody's holding them to the law because they hate the law themselves. That's just real true. I know it's tough, but it wasn't for everybody. It was for people that had to try to be, next to the Most High. Because that's what we were reading the Gospels, that he's claiming to be the guy. If you read in the book of Moses, there was somebody that was going to kill Moses that had the same name as God.
I got you, bro. I respectfully, I don't want to debate, but I think that's all Matrix programming, bro. To be honest.
I hear you, but in the end, what happens? So you know what I mean. If what happens, like everybody's talking about being lucid, or or trying to in the moment of this or that, you want to be prepared. You don't never want to forget what Moses told you, because
Moses is a bro.
Whether
I looked into this, dude. No,
whether you think it's this or that, you'll use what works. Is what I'm saying, Ian. And when the time comes, if it's like, I can't explain it, and the best thing that helps you now is listen to old Moses. Everybody will do what they're supposed to do. And that's what I'm saying.
I'm just looking for some truth even in that.
I listen to what everybody says because it's valid. You know what I mean? I think that if you ask God, like, how did you get here? What if he can't tell me? You know what I mean? And in all honesty, that anybody's guess is as good as his. You know what I mean? That you can weave any kind of story of how God got here, and it'll be just as valid. You know what I mean? So I listen to everything. You know what I mean? But what we have with the book of the Moses is from the time that Moses is telling us we got here. That's all we have there. It's not like what happened before this, before that. You know what I mean?
I have an upload on my channel. It's called, what's it called? The 10 Commandments.
Yeah. I don't judge you. You know what? I don't judge anybody that's against the law or anything, because it's being misrepresented. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like right now, I forgive anybody that, it's been made to look really bad by people that, just like Christ said, they're actually standing in the way of the kingdom. They don't neither enter in, but they stand in the way. So that's like the worst crime. It's because you're, remember he said, those people that teach others to break the things that he said will be considered the least. I mean, breaking his commandments is one thing, but teaching others not to do what he said, to basically to obtain the light. I mean, that's how you end up the least. And that's sound in my book. Everything you hear there's, and the laws of Moses in the Gospels, that's all sound, universal, total good teaching. I don't see how anybody can really knock it down when you really think about it. And in a time of need, we'll know. I mean, not to play into the hype, you know what I mean, because it's being misrepresented as other things, and we know that not to believe known liars on the television. Whatever they tell us, there's always a reason why. They went on ahead and told us there's got to be some sort of incentive, some sort of gain for them, because otherwise they would just censor it. If they don't want you to hear that at all, I mean, they think that they're just more than our parents. You know what I mean? With the television. So I think it's going to go mainstream, that there's going to be conspiracies, huge waves of against Moses, and it shouldn't be directed at Moses. That's my
Bro,
point.
hold on. Let's slow down. Slow down. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't want to keep going off on it because it's kind of. I see what you're saying.
I'm just saying. It ties into
I
the
just don't have the debating energy, and
it gets you
I don't want
deeper
to keep
and
going
gets you
on.
out. It gets you further deeper in and out. That's what I'm saying. It ties into the matrix big time. The more you listen to old Moses, that's what I'm just getting at. But I just want to say that's what I think the tuning issue is, the forgiveness, and it's easier said than done, because there's always that one guy that we're like, well, not him though, you know what I mean? That guy messed me around. He did this, do that. And it's always that person that, you know what I mean, that's holding us back from being able to do what he's actually talking about. You know, take that hate and transmute it, because there will be people that aggravated us too much. And I'm guilty as sin. You know what I mean? I do it a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. It's just been hard. That's what I'm getting at. But when we get over that, and it's like, we don't even care. You know what I mean? Those kind of people, you know what I mean? They didn't mess us up that bad inside. You know what I mean? Or that's some kind of, I mean, these are just small town folks, and we're from the big time. You know what I mean?
I got you, bro. Let's we could hang out, and because I want to get through this video.
Hell yeah.
We got like 47 minutes left.
I'm just gonna mute it a while and listen.
Yeah, you're good.
Good talking, bro.
Yeah, I know. Let's continue a little bit.
Might say from the demiurge, from the archons, the structure itself that is they're doing, and there's others that, in a sense, I don't want to say we've done it to ourselves specifically. They've created the scenario. It's like they created the trap, and we kind of just then we just walked into it. You know, we with some ignorance just walked into the trap, and then started creating the chains. Right, we started creating our own chains. So step one is, before we can get off the bigger ones, we start taking off the ones that we put on for ourselves. We start taking off the things we've built in our own psyche, in our own way of experiencing this place. And it certainly can be done. And now is a really good time to do it. The crazier the world gets, and for anyone who thinks the last 3 years have been crazy, this is a warm up. It's what's coming is, you know, it's just gonna. This realm is in a mess, and it's going to become a much bigger mess. But in the mess is the opportunity to drop so much. There are so many lies, so much false that can be seen through. And some people who have nothing to do with what we're talking about, just on very simplistic levels, are seeing through so many lies, so much false right now, so quickly. It's actually difficult for them, because they're dropping so many lies, and they don't have anyone there to help them understand what they're seeing, what the realizations are that they're getting. So it's another thing to be available, even though we talked about how individual of a journey it is good to be available in your own way, in your own life, when people that do start dropping a whole bunch of false, all of a sudden they see through a number more of lies of just the material reality themselves. Just having someone there who can help them, you know, yeah, I know about that. That happened to me 5 years ago, and it's like this, and, you know, it's okay. Don't take some time to yourself, and, you know, be prepared. There's more to go. Don't do it all at once. And so it's also helpful, but it's recognizing that it can happen quickly now. And that's just not for others, it's for ourselves. There's a few people that I've known over the last 2 or 3 years now that they did in about 3 or 4 months what would normally take people 3 or 4 years. The speed at which also right now you can kind of get out of the quicksand is incredible. And so the time and effort you put in to this work now is definitely not wasted, because it's like it's magnified by 10 what it used to be 20 or 30 years ago, because of the situation, because of the circumstances, because of like time being and space being almost squeezed in. It's something I'm noticing. It's like there's like a feeling that we got, like we're being like an accordion. You know, the accordion is getting squeezed in a bit, and but that also means, again, great power of movement if we use it. If you just get stuck in even seeing through something, even seeing through another lie somehow on whatever level, whatever realm you see through it, if you just get paralyzed by it, it didn't really help much. You have to be able to take it, digest it, integrate it, move on.
Yeah, well said. It's I kind of wanted to mention as well with the idea of you know, with the cave symbolism and everything. I think a lot of the deception as well is not only the false beliefs that we have from this life, which can limit us with like what I mentioned with the astral projection, but also basically like inserted ego patterns that is basically just from our bodies or from our childhoods and everything like that. I think those things can actually keep us back quite a lot. It's I made a joke about this on my Discord channel, where it's like, so after you exit the Matrix, are you still gonna be attracted to women? It's like, or is that just a Matrix thing? So it's even just on like small levels.
Wow, interesting. Is that a verse? Whoa. Interesting.
Like what is actually you and what is just the Matrix.
Can you put that in your own words?
Yeah, I can actually.
Okay.
Wise as serpents, right? Be innocent as well. He says. Well, let me see what it says here. What the hell? Okay, behold, I'm sending you out as sheep in the midst of wolves. So be a wise as serpent and innocent as doves. Well, to be innocent as doves would be not to utilize dark programming, right? I don't call it sin, but not to utilize dark programming behaviors, actions, deeds, and behaviors, and to be as wise as a serpent defines to know all the dark tricks, to know darkness. Okay, one must know darkness not to be deceived by darkness. If one only knows the light, then they are blinded by the light because they don't know darkness. So to be as wise as a serpent is to know all the tricks, the deceptions, the manipulations, the enticements, the temptations of what I define the anti-devil, right? So yeah, that is quite a powerful phrase, parable that kind of echoes with myself periodically. I went and got it offline. Because a lot of people define as don't dabble in darkness. Well, I dabbled in all darkness that I could possibly find, read all books, and actually I even utilized Marduk, who is actually the Anunnaki serpent king god that some people call him. And I don't recommend that path for everybody, but that's the path I chose. And definitely there was a lot revealed and things was happening with Marduk. I was basically, what I realized was when I invoked and summoned him, I was under contract with him for 4 years, and all I can define, pretty well all the dark tricks were revealed to myself, but there was a lot of dark sub-levels happening in the astral and etheric, a lot. Like it was action all the time, where it would be dark entity, unseen manipulations, attacks, and also through the seeing, working through people. But yeah, I dabbled in all books I could find, basically. I didn't get... through my whole apprenticeship with that, through learning darkness, I was never commanded to go kill somebody or to commit suicide with myself or anything like that. But all darkness was being revealed to myself, and basically, yeah, it was quite the experience. So yeah, I could truly define to know darkness is a benefit and an asset, but it's not for everybody to dabble that way, because one must be prepared. And from my understanding, certain beings that are invoked, there is like an apprenticeship and an expected time period where the apprentice is going to make it through it or not make it through it. So if I could make a suggestion, yeah, read upon the dark tricks and learn the dark tricks wherever you can. My old channel, what the hell did I call my old channel? The Singularity. I had a lot of reads there where it has certain books and aspects, but once again, these books can deceive somebody, so it is advice to take precaution if you're going to take that path, because there's a lot of things that shouldn't be done that people may perceive they need to do. But once again, I'm going to repeat, is I never was drawn to do any blood sacrifices or any type of harm to myself or harm to another, as in a sacrifice. But it was a path that I chose to take. At the point and region in my ascension, it got really dark. I had one foot in the grave. I couldn't understand what was happening when I first got my wake-up call. I understood the earth was different. Nobody was the same. I could see all darkness, and pretty well everybody was dark, even immediate associates as blood family. So basically,
we still have to hate the sin, though, right? Saying, I mean, not the person.
Pardon me?
It's the sin that we have to hate, right, brother?
Actually, it's not even hating anything from my being. So what is sin? Dark utilization of dark energetic fields. That is dark programming. Like just from one moment. So it would be like hate, anger, jealousy, revenge, resentment. Resentment is the biggest and most darkest seed that one can hold on to. It is the most deceptive anchor to a dark field reality. And then it could lead to arrogance, pride, conceitedness, etc., right? Which leads to dark actions, deeds, and behaviors. So for my being, okay, from a lot of people will define the sexual act and even the climax as sin, but it's not so said to be, right? It's the energetic fields that are held behind it and the intent behind it. One could be having in love sex, right? That's not dark, but one could be having dark, so forth, utilization of anger, frustration, taking it out. You see, now that's the sin utilization of dark anti-fields that I call dark programming. So, in actual fact, is I don't hate anyone or anything or any actions people do. I govern myself with what I define as unconditional acceptance. That is no conditions. If somebody asks me, do I have forgiveness? No, I don't have forgiveness. Do I have love? No, I don't have love. Unconditional acceptance, unconditional acceptance, unconditional acceptance that is no conditions is way beyond love. And unconditional acceptance, if somebody truly has it, doesn't have to forgive somebody because it's already forgiven before the action. It's already forgiven before the action is done, perceived dark. So yeah, that's the way I regulate myself, is with unconditional acceptance, genuine, that is no conditions. It doesn't define I agree with everything that's being done. I'm not going to go hang around with the murders and, you know, certain other aspects of people doing dark things that I don't agree with. It's just, that's their path, that's their choice. And for myself to accept it blows off their darkness, and what you were defining transmutates it, right? Because if I'm against it, I'm creating resistance to the darkness, feeding the fire, feeding further darkness. So in actual fact, if I don't achieve what I define genuine unconditional acceptance for all people, places, and things, technological devices, then I can truly define I don't have what is people perceive the love of God, that is unconditional acceptance for everyone and everything. Do not judge, but use discernment that is not judgment.
I think sin's nature is to find a new face. You know what I mean? There's like a need for people to know who was the one that did that sin. You know what I mean? Because if you fall that deep into a sin, then it's your picture in the dictionary, like, you know, like Jeffrey Dahmer or something. You know what I mean? It's a sin we gotta hate. You know what I mean? But that's what sin will do. It'll start looking for the new face. You know what I mean? This is what the sin looks like, and then there's like a force that's saying, hey, don't you want to be, you know what I mean, this sinner? You could be in the dictionary, you know what I mean? It cites us because we want to see our name, you know what I mean, whether in infamy or famous, and we just want to see our name in the book, you know. And then there we go. Next thing you know, the sin is working on its new look, you know what I mean? That's what it does.
Right. But once again, I will define hating is the wrong path. Even in the movie Star Wars, hate led Anakin to the dark path. That's his, and he has some other dark issues with himself. But not to hate sin, but to be able to discern from it and to really not utilize nothing that I define as dark programming, that is dark actions, deeds, and behaviors, and character traits, right? Somebody could show their face all smiley, but behind that smiley face, there could be dark intent behind it, which is what people call is sin. That I define sin as dark utilization of dark programming, that is the anti-field, that is the antichrist, that is the anti-devil, that actually
Sin,
shall
sin
bind one in
wants to use
darkness.
all our faces. Sin
Can you
wants to use every one of us.
right?
That's,
It's going to
that's what
attempt to use people as pawns for
it's
sure.
trying. It's trying to put every one of our pictures in out beside that crime. You know what I mean? It's trying to. It doesn't. It's not trying to spare any of us. It's making. It wants to look like you. It wants to look like Ian or me. You know what I mean? The most. Whoever's trying to fight or follow the light. That's who sin definitely was trying. You know what I mean? It's just like you're pushing against. It's like running with your parachute. You know what I mean? Like those guys that run around on the track with the parachute.
Right.
Just
And
make it harder.
and
But you
and
got to
part
do
of
it.
and John, part of your ascension that you're seeing and perceiving all this darkness is so you're never deceived by darkness. Remember, if we made all darkness disappear and we can't see it no more, not aware of it, then we won't see the anti-devil when it comes into our presence, whether seen or unseen entities may arrive. Is I'll give you an example. For my being, if somebody gets angry or decides to have a argument with myself, I could immediately see the spirit working in them and identify them as a like an antichrist spirit, a familiar spirit. So for myself, I can see the spirit trying to work me. So as I see the spirit working myself, I'll give a receivable communication. But if so, it proceeds to tempt myself to entice me to basically turn dark so I can be part of its clique and feed the fire. It won't happen. I just give a receivable break off respectively and it ends there. So I don't lose my cool and I don't get entrapped or enticed by somebody else trying to bait me with a resentment or an argument or something fiery that's going to attempt to shift my mood to a dark field. I definitely can feel the dark attacks. It's not always joyful for sure. Like what you're experiencing is you probably can feel when it's happening for sure. But I don't give in to that spirit trying to entice me to sort of come into me. It doesn't come into me. It may tempt me. It may come into me. Let me repeat that. It may come into me and give me a temptation, but I don't want to define I resist it, but I'm discerning to wait long enough and to work energetically through the situation where the spirit will de-anchor it. It leaves through various energy work that I define, whether it be a thought of intent of clearing whatever has arrived and just doing a clearing process that I've been doing for many years. But where you're defining dark, yeah, it shall get dark. When people start to become wise as a serpent, they're going to get dark. Experiences, the temptation, the enticement that I define shall be one's conditioning, so they cannot be turned to an alternate resonance frequency of the anti-reality that is the temptations, and then one shall be possessed, what is defined by familiar spirits, the antichrist, the anti-devil, and his legion. So it is a process for sure. The more one starts to get wisdom and knowledge, they shall be wise as a serpent and achieve eventually through self-regulation to not utilize dark programming, to be as innocent as a dove, so they cannot be what I define turned to the dark side, right? Energy, frequency, resonance change that is actually a reality channel change. So what you're going through is, yeah, it is a period of much testing and conditioning, and it gets dark sometimes. I can definitely vouch for you what you were saying. Yeah, it gets really dark some days, and you can definitely feel it. But it is the conditioning and the learning stage.
We're becoming energy frequency tunings. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like we were talking about tuning earlier. You know what I mean? Like you say, you will be saved by yourself becoming energy work, energy frequency tunings.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Correct.
So if if the tuning is the forgiving, so that's like a weightlifting. You know what I mean?
Right.
But when we say forgiving, we're not talking about acquittal. That's the trick.
It's just
You know what I mean?
just do what's right and don't cause any loss, injury, or harm to anybody, and it's like that simple. I mean, it's just
Definitely. And
I
not
don't know.
confusing forgiving for acquittal. Those are two different things. When we say
And look
we
at
don't forgive,
and
I
John,
have
the
no idea
more
what
the
we're
more the more one is getting into the frequency resonance of the illuminated path, the more the dark entities are going to come around and try to change the frequency, because the transmutation of, you know, dark energies being transmutated to luminary energies is when one starts getting more anchored into what I define a more potent frequency resonance. Of course, darkness is going to come around to snuff out the frequency resonance perceived as illumination, because it's actually transmutating, right? Processing a lot of dark energy. And this is why you ever have a day, John, where even in this ascension, you're quite joyful, and just events escalate where it's just, you know, it's like the opposing forces trying to shift you and snuff. You can feel, I can feel it when I'm having good frequency resonance. I can feel when a spirit unseen comes around, tries to snuff out my energy resonance. That is my joy of illumination. I just feel good. It's just like this energy leaves from myself. I'm like, holy shit, it's just got snuffed out. And I can feel the shift of what we define as gloomy, getting dark, depressed, and just not that energy I had. So it is a
I
process,
definitely
and for sure, dark entities are going to try even
certain
harder.
days. Certain days.
Yes,
And
yes.
if you look at it on certain days, everybody's driving real bad. There's certain
they're
days.
they're revving their engines like maniacs, man.
Yeah. Certain days, if you pay real close attention, there's almost a wreck every time you turn around, and everybody's like doing it. You know what I mean? Only on certain days, and
Right,
certain
right.
days we're just like flowing, and you know, I think traveling too. If you travel from like the trees that you're used to, I think there's something about the trees here in this world of our, you know, our Father, that if you're
Right.
used to a
guys,
certain
I
set
want
of
to.
trees, you
Okay,
try to
I want
leave, it'll sweep you away. You'll start acting funny if you just leave your trees you're used to. I think. I mean, you'll be
Right.
fine. Currents
I think
of spiritual.
right, and I think Ian wants to shift it back to where we were. But I'm going to state one last thing to you, John. Is right. It can be any person, place, or thing, or technological device. It could even be a rock that can be frequency resonating with different energetic fields. So what you're defining, yeah, is very feasible. And I've experienced even being attacked by certain insects. Like a insect walking by gave me an energetic attack, and I couldn't understand what's up. It was like, whoa. But yeah, I get it.
There's
So
certain things
maybe.
I say it's hard to ignore, and things start happening all at once, go wrong. Yeah,
Right, right. Maybe we could
doesn't
save
seem
this.
like coincidence.
Yeah, Ian. I think John Ian. I want to bring this back to another segment of what we're doing, and definitely, probably this conversation will be dealt with on another panel in the future for sure.
Yeah, it's a good
to.
conversation. It makes you sound paranoid to say that, but if you're paying
Definitely,
attention, yeah,
definitely not.
there's something up. You know, I mean, but you know, Moses did say this. I mean, I know we're not. I don't want to dig too deep, but he said that the land would actually vomit people out, and that, you know what I mean.
What
If they sin,
what verification that you had that this person even existed?
are you talking about Moses?
Yeah.
Well, I know what you're saying there, Ian. But at the same time, when I go over the law, I agree with it. You know what I'm saying? I don't see what, and we're at a loss for understanding and structure, especially in the areas of, you know, lawfulness, what is right and wrong. So even if it was like Moses was an allegory, somebody wrote it. So Moses still exists. You know what I'm saying? Whoever wrote it, there's still something really strange that there's hard to get around. Same way with the Gospels, and it's all testings, is what I believe.
Okay.
And that's what the
All right,
the changes have really brought to our attention. It's a test now, definitely. Especially the Bible.
It's a very, how do I describe the vibe in a conversation like this? How would I describe from my perspective? How do I describe this? It's very, I don't want to use the wrong word.
Take your time.
That.
Take your time.
Authoritative.
Dogmatic is just
dogmatic, yes. No, but the dogma is dead since the Mandela effect. That's what I've come to try to tell people. I'm not telling them that they have to be afraid of the Bible no more. Because think about this. I'm saying God did the Mandela effect, and the changes was to kill the dogma, like you're saying, Ian. I hate the dogma too, because they're going to say every word in the book is sacred. There's nothing out of place. Even if, Moses did exist, what if they've done something?
Sorry, bro. I just can't in this conversation.
That's what the change. That's the good news about the changes.
But it's like I have no doubt. I just have zero doubt in my mind. Like I am 100%. It's a total fraud. I'm sorry, guys. This is where I'm at with that, and that's never going to change.
I get what you're saying, but think about the Mandela effect, Ian. If somebody can change pictures around and history, that means they had control of the Bible the whole time. If there is something in there that we're supposed to hear, then, you don't just throw anything away in a time like this. That's just been my message. I'm not trying to make anybody dogmatically read their Bible, because you can actually get messed up worse than ever. And that is the truth. I will say that.
I became a pretty damn good man in my life and haven't done much wrong.
Well,
and
people know what's right,
I have
wrong,
awareness. I have awareness beyond most people in this world. I'm very empathetic. I didn't get one little thing from what they even gave me. That's all came from within. So I don't.
I hear you.
It's not required in my world, and it shouldn't be.
I believe that too. That we could grow up on an island, you know what I mean, and just listen to our spirit, and God would be talking to us, and we would know, you know what I mean, without any books or any of that, definitely. But we don't do that. We just ignore.
Navigating in the matrix through doing the right and wrong thing. It's just basic stuff to me. It's just like automatic on the table. So I just, you know what I mean? It's just.
That's exactly. You could keep it on the table. That's all I'm saying. Never know what all of a sudden, boom. It's the key out. You know what I mean? It could be something we heard Moses say, even.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the irony of it.
We're going to keep this going because we still have 40-some minutes left. Now it was like an hour ago. Let's keep this going.
Pretending to be you.
Let's see where we're at here.
It's that big who or what am I, right? Am I really a person? Am I really a thought pattern? Am I really a series of emotions? Am I really feelings? Am I really the thing that likes chocolate cake? When I had my death experience in 2005 in the canyon, and I had the realization that everything I'd ever thought of as me was false, was just not true. That's all of it: thoughts, feelings, emotions, experiences. Everything that had ever, in a sense, happened to me in my material existence was not me. The only thing that I could even at that time say was me was the awareness of what was going on, the seeing, and everything else was just gone. Like, it's not that it was there; it was literally it had just disappeared. It had literally just vanished. It was like it was the realization that all of those things are just etheric wisps in the sky. So when you have that experience and come out of it, don't physically die and continue on with living in the material realm, knowing that every emotion that you have is not actually you. It's just an emotion. It's an emotion that is being put in this box of me. So even when you have that understanding, all of those things can still totally overwhelm you. You know, like it can totally overwhelm you. Like, I'll give you a really good example though
Ian, you pause it for a
sometimes I
second.
ramble. Hope you don't mind. Sometimes I just
Want to add something. Yes, definitely. What he's defining about emotion, right? When one comes to understanding and perceiving this place for what it actually is, a digital holographic reality projection, a very complicated one. All emotions are program utilization, right? Whether arriving as stimuli or not. So, simply put, to make this a short pause, is identify the emotion you enjoy or the feeling and frequency resonance tuned to that. Try to tune that feeling and keep it emanating in you. That choice of emotion, whether it be joy or whatever is pleasant, and keep it going. Right. That's what energy tuning is basically about. Because definitely, when somebody's feeling joy, I have a good day when I'm feeling joy. When I don't have joy, I don't have that motivational spark or drive to really do anything. Enjoy even brushing the teeth, let alone getting out of bed, right? So that's all I wanted to state. But this guy here has some really good information. Really good information. Thanks, Ian.
Yeah, no, you're good.
It's like a deadlift.
Nah, I just want you to speak freely. The more you speak.
What'd you say?
Sorry, brother. I just timed that so poorly. I was just going to talk about tuning again. It's like deadlifting. You know what I mean? Something's heavy, like a fireman's carry. You're having to tune. You're having to, carry the thing, their sin, with you, and still be able to look at them forever. And tune it. Remember how they would look at each other in the movie of Dark City when they were tune fighting?
No, I need to watch. I need to remind, like I said, I need to remind myself of that.
They had to be able to look at each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Better,
Yeah, back 20 years ago, the big thing, of course, was you didn't see people like this back then. Everybody they traveled around, and the guru, the great teacher, was on a stage somewhere, and people would go and see them for a few days, and then they'd move on. And I had a couple of people who were enamored by a particular guru, like literally just blown over. This is the greatest person in the world. And I was trying to explain to them, it's very easy to look wonderful and peaceful and happy when you're on a stage for like 2 hours just sitting there and everybody's giving them a lot of money and praise. I said, if you really want to find out about this person, get on a plane, go and actually live with them for like 2 months. Go and find out what happens when their sister calls and has a problem with their parents. Find out what happens when their neighbor dumps some trash over the fence onto their yard. Find out, if you want to know what someone is really like, you have to see them in all situations, not just the situation they want to present themselves. It's like people, for example, who see me. For example, they see me through my YouTube channel as an example. Okay, they see, and I don't want to say I'm like a scripted actor when I'm here, but it's a particular profile, a particular thing that I'm presenting to the public. This is not how I am the rest of the day. The rest of my 24-hour day is not like this. It's different. And people don't see the various stages that a person goes through. It's what that's, the Jesus story that nobody in his hometown could believe that he was a healer or was anything special, because they remember him as the dumb carpenter's kid who kept throwing their ball against the wall and have to keep telling him to shut up and stop doing that. And so it's the same thing. It's a reminder that wherever you're going to get information or who you're listening to, you're just seeing a small package of the person. You're not seeing the totality of them in the course of a day. And it's a reminder of yourself. Even when you're looking in the mirror and watching your experience, you're only seeing your experience on a 24-hour period in material reality at this particular time. the potential and the variety of things you have that you could be doing, could be saying, could be experiencing is vast. So it's a reminder that even just like me, that I learned in that death experience I had, the package that I was seeing every day is a very, very small piece of the possibility of what could be this thing in the material reality. And it's a reminder for yourself too, that just as much as we don't want to take a piece of somebody outside of ourselves and extrapolate to that's the way they are all the time, it's the same with yourself. You can be completely different. And again, that's another great activity, which is called acting for the sake of acting, not doing, which is purposely choosing to act in ways that is not normal, purposely choosing to put yourself into actions and experiences opposite the way you normally do things, because it's testing your version of yourself. It's testing the mental egoic structure of what happens if you do something completely different. What's going to happen to you? How are you going to experience? What's life going to experience? And this is also an important part to me of opening up possibility. And again, it's not about this realm. It's using this realm as a.
That's hella true, like breaking patterns. Because was it yesterday? Let's say it's Friday. The day before yesterday, I was at my mom's, and we just decided to go to this restaurant like suddenly. That was close to us. Just all of a sudden, we decided to go there. We walked in there. I was like, is there nobody here? And there's not one person. But like once we went in there and sat down, it was like weird. Like they all of a sudden, like, oh my God, I don't know. But anyways, we sat down and it was like all of a sudden, all these people started coming in. And it wasn't even, it was like past lunch, past breakfast. But it was like, what the, it was some Truman Show shit for real.
Yeah, you see, it's like the Matrix, like it got activated, right? It's pretty interesting how things happen. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was, man. It was freaky.
Because I think if we're going to be in that after-death state, we want to have as much freedom as possible to bring forth whatever version of ourself is required in that moment. That's what I want to say, to bring forth whatever version, even in a non-physical form, what's the version of ourself that moment is going to require us to be. We've learned to be free in our regular life, in our material life, how to bring up different personality, that's the word. You can just bring up different personalities as required in the situation. Why do you have to be the same personality all the time? Different ones. That's in a certain situation in the afterlife, we might need this, and then we need this one, and then we need this one. And we're using all the possible facets of the jewel that is ourself to navigate the symbolic pathway to the end result we want, which is home, right?
Well said. It's I had a conversation on this, which I brought up on my second casual conversation video that I did, which is basically like if you say that a 12-year-old had a car accident and died, and then he starts remembering 90 years of a lifetime of being an evil soldier, then like, is his personality currently the 12-year-old or is it the 90-year-old? And then you imagine that you've lived 1,000 lifetimes and you start remembering all those lifetimes. What is your actual spirit personality, so to speak? And that kind of like spirit personality might not have the same wishes or, you know, likes or whatnot, you know, that you currently have. So being able to remember, you know, what you should be doing intellectually rather than just whatever ego form you're currently taking on is a very good thing to consider, because what you're doing right now might not be anything near what your true self as a spirit might want to do. And also the possibility that once you actualize your true self, there's a chance that, you know, being in a matrix might not seem as bad as it seems right now. Other things might be more interesting to you than, you know, what it is right now. So being able to remember what your current perspective is right now is probably quite important as well. It's for all we know, we might be, you know, eternal beings that, you know, existed forever basically. And as such a being stuck for 1,000,000 years in a matrix might be a nothing burger at all. So because of that possibility, it's very important that we don't screw ourselves over by our different personality trait that we might adopt at some point.
Yep. Yeah. It's again, it's back to that adage, right? Know yourself, and people don't understand the level that small little phrase "know yourself" is really taking in everything you just said. Yeah, as part of that, it's knowing your potentiality on so many different levels, and knowing that the you've come to know yourself, come to know as being in this realm, is a tiny, tiny piece of possibility, and doesn't have to be taken on, doesn't have to be continued if you don't feel it's valuable and useful to finishing what you need to finish. Um, Again, I mean, we're probably very similar, that we're kind of done with material reality. We're not interested in being a part of this anymore, and we're ready to go home. So for us, and for some people listening now, that becomes the what's the phrase I'm looking for? That becomes our number one direction in life, our number one thing that we're piecing together what we need to know. Doesn't mean there's millions of things we could piece together, but once you get to this point, a whole lot of stuff just gets dropped as it's not important anymore. It used to be important, but it's not. And so that means making really good decisions on, I think this may have value and I think this may not. And so again, it's good to listen to a lot of people. It's good to take in a lot of different ideas. Like you kind of say, don't necessarily accept what others say, but take it in as possibility, contemplate it, and then find a way to put it in practice. Find a way to use it or test it in your own experience. That will start to let you know whether it's something to hold or whether it is to drop. If it's just an intellectual idea, it'll burn out really, really quick. If it's an actual piece of information that's usable, you will find a way to start using it, and you'll find a way to, and I don't mean transform, make yourself better or whatever. You don't need to necessarily do that. You just need to be able to see yourself more clearly. Will it take you to knowing yourself on a much more deeper level?
Yeah, well said. It's I kind of wanted to ask you on a different topic what your current perspective on life scripts are.
Fair question. I mean, I know I talked about it a lot in the past because I really felt like they were really written into us. Now I'm kind of like on a 50-50 page on it. I do believe that life scripts exist. I do believe that there are multiple potential life scripts that any one of us in a particular incarnation could have. I might have 1,000 potential life scripts running through my existence right now, and you choose one over the other 999. But I also don't think they're like a folder, like a movie script. I don't think it's like there's literally January 14, January 15, January 16. I don't think it's like that. I think it's direction points, it's experiences, it's certain connections. Those are the things that are in the life script. And then there's more like I would think of it more like a magnetic force, that if you're not fully aware of what you're doing, and you're on that record groove, it'll push you sort of automatically to that point that's a part of the life script. And then you can meander, but eventually it'll take you to the next one. But of course we can jump to a different groove. We can jump to a different life script. We're still on a life script, but now we're on a different one, and it'll still be. So I kind of feel it has some sort of magnetic pull, but I wouldn't say like the life script, like I'm drinking green tea right now. I don't think there's a life script that says, whatever this is, February, 5th, whatever, I'm drinking green tea at 6:26 my time. I don't think that's in the life script. But certain things that might be going on in my life would be trying to magnetically pull me to a particular end. That's why the movie The Adjustment Bureau is really, really valid for people to watch, because that's what the movie's about. It's about life scripts. And again, the mistake that's Matt Damon, I think, right? The movie.
Yeah.
If the mistake Matt Damon makes is he chooses one life script over another life script, as if, oh, it's so wonderful, the chairman, the demiurge, has said it's okay, I can have this particular life with this particular girl. Isn't that wonderful? And again, but you've just chosen a life script you don't know where that's come from. It's not really your own complete free choice. If it's a complete free choice, the free choice would be 10 billion life scripts, right? Not a limited number that's given to us. What do you think about life scripts?
So I think the main reason of a life script is a permission slip, as I like to call it. When we analyze the NDE stores and everything, it appears that basically they need consent in order to do anything to us. So basically, the real purpose of the life script is basically to be able to affect us in other ways that isn't standard matrix routines. So I think the matrix runs on two baselines basically. So you have the standard auto routines. If you go to the park, you'll see some old lady sitting at a bench. You could sit down with the old lady, make friends with her, and start, hanging out or something. And then you have the life script aspect to it, which is you might have a life script that says that at age 13 you get hit by a car, you get disabled, and now you're a cripple for the rest of your life. Now, the matrix could wait for a random car to hit you, just by chance if you don't look when you cross the road or something. Or it could have a life script to do it, but it's not able to rig the game to make sure that you do get hit, unless you have a life script to it. So basically, I think that the life script work as consent forms for what the matrix is allowed to do to us, other than, just the base routines which you agree to just by coming here, like having to eat and everything.
Wow, yeah. I disagree.
I think that's probably the real reason.
Yeah.
So what's your? It's kind of what we discussed earlier. What do you think? I think the contracts are activated by the choices we make. Okay, I'll give you an example. I was walking through a park one day, and I was at a good energetic field, and there's this one guy that was sitting on the park bench. Yeah, maybe 35 or something, kind of dressed like a street person, not like a homeless, but what rappers would sort of dress like, that gangster mode. I kind of looked at him once, and I looked at him again. Then he went off. He's like, "Oh, fucking look at me!" He's like, "I'll fuck you in the ass." Blah blah blah. So that was a script, a contract. But if I was to engaging, I just basically seen it coming. I'm like, no, I ain't engaging in this experience event. Not a choice, right? I just cleared it. So basically, if I would have said something back to him, then it would have been a contracted choice of option to engage it to the next level. Then maybe he would have got off the bench, started approaching myself. But I chose not to engage in it. I didn't ignore it, right? I chose not to respond to it, nor get engaged to that experience of event by making the choice not to do certain actions to activate it to the next level.
You're talking about small things. Talking about big events that, there's a lot of evidence of us making agreements to things that are going to happen in our lives.
Right.
Big things.
So the big thing, what I'm getting at, Ian, yeah, I agree with you. It's a small thing, but the big things are also made in the agreement perceived contract life script by the choice of option taken, right? So that is basically agreeing. That's all I'm trying to get into. I just wonder your perspective on that too.
I think we have a need to get back to the people that gave us life. And so it's almost like ancestor worship that we have, us, no matter what we try. And our life script is the script that they gave us so long ago. You know what I mean? We're just repeating that history that they gave us. So we're signing the contract. We're saying we want to go back. You know what I mean? The light at the end of the tunnel, that's us coming out of our mother. We've agreed to go back to where we came from, because that's what we know. That's what, if we get scared and it's too bizarre, whatever comes after this, I think we just know what to do. You know what I mean? And I think is the ultimate is to be able to retain who you are. You know what I mean? Then you become a star. Yeah. You know what I mean? You don't want to get unawares, like they say, but I mean, have a mind wipe. I mean, that's not what Christ called us to do. I mean, we're supposed to have everlasting life. So how can I do that if every time I turn around I'm mind wiping because, maybe my sin has scared me? I've run home to my mother. You just want to get all the way back into the matrix, back away from our consequences of our actions, the darkness. like you say, singularity. I think that's where the contract is. And then we're going to mess it up. You know what I mean? From the original time we did it, of course, only God knows what we really did. And I think that's why we have our demons, is because victims we made. You know what I mean?
Well, let's talk about other stuff with it, because now we're going off on, we're not really getting deep on the conversation that we're watching and began here. We're getting off on other stuff. But what about when like something horrible happens to a child by some evil man? What's up with that?
I mean, I don't think anybody chose that. I mean, if someone did that, I mean, they've messed up. But what I'm saying is, whoever did that, like say a kid got locked up, or you know what I mean, buried in a field and used or whatever, that person is going to become
well, okay, this is what I'm trying to say. See, I just want to
that's the
talk
one
about the matrix system. So if there are some agreements with this, like horrible things that happen, like let's say you as a child or something,
God makes it right when something like that happens.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I just,
what's your perspective, Ian? That situation.
I don't want to keep going off on that stuff, man. It's just
no,
it's like breaking my train of thought.
I think so, if we think that like there's a dark matrix that doesn't ever make that right, then I think that's a sin in itself. I believe that all those people that were victimized, those are who have come back to haunt us, and you know what I'm saying. And they're the reason some days everything are working against us, because we've made these victims. You know what I mean. We've allowed it to go on.
Okay.
You know what I mean.
I got you.
Too much. God's making it better. It doesn't look like it right now, I think. You know what I mean? There's a lot of pain.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
And in the middle of the lift, you know what I mean? There's going to be things busting. There's going to be things straining.
Should be back. He'll be back any day, but never now.
I think something's going to happen. I think all the changes are going to go back. And everybody who's been lying is going to be shown is not an authority. Because every preacher that didn't talk about
so dude, the whole point of me even being here is not to go off on this stuff, bro. Sorry.
I understand that. I'm just saying
we're gonna get deep on the life scripts and stuff, and I'm trying to get, raise my awareness of possibilities with this,
I think that's how he's going to show us that he's back, though. That's what I'm saying. If we see that, get ready. God's fixing to do something big.
I'm going to keep playing this video. Let's see what else I say about this to get my thoughts back.
Then that we have life scripts. And, there's probably a bunch of different clauses, if this, then that, and so on, to make sure that they can actually do what they want to do to us. But on top of that, I don't think that it can actually control us. I think that's just the stuff that the Matrix can do against us. So, for example, if I wanted to, I could walk into the forest right now and just sit there until I started it. And like, what is the Matrix going to do against that? Like nothing, So
what if that's a life script?
Yeah, it could be, but like I could, go up.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, that's how challenging the subject gets, because you think, oh, I'm not I'm not in a time loop because I eat an orange and I never eat an orange. But in the time loop, it was put in place that you'd eat the orange at this particular time to prove you're not in a time loop. It's like it's so. The logic can easily go out the window. Sorry, I just had to throw that in.
No, I agree with that. It's knowing if you're on a life script is, a very complicated matter. I think a good indication that you are on a life script is, for example, so one of my previous jobs was, it fell onto my lap basically just when I needed it. And that's like, okay. And then I, got a license for a specific profession, It's like, okay, well, that's obviously a life script, the routine is running. So, like, there are indications that, this is a scripted event. It's kind of what I like to say, that if you do not have a life script to get a specific job and you apply to that job, there's 300 other applicants that all apply for that job. So you have 1 in 300 chance of being employed, basically. But if you have a life script, then, you have 100% chance of getting employed. So I think there are some indications that we are on a life script that you can notice throughout your life if things seems to be flowing way too well, basically. Also, like if things just appear whenever needed. You know, it's like when someone has an accident, they're not supposed to die yet, and then a random doctor appears, you know, to help them out. Like you have stories like that, and it's like, is that doctor even real? You know, like did he spawn in like an NPC character, you know, just to help you so you don't die? It's I mean, I had a bike accident where I went full speed, you know, down a hill without a helmet. And then I flew off my bike and I slid across the road and had a couple of scratches. And realistically, I should have broken bones, maybe cracked my skull or something. But I guess I'm supposed to live longer, and so I walk out, you know, just fine.
Right. That's one thing that I got from, I don't remember where the book was, but it was this idea that, and it plays into the life script, but if the life script, for example, had somebody, you know, giving a lecture at a particular university on Monday, they couldn't get into a car accident on Saturday and go to the hospital because they have to give the lecture on Monday, so that certain things can't happen in order to facilitate pieces of the life script to occur. And so bizarrely, if somebody could have the kind of foresight to know what's in their life script, to know like in 2 weeks this is going to happen, then literally they would know in order for that to occur, there's a whole lot of other things then that can't happen. Literally, like this can't happen, this can't happen, this can't happen. And the navigation becomes smoother. Now, that doesn't mean I'm saying to accept a life script either, because, you know, the life script is something, like you say, it's something external. It's some sort of almost like a contract that got put in some, you know, pre-birth realm that's a type of deception in itself. It's obviously it's some sort of deceptive agreement. But until we know how to break all of those life scripts, how to break all of those agreements completely, it can also help. I mean, it can help a great deal if we could know for sure, hey, in 2 weeks, this is going to happen. So it gives me a good indication of what could or could not occur. And it would explain a lot. If you knew, like you say, if you had this accident and nothing happened and you couldn't get hurt, was there, interestingly, something 2 or 3 weeks later that you had to do and had to be physically fit in order to do, and that's why the accident wasn't allowed to injure you? There's so many layers to when you think about this as to what things mean or what they don't mean, right? And it's great to have these kind of conversations and get people to think, because most people would never ask a question like that. And it doesn't mean either of us are correct necessarily. It just is it's a valuable thinking tool for everyone out there to contemplate this idea on deeper and deeper and deeper levels.
Yeah, I have also heard people say that, you know, it might be in our scripts to learn about the soul trap, which I very much doubt that it is, because that doesn't seem to be beneficial for the Matrix creator. So that seems like a free will, you know, like you've chosen to basically seek out the information. It's similar to the old saying, you know, where when the student is ready, you know, the information appears, or the teacher appears, I think it is. It's I don't think they can actually control your free will. So it's they can manipulate things. If you try and order a plane ticket, they could say that the plane ticket, you know, is canceled or whatever. It's you know, no more flight today or something. Yeah. So the bus gets late because you try to do something. You know, there's a lot of rigged things that they can do. But kind of like in the Truman Show, it's like, yeah, if he truly wanted to make it out of here, you know, there'd be nothing we could do to stop him.
Right. But there would be so many layers of deception. There's no question that you would say this subject of being trapped in a matrix. There will have to be then, and especially now, we've noticed in the last 3 years or so, there's been a huge movement of people discussing this, talking about it, being interested in it, wanting to know about it. There's no question then that there would have to be, from the system side itself, a whole lot of false things being put out there in order to confuse people. You know, if this was 30 or 40 years ago, the system wouldn't have to do much, because there was like 1 or 2 books on the subject, and that was like it. The average person was never going to come up bump into this themselves. And if somebody did figure this out for themselves, they probably just kept it to themselves and went on with their day, right? But now, now this could easily be a whole lot of misdirection as well being placed out there. So it does, you know, everyone is, oh, is this person doing this? Oh, is this person work for this organization? Or it's good to ask those questions. Don't take it too seriously. It's just more to just recognize information you see coming out. Just ask questions about it. Get to know it. One of the things I learned as a historian, a lot of the stuff I learned in university was useless, you know, of course, totally. Anyway, one of the small bits of value that I did get was we were told that don't start reading a book to do research historically until you first research the author. Find out who the author is, find out what their story is, find out why they were writing a book, what time in their life were they writing a book, what was their political and religious and all sorts of ideas about themselves. You had to get to know the writer before you could look into the book and start understanding what it was they were writing, because of course they're going to write everything on a particular angle based on them. No one is ever going to write, for example, a book or present something that is totally it's totally objective. You know, there'll always be beliefs and ideas and concepts that are placed in it. So we get to know first who wrote this, who put this together. Now we can see what they've written and understand, okay, what might be clear, clean information, what might be information that's coming from belief systems, what are informations that's coming from their old traumas, their old whatevers, and we can begin to sort out what's useful and what's not useful. That is one of the most valuable things I ever got from my university career, was first who wrote the book before I even ever start reading it, because then I've already got an angle of what is the angle the book is probably going to be presenting based on the person who wrote it. And it should be the same thing with who are you listening to with videos? Where are you going for documentaries? Who's putting this information out? Not because it's bad, not because it might be trying to deceive you. It's just natural. Two people will find the same information and present it very differently based on their own experience, their own past, their own feelings, their own everything. The more you know as well the person presenting it, the better you understand what is being presented and what's of value to you.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of information presented is, you know, filtered through the perspective of the person giving it. And sometimes, you know, you could even have deceptive people who try to make you believe things based on what their, you know, wishes or whatever is. So I think that can be quite a good way to, you know, go about things, to make sure that you get the right viewpoint whenever you read someone's work. So it also gives you an understanding on a deeper level, because if you understand where they're coming from, you're going to be able to analyze the information they're giving to you in a better way. So it's like if you watch my videos and you don't understand what kind of person I am, you're not going to get as much from it, you know, as if you've spoken to me, because then you're going to understand it in a better and deeper way.
Yeah, I think that's hopefully one thing people are doing if you're watching somebody's videos for a long period of time, is also trying to get a sense of, there's obviously, say you're watching somebody's videos on a weekly basis, so there's something you like about what they're sharing with you. Hopefully you're starting to get a sense of the person presenting it too. You're starting to learn a little bit about them. And the more you learn them and some of their story, and you can feel out some of their background, some of the life they've lived, then it makes what they present even deeper, because now in a sense it's totally different. If you're sitting across the table from someone you've known your whole life and they're telling you a story that happened in their day, you know exactly their thinking patterns, what they're probably going to do, what they probably said, what they, as opposed to someone you've only just met a week ago. And it's the same thing with the information we're receiving. The more we begin to understand who's on the presentation side, the smoother it gets for us. I know that this was a big part of how the Native Indians, I spent time with the Native medicine men. When I went to see Bruce, when I started seeing him at his sweat lodges, he pretty much didn't talk to me for a month, maybe month and a half. He acknowledged me. He acknowledged that I was there. He made it he made me feel comfortable that I was there. It was, you know, he, in a sense, he let me know it was fine to be there, but he never talked to me, he never asked me anything. He didn't wonder how I was doing. He didn't want to know anything about me, like zero, nothing. And it was maybe only a month and a half later, after he kind of been almost putting together a book about me. Who is this guy? Why is he coming to my sweat lodges? What is his point here? And I know some of it would have been done by him watching me, watching how I interact with others, watch the conversations I'm having, whatever he's getting from the spirit world, whatever you call that, in the sweat lodges. And eventually, once he began to kind of put a book together about me, he started to know, okay, here's who this person is. Here's the kind of conversation. And I knew you personally, I would probably have said it a bit differently, but I don't. And that's one thing I really like about the old way of
on it. It's I mean, if you check out my Discord, you know, it's kind of looks like we're all over the world. It's like we're evenly spaced out, kind of like the Matrix doesn't want us to get together, you know. It seems rigged, you know. There should at least be someone close to each other, so you know.
Yeah, it's it's a little more challenging because of how we live. It would be different. It was different. Like I say, it was so different 20 years ago when you had all these lectures going through, and there were all of these nights going on, and the spiritual bookstore would have people coming in to share their book, and so there was the chance to meet. I met a number of people in those kinds of situations. In fact, the person that I had the death experience with, that's how I met. We met at one of these events, and we just happened to be sitting next to each other. We talked a little bit together during the thing. Then we went and had a coffee, and then we started just spending time together. And we also don't have these little events anymore within this kind of subject matter, you might say, where you can actually just bump into somebody. You know, you can't just walk into the grocery store and say, "Hey, have you heard about the Soul Trap?" What the hell are you talking about? You know, so you can't just walk up to people at random. But at least if you were all listening to the talk of somebody who just wrote some book on some subject, you have an opportunity in the same room to interact with them. So I don't know if there are, and I'm just throwing out suggestions for people. If you're interested in stuff like this, it's like, okay, if there are others who are interested in these kinds of ideas, where would they be? If they're in your city, what kind of things would they be attending or doing? Is there ways you can possibly attend that yourself, and then you might just by chance bump into them? I don't know. Just throwing a suggestion out, because like you just said, if you can find someone in your life that you can talk to on a daily basis, it's a great gift. It's a great gift.
Oh yeah, I would have loved, you know, to have someone in close to me that I could do that with. It's
yeah.
I mean, the only Soul Trap or even intellectual discussions that I've ever had is just online, because there's nobody in my, you know, Matrix life, so to speak, that are on that kind of level. So yeah, it's a huge difference from being able to, you know, shake someone's hand, you know, like give them a hug or, you know, a fist bump or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just
and also just to when you're going through your challenges with it, because of course going through this material is challenging. It's difficult at times. And it's also nice to have somebody that you can look across the table from and knows what you're going through. You know, they understand the challenge because they're going through it or have gone through it themselves. And there's a sense of, it eases the burden a little bit of some of the challenge. And even though this is, you know, it's helpful in a way when you, like you say, it's just different when you've got someone face to face in front of you. And again, we lose this by would have had a shaman there. So once you get to these questions, we could have at least gone and asked the shaman. And if the medicine person kind of time in silence, spend your time in nature, spend your time sitting by the lake, spend your time contemplating away from all the normal things of reality. And something like that could be very valuable for people to just get this break point from the way society is always pressuring us to be, pressuring and taking our time. And since we have trouble living in a way anymore where it's built into our day, we have to build in times of our life to just give ourselves total space, give ourselves alone time. And okay, somebody says, I'm a single mom, I've got 2 young kids. I mean, I can't just I can't take a week away and go to a lake by myself. Yeah, I know it's very, very difficult, various life situations. So if you have a situation like that, is there a way that you can find for 5 days, an hour a day, that you're able to literally disengage for 1 hour a day for 5 days in a row, let's say, so that you at least do give yourself a tiny bit of space for just you? I think a lot of people forget that it's important that you yourself are important. Yes, it's important to be with other people. It's important to help others. It's important to be of value to others. Hopefully that's what my books and things have done, have been of value to you. But we also have to remember to take time for us, that we are also important, that individually our own journey is important. And we have to take time where we shut out the rest of the world and say, I'm not rejecting people or rejecting things. I'm making time for myself. And that, I think, is an important part of the puzzle, is to make sure we have that we how are you going to learn to trust yourself, and how are you going to learn to listen to yourself, and how are you going to learn to find your own power if you can't even every once in a while allow material.
Hey, Sing, there's this silent retreat center where you go and you go there, you check in or whatever, and you're there for 10 days and there's not one word spoke. You're not allowed to talk, no technology, nothing. I'm thinking about doing that.
Right. Do you really want to be in silence though? What if they have a cake?
No, people from all over the world go here, dude. Like it's a really big thing, and music, like people are like, this shit. You come out like it's like it totally is. I've heard a lot of interesting stories.
You just fast doing a little music. And
I have a different perception. Okay, silent retreats are easy. Why don't they make a chaos retreat where it's like at the threshold to really condition one's state of being, right? It's good to, sure, if we can go on an island deserted and we can achieve perfect perceived peace. Well, how about when we come back into the city after 10 years, right into the heart of the city where, shit's happening with energetic fields flying? One will realize they really haven't achieved anything. Silent retreats are good. Yeah, I agree, but I'd like to do my conditioning right in the city when I'm doing what I define mobile meditation. I do it right in the chaos of the city on the highway. I actually go walk where there's lots of cars whizzing.
I'm the same
lots
way,
of noise.
bro.
Yeah, you got
I'm the same way. I mean,
yeah.
But still considering it.
I agree.
Yeah, I got you. But I read this one article once. It was an actual book, and somebody was seeking a retreat, right? And the master told him, he's like, go back into the city and with your family and do your daily affairs, and that's where you're going to finish your conditioning. And I was kind of like, couldn't get that for many years, but finally I did receive it, because who's going to give one more potent conditioning than immediate blood relatives that know how to push one's buttons, right? And either going into the city where there's lots of noise and chaos. Daily affairs give one what they shall need, and they're challenging. And then even the silent retreats will give somebody what they're expecting to dodge. They'll receive it there, actually. That's what usually happens through an event. Of course, by design, right?
I think everyone has their own experience. I don't think we can just say this is going to be everybody's experience, but yeah.
But what one needs, they'll find. That's all I'm saying. What one needs, what is planned for, their thresholds of conditioning and whatever they need to experience to move to the next level, it's going to be represented no matter where one goes, right? That's all I'm defining. So, yeah.
I disagree with that. I don't think that we're all going on the direction of the next level. I really don't think that at all.
So you don't agree? Okay, let me re-clarify that. So, like we're defining here, to progress through the matrix, one shall go through the levels, right? That's all I'm defining.
Yeah, but not everybody's. If going up is headed towards the exit, then not everybody is on the path of doing that. Right,
but once being shall be represented the opportunity to take that path that she'll perceive get him closer to the exit. That's all I'm defining. If it's the design of the moment of experience of event, if it's meant to be somebody's ascension path, to be that, go through a certain level of experience of event, then it shall be represented. Whether they accept it or not is another choice. So I get your perception too.
I understand what you're saying.
So this all at once, the whole night sky would be completely whited out. Think of it like that. But I agree with the one guy that said that if we really wanted it, Truman really wanted out, there's no stopping him, and I believe that's universal. I agree with him on that one. I know that other guys, he's consider the source of everything you're reading. You know what I mean? To always kind of know their angle, and that is good. But sometimes you can lose the inspiration behind something. You know what I mean? That if you're always, he sounds like he's kind of worrying. If he believed like his friend that no matter what, Truman can get out. You know what I mean? If he wants out, there's no stopping him. You know what I mean? Then.
Right, there's no stopping, but the exit that's fine tuned and tailored for each person is going to be vary and be different. But they're going to have to go through whatever the process is going to be needed to get out, to do their to do their work, right, and put their efforts into it. Because exiting, it would be nice if it was perceived to be easy, a piece of cake. But from my understanding, beings shall go through whatever thresholds the exit has on hold for them to go through, then they must put their efforts into attaining the exit. So it's going to be different for everybody. Yes, I totally agree, but there's going to be efforts definitely put into the exit perceived. And from my understanding, there's no savior returning to save anybody. God is actually stepping out of it because this is God's simulation, and it's all automated to a degree, this whole system. And there's directions how to get to the exit and what to do. Whether one's going to do it and take the steps to the path that's going to lead them to the exit is another story.
No, I mean, that's the whole point, though, is that there isn't the exit is
self-fulfilled.
No. I don't know. I can't think clearly right now.
City. When he won a tuning fight, it was like he had forgiven them. You know what I mean? Those were his adversaries, and he had made them look ugly.
All right, please. I just can't. It's been too long, dude. Sorry.
Okay.
I just.
If you look at it through
way
that,
off on.
Put on those filters next time. Try to keep that in mind. That's a good movie, though. I mean, it does. I mean, if we're not able to tune ourselves into the reality we want, and I think that is the prize. That's why I like it so much.
Right. Right. Definitely, with procedures within the tuning, for sure. Experience of events to be.
Then we get less dark. Remember, you start bringing up the sun, and it wasn't dark in the city. So we're talking about dark matrix.
Yes.
We have to tune it some other way, or it's going to be dark. That was the message.
The way I perceive this whole simulation, John, it's all dark. And what people perceive as light, they haven't comprehended it and received the accurate information. So what actually the sun, the luminary is, and what the lights and houses are, the sun is actually, it's not even really emitting light. It's actually, it's a digital data decoder that decodes data for the visuals of the structures. So in actual fact, what people perceive as light is a digital data decoder, translator of digital information perceived as the sun. So yes, the sun is the luminary, it's a decoder. So what people feel as the heat is actually another story too. You go in the sun, you feel this nice warmness. Well, it's actually, where is the sun? The sun's not even up in the sky. It's actually, it's actually interpreted from one's brain, right? What we're looking at is digital data. What is decoding it is one's thought core and producing the image in their brain. So the eyes aren't really seeing anything. The eyes are receiving data decoded by the mind that is a digital data decoder, and the image is actually internally in one's thought core. So what is perceived as light is I agree, there's one luminary, there's one light, it is God, that is the ultimate decoder of all this simulation, right? So in actual fact, I've learned the light is not perceived to be what it is, but it is what it is.
Well, we know it's there, so we can, and then once we believe it, we start
I mean, everybody has a totally different view. This is like shows you the deception. You know what I mean? It's like
right, and everybody's going to have their own interpretation, bits and pieces of the matrix, right? Not everybody's to say all the information is going to be 100% accurate. But the sun is basically a small version of these light bulbs we have in the houses. Many people will say it's just a light bulb. No, it's way more than just a light bulb. People say it's just electricity going through your walls. No, it's way more than electricity going to the light bulbs, being able to decode the structures in the room to be lit up in a complete dark room, right? There's a lot happening on certain levels of comprehension and understanding, right? There's this whole system is so intricate, and yeah, that's all. I'll leave it there. It's very intricate.
I think there's a time, though, that we all experience, whether we got out of the matrix or not, that it's going to be like Morrowind. You know what I mean? Where people are going to have magic powers, and it's all going to be based on if God was pleased with you or not, or if horrible things happen to you, like you were talking about Ian there. They got ran over, now they're in a wheelchair. I think when God sets things right, we're going to go in that time where all our ancestors are going to be here, and all that stuff's going to be real, and it's going to be like Lost World with dinosaurs and everything again. It's going to be like, but I think that's something we do like every 6,000 years. You know what I mean? And then we just start this thing over again and get out of the matrix.
Ian, and I'm going to fire a question here, but is sort of relating to what John's sort of the subject and also the matrix is, how about, Ian, if this place is eternal? How about if there is no other place and the actual exit is actually to not die again, to actually achieve immortality, where perceived in some movies the only beings that achieve immortality are these vampires that are actually transmuting energetic fields so they don't age, so they basically don't die. How about if there is no other place here? Has anybody contemplated that? Maybe this is home. How about, right? I'm just throwing things to the table, right? Ian, any feedback on that?
Well, see, my mind's wide open, so I guess it's possible, but in my being, I feel like that's not the case. But hey, it's possible, I guess.
If you look at the Matrix, Neo and Morpheus, they were always going back into it because that was home, and you know what I mean?
Right. Compared to the mechanical system perceived as Zion, right? A world that was destroyed. How about if that movie is... How about if that movie is actually reversed, right? The Zion, the real world, is actually the Matrix where hell is, and actually the Matrix is the afterlife where people go beyond. Anybody ever contemplate that? Because a lot of times they're representing reverse fields in movies where it's the information is definitely mixed in with truths and untruths, and a lot of reverse fields of the deception.
They wanted to be in the Matrix, but they wanted to know what their real names were. You know what I mean? He was Mr. Anderson. He wasn't Neo. You know what I mean? He was Neo now that he was able to come back into the Matrix and know who he was still. That's the prize in my mind. Be able to walk around in the Matrix and know, you haven't, lost your mind. This is what happens. You're not dying. You know what I mean? This is what we're told happens. But I always think, I think the stars do fall. I think we get so tired of even the Matrix, even if we had full control as angels. I think that once we've done everything and lived so long, we still have that desire to go on ahead and go back into the Matrix for real this time. And just, you know what I mean? There's something in us. We go home eventually. You know, I mean, the stars, it takes them a long time to fall, but they
Right.
do. And then we do it again. That's the name of the
they're
game.
so, they, like we define here many times, the probabilities, the possibilities, what is truly happening, right?
We
How
came
about if
back.
we're we're actually in a pod, and this is a simulation taking place from a pod. I'll tell you about an astral travel I had that, maybe it was a different reality in this matrix, but I was coming down through this on this pole with this pod. It was winding down like a corkscrew and getting wider near to the bottom. And when my pod almost reached the bottom, maybe about 5 feet off the ground, the pod was about maybe 10 feet by 3 feet wide. As soon as the pod started coming down close to the bottom, I could see through the pod. I could see the matrix. And what I seen between a plateau between two mountains was basically beings that were represented in my ascension, like in this lifetime span. They all, I guess, they were the main players in my simulation matrix. They were walking through about 2 blocks away through between two mountains, a plateau, and they were all like vanishing like ghosts, and they disappeared. When they disappeared, approximately, the pod opened up, and this well-dressed man greeted myself, and he defined to myself, "Congratulations, you just finished a 6-year simulation. You scored the highest." Then after that, the flash of the next scene was I was in this cafeteria type of canteen, and from my understanding, like you receive information in certain travels of etheric and astral. I was on Mars in this canteen, and there was all these or they're humanoid subspecies, something like the movie Star Wars, but not the characters like that. They were just different dimensional beings. I didn't feel any threat from them or anything. They were definitely not humanoid looking, but kind of humanoid. So it was interesting. So yeah, who's to say what is really happening? Maybe this is just a sub level of another simulation where, eventually we finish this, pod opens up. Hey, congratulations, you scored this. Go have a couple drinks and welcome to the next reality perceived. So there could be so many levels. That's a possibility. Maybe that was a different life I lived, a different simulation that did end, right? But the characters that were represented sort of vanishing like ghosts through the plateau were just members of family members, blood-related family members, and other acquaintances that I had close associations with through this lifetime. So it was interesting. So Ian,
pod,
okay, go ahead.
Even if it's a pod, then you're searching for the truth then as your prize. You know what I mean?
Right,
if
right.
Hopping out of a pod, and then there's a whole new realm of questions to be asked. Then why did I do this? What are we doing? What's our real history?
Right.
But I think we'll know the truth when we see it. What's really going on here, and then that's that's the goal is to know what's really happening, because if you're paying attention to it, it actually kind of drives you a little bit nuts, because you want to know what's really happening. Everybody on the TV's line, people around you appear to be somehow working in concert to stand in your way. You know what I mean? To not listen to reason. It's like there's some sort of thing that happened to everybody, and that's really been going on since 9/11. Really bad. But here after the Mandela effect bill got so insane, and that's when it really blows people's mind. That's the key. That's like we're rubbing the nerve raw. You know what I mean? That's where we can see. That's a big crux of the matter.
Yeah, all right, guys. We're going to be shutting down in a minute.
All right. Anything you want to add, Ian? I've had my fill anyways.
Absolutely, brother. I'm good. It's been a good night talking to you guys.
Nice,
have
bro.
to do it.
Right. Until next time, do what you need to do, and talk to you soon.
Later, guys. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate it.
All right, Ian.
Later, buddy.
I'll talk to you soon, and I want to thank everybody that participated. Until the next panel, do what you need to do.
Peace, everyone. Appreciate it, everyone. Everyone have a great night. I'll see you guys next time. And another 7 hour. Much love, everyone. I'll see you guys soon. Thanks again for joining. Appreciate it.